We are live at Coletco for Tuesday, November 18th, live Facebook record sale. All right. Let me go turn off Linda. Got to turn off Linda Ronstadt up here. She's belting out some tunes. Sorry, Linda. Linda, you got to go. Up to my neck in muddy water. That's a good one, but we got to pause it. Sorry, Linda. All right. Somewhere around here is my phone. Yep. And we're going to open up chat. All right. Hello, Chad. Hello, Craig, Jerry Stone, Sarah Wyberdink, Roxy, Mike Massey, the Coletco Faithfuls. Great people. All right, so a new vinyl Tuesdays. Wow, quite a bit. I'm just getting back here to really look at everything. I literally just kind of walked back here and almost tripped and fell. Golly, there's stuff everywhere. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right, 5 crates of new vinyl. Well, 4 and a crate of miscellaneous. Let's be accurate. Right, Ed? Ed's not here. Who's back there? Jill? Not back here. Jill. I hear Jill. I think Laura's here. And I think that's all that's left right now. I had to run in, eat. And me and Tony and John talked for about 30 seconds when they were leaving, and I was like, boy, this time of year, time just evaporates. Like, I was on schedule to get here like at about 5:15, so I could start probably about 5:45, and golly, it's just this time change. I can't this time of the year is the worst. I mean, it truly is. It's like, gosh, it's dark, and I don't understand, my body don't understand what time it is. So... all right. And Paul's car's here. Okay. Something's a little off. Yeah, they're on their way to Houston. They might already be in Houston. I don't know. They are buying the heck out of stuff. 45 recap. Honestly, there's a lot there. I'm going to auction these kids' records early tonight. I set some Beatles stuff over there to sell. Tonight is definitely going to be my return night. Returns as in, I've got a ton of stuff to return. All right. Let's see here. What's in the high sleeve? It's actually, I sold it last night. It's George Jackson. I'm going to wait. I actually got to tag this to, I'll go ahead and do it right now, whoever's watching the sale. We're going to tag this for $25 to Wolverine, a.k.a. Jason Boxell. Okay. Oh, that's George Jackson. I'm going to wait. We sold the Marjays. I got to get that tagged as well. We still got the Mystiques and something else. We got some rare, we got 10 or 12 pretty rare 45s that I'm trying to sell to our customers before they go to Discogs. Some $500 plus records. All right, and then hit the thumbs up there. And then copy link. All right, I got to go ahead and grab our first crate. I'm going to knock off all this stuff off the table. Not literally, but get it thrown in a box right quick. This is where we left off last night. About 2 a.m. last night, we were going through 45s. That's how we've been wrapping up our shows. We got some late birds, some late night owls, and we got a few people overseas that watch now. And if y'all don't know, we go pretty late. I've started about an hour and later, and I would like to every night, but we've been going sometimes an hour or two longer. So I've kind of made up for it on the back end, but if we started any early, I don't know if my brain could take it by the end of the night. Of course, Thursday and Friday, we went really late. Oh my gosh. We did a 10-hour stream on Thursday. I'm almost done sharing. Here, let me see what a couple of these comments say right quick. First thing is somebody asked something. How often do you proof post? We're very far behind, James. I mean, I try to do them when we can, but there's over 1,000 pending posts in our group. So I tell people if I don't approve it, I apologize. I didn't do it probably intentionally. And then we just go back to the most recent. So what does the buying process look like? Well, first of all, people reach out to Paul. He evaluates what they have. We try to buy it before we get there. But, you know, we have to see it and negotiate when we arrive. But we make sure, one, somebody really wants to sell their collection. And two, we pretty much have an idea of what they want for it before we take off with 3 people and 2 trucks and 2 trailers across the country and drive out to be disappointed. So, like, for example, we're going to Houston to buy 10,000 albums, I believe, in Houston. And I believe it is 10,000 albums. But we kind of have been negotiating beforehand. So we kind of know, we expect people to know what they kind of want for their collection. And or we give them an idea of probably what we can pay before we can drive out there. Some people's like, well, they were my dad's and we don't really know. So we'll kind of give them an idea, well, we probably can pay this much or this much. And they're like, okay, we probably can do a deal if y'all want to go ahead and come out here. And then Paul evaluates everything. And then I do not have Karen Carpenter. No, unfortunately not. So yeah, we can't. A lot of people's like, how do you go through every record? We don't. We don't go through everything. I mean, we kind of know what's there. And that's why a lot of times when we're selling stuff here, everybody's like, you know, they'll be like, Chad, do you have this? And I'm like, I don't know. I don't know what we have here. I think y'all know that. There's 100,000 LPs in this building. And even our record pricers, Paul, John, and Laura, who work here almost every day pricing stuff and getting auctions ready, they don't know what's in here either. So there's tubs and tubs and tubs. And that's why we find rare 45s and rare 78s and rare albums. We actually don't know what's in this building. We just keep buying and buying and buying. And that's why we find autographed albums. That's why we find autographed 45s and autographed posters and rare albums, because we honestly don't know what we have at this point. So, and when you unload a truck with 15,000 albums and you just kind of push them in the back, then it gets accumulated more and more. So, okay, so let's do this. And I have got everything shared. Okay, I've been over here yakking, but I've been on my phone sharing links, and we're good to go. So, yeah, first thing we need to do is tag this for Jason Boxell for $25. George Jackson, I'm Going to Wait, 1967 sold promo. That's sold to Jason Boxell for $25. I still got Johnny Little, Done It Again, 67 Soul Jazz promo, $9.99. The Premieres is a 62 rock. It's in G condition, $6.99. This is interesting. Simtek and Wiley, bootleg in part 1. A thumping and pumping funk song, great. VG, $49.99. Big Amos, He Won't Bite Me Twice. Blues from 1966, that is on styrene, not vinyl. VG, $14.99. So that's a couple individually priced singles. We had a whole platter pack at one time. That's all that's left. I'm probably going to bundle those and try to sell them later. And yes, while I go up front to grab the first box, this is our first auction of the night. This is actually some early, I think these are like early 50s, maybe even late 40s. Yeah, 1949. These are children's records. You got Cinderella, Pinocchio, Peter and Wolf, Mother Goose, and Snow White. And an interesting note, RCA, when they first started making the commercial 45 for consumer production, they made most of them on colored vinyl. So these are 1949 Disney RCA. The boxes or the sleeves are in really bad shape. Really bad shape. So what they've done, they're pretty worn out, and then someone's repaired them with black electrical tape. But they are from the late 40s, early 50s. I think they're all late 40s. Let's see if Pinocchio has a copyright date. And I'm not saying that is the actual date, but it's pretty close, 1949. So there's name tags. The actual storybook is okay, and the vinyl's not bad. But all of these children's records here, a $10 start. They're all on yellow colored vinyl from late 40s, early 50s. And these are actually a 45 RPM. No, these are a 45 RPM. So RCA was one of the first companies to start making a 45, and they did it on colored vinyl. But no, these will play at a 45 RPM. Yeah, they're not too bad. So they're late 40s. This is some of the probably earliest production for Disney records, I would say. $10 start for the whole lot. Okay, the premieres is Are You All Right Part 1 and Are You All Right Part 2. PREMIERS, G Condition, $6.99. Okay, so those are up for bid. And let me grab our first crate of vinyl. Let me grab an empty box. We still got, we have now condensed Elvis into 3 45 boxes. So we got 3 boxes of 45s of Elvis after already selling 2 complete boxes individually. We had at one time about 5 boxes of Elvis. I think we've got it all down into 3, mostly still picture sleeves and older singles and high grade. And we're going to start knocking more of those out later tonight. But the big thing tonight, Laura's got some great auctions ready. I still got our bonus crate. We got 4 crates of new vinyl. We got the new vinyl to recap. John's got 2 more boxes of 45s ready, and he's priced 5 crates. And I don't have anything else to say except let's get started. Wow. I've got a Panera sandwich in my stomach. I'm feeling good. I've got a crate of new vinyl here we're going to knock out. We got some puzzle claims. We got a this claim. We got a that claim. My arms are sore from lifting weights. So this crate feels like it's twice as heavy as it should be. All these 45s in the back were leftover $6.99 claims. So we had a lot left over, but we sold a lot again. Got snacks for later. I have pistachios and crab chips next to me. I've got still got my Panera French baguette. I still haven't ate my Panera French baguette. So I've got bread, chips, and nuts. Bread, chips, and nuts. We already got a couple auction rolling. Oh, I wanted to keep these separate, but that's okay. I'll put them all right here. So what I'm going to do, a lot of people's interested in buying bulk 45s, these nicer ones we've got. Of course, we've got thousands that are low grade. We usually just discard those, or y'all have got to understand the world of 45s, even though we run across some good titles, a lot of 45s are just absolutely trashed. They, you know, 45s are notorious for not being kept in sleeves for 50 years. So for 50 years, a 45 could have been thrown around in a tub, and it's just in horrible condition. And that's why John has taken time to sort these by high grade, match them in company sleeves, and that's why I think we sell so many of them, and people are amazed when they get them at how high grade they are, because they're in company sleeves. They're all EX, maybe minimum VG plus, and most of them are in matching picture or company sleeves. He takes hours to match all these up. So I think that's why these have become so popular. And I've even had people like, man, I'm amazed at how many 45s you sell. I'm like, well, this isn't just some like box that's been thrown around at a flea market. These are like really high grade singles, and they're all matched with company sleeves, and they're nice. They're nice records. So that's I think that's one reason we have literally sold thousands. We sold about 1,000 45s last week individually. So pretty amazing. I don't think we've ever sold that many before. I bet we sold, well, from my numbers, from what I've seen, we sold over 1,000 individual 45s last week, individually, not counting lots and stuff, which we didn't really do any lots. So pretty amazing. So I don't think I've ever sold that much in 1 week on a individual lot, on an individual basis. Okay, so over here we got Vladarchek at 47. That's on this lot here. Vladarchik at 47. And that's going once, going twice. That's for the late 40s Disney yellow vinyl. And then Thomas is interested in a box. Yeah, that's where I was going with that. So I think a lot of people's interested in buying some of the leftovers. But they're good leftovers because these have really only been gone through once. And, you know, it's not like it's the junk. It's just stuff people didn't need or want. I mean, last night I was amazed how many hit singles were still in some of these boxes. Of course, it's some of my favorite music, so I was over here karaoke in Chicago and Cream and, you know, there's a couple Crosby, Stills, and Nash. So what I'll do tonight, Thomas, I'm going to count a box, and we've got about 15 boxes now that are eligible for some kind of bundle deal. And I'll count them, and I'll figure out what I can sell them per record, and I'll add it, and we'll just do an average, how many I think is in a box, and that'll be the price. And I think some people will be highly interested in buying a whole box. And just like we used to fill up those platter packs, we sold those platter packs full of mystery records. They were nice sleeved, etc., etc. Okay, so these are sold to Vladarchik for $47. I'm going to put those over here. All right, and then the next auction lot I have is Mr. Paul. Not Bowles that works here, but Mr. McCartney. These are some of his top hit singles like Jet, Junior's Farm, Another Day, Uncle Albert, and Helen Wheels. And these are all pretty nice. They're all at least VG Plus or better. One of my favorites, Jet. One of my favorites, Junior's Farm. That was written about a place here in Tennessee, like 20 minutes from here, 10 minutes from here. Another Day, Uncle Albert, and Helen Wheels has some writing on the label. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 McCartney singles, $20 start on the Paul McCartney and Wings singles. We have Elvis Presley Rubberneckin', and Elvis Presley is in the picture sleeve, VG Plus or better, $7 start. And then we got an instant Tommy James in the Shondells collection. Crimson and Clover, Sweet Cherry Wine, Do Something to Me, Get Out Now, Love's Closing In on Me, and Come to Me. Of course, those top two are the big hits, including Crimson and Clover. So we'll say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 Tommy James singles, a $15 start. 15, 20, and 7. There's your auctions, okay? Is that your Uncle Albert you sing? Yeah, We're So Sorry. Uncle Albert, boom, 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 boom. Yeah, it's I think an unfinished Beatles song. I think that's why I like it. I think he was writing that. He had that, I think, going on in his head up around the time of Abbey Road and never did finish it. And then he finally put it on RAM and put it out as a single, from what I understand. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Let's find this morning's video. There's new vinyl Monday, November 17th. Here we go. Nope, that is Monday's. We're looking for Tuesday's video. There it is, Tuesday the 18th. We need Whitetown. We need Stone Temple Pilots Core, Prince Around the World, Iron Maiden Puzzle, Matter of Life and Death. We have Kansas. Debbie's on the wrong video. And then we have Danny wants one of all the Iron Maiden puzzles. Vladarchik on Cranberries, Vladarchik on Misfits, Vladarchik on Twist Sister, and Vladarchik on Bush 16 Stone. Okay, here we go. All right, so I have Tori Amos, Under the Pink. That is $38.99. That's a double LP for Tori Amos, Under the Pink. So let's go ahead and make Tommy James. What did I say on that one? Let's make the Tommy James lot a $10 buy now. Paul McCartney has bids for $20, $21, $22, and Elvis is at $10. Santa Bells, I know. Tori Amos is $38.99. Pulp Fiction soundtrack is $36.99. Pulp Fiction is $36.99, a Quentin Tarantino film. That is the soundtrack to that. Whitetown, I think somebody bought this. Yeah, Scott Smith. Thank you, Scott Smith. That was our last copy of Whitetown, Women in Technology, a music on vinyl press. Also over here we have the greatest hits of 311. $33.99 has their big song On It Down. 2 LP gatefold, and then some jazz in here. Uh-oh, jazz. Bobby Hutcherson, Oblique with Herbie Hancock. That's a Kevin Gray RTI Blue Note Tone Poet for $34.99. You heading out? Thank you. I love you too. Be careful. Okay, good. Yeah, you got to get ready for Vegas. Yes, we're going to have a big time. I'm going to take y'all out on the Venetian Canoe, or whatever they call that. Amon Amarth, beige marble vinyl, 2 LP Berserker, $44.99. And over here, We have The Right Touch, Duke Pearson. Duke Pearson, Freddie Hubbard, Standing the Third Time. That's another Kevin Gray RTI, $34.99 on that. And then King Crimson and the Core of the Crimson King, 200 gram, $34.99. Has everybody done me a favor and hit the like button on Facebook, like button on YouTube, like button everywhere you see a like button? I'd greatly appreciate it. Over here, Elvis has bids for 10, and that's with Joseph McCormick. That's a final call. Tommy James at 10, and no one has set out on McCartney. Joe DeGaldo has them for 22. Ryan, you're out, and Thomas Baumhart, you're out. I'm just going to make sure y'all are done bidding. Wasp, the best of the best, is $44.99. And then some more Kevin. All these Blue Note Tone Poets are Kevin Gray's, manufactured at RTI. So this is Sam Rivers Contours. It's $34.99. We had the remarkable Carmel Jones, another Blue Note. These are all $34.99. Anthony Williams, same thing. And then Chick Corea, Now He Sings, Now He Sobs. Those are all Blue Note, $34.99. We have Adolescence. That's on blue vinyl. That is a limited edition 1,000. $29.99 for the Adolescence. Stone Temple Pilots Unplugged. That is $19.99. Purple vinyl. Make sure I hadn't missed anything here. Core. Okay. And then this is that newest Avett Brothers and Mike Patton. That is on colored vinyl. $34.99. And then the Beatles Past Masters. We can work it out. We have Beastie Boys License the Eel for $36.99. And Oasis, What's the Story? Morning Glory, $44.99 on that. All right. Time to clear up some auctions. Elvis sold Joseph McCormick, $10. The Paul McCartney lot sold $22, Joe DeGaldo. And Tommy James lot sold to Chuck Haley for $10. Boom. Those are all sold. And then Stone Temple Pilots Core, we did sell one to Sarah L. Morgan. Thank you, Sarah L. Morgan. There's one left, Core, $29.99. And then Tyler Childers Purgatory is $24.99. All right, let's grab another auction over here. Let's grab AC/DC for those about to rock Fire. This is an 81 US Specialty OG. It does have cover damage down here. A $15 start. $15 start on that one. When is the next F1 race? I'm going out to Vegas on December 12th, 13th, 14th. I hope the town's not too shut down for F1, but I forgot about that. The Cranberries is $33.99. Bush Razor Blade Suitcase, and Razor Blade Suitcase is still available. That's a pink vinyl, $36.99. And the Misfits, Last Caress, that is sold to Kelly Vladarchik. Thank you, Kelly Vladarchik. Kelly Vladarchik also got the Cranberries. Thank you, Kelly Vladarchik. And then the last two is Pearl Jam Unplugged for $38.99, and Bush 16 Stone, that's also sold to Kelly Vladarchik. Okay, and then next thing I need to do is do something. What am I going to do? Something in the way she moves. Def Leppard. Uh-oh. Hysteria. An 87 USOG 53 Hot Pog Press, original under sleeve, strong VG. Hysteria, a $30 start on that. $30 start on that, okay? All right, and then next thing is AC/DC has a bid for 18. Okay, that's everything out of this video. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this crate. This is pretty recent stuff from last week that didn't sell. I went ahead and made it this morning's video because all the new stuff yesterday got balled up. I didn't have any like leftovers to make a video this morning. So when I do that, I just grab a random crate from a prior week or a prior show, and that's what I do in the morning. And then I've got 4 crates of new stuff tonight, and there's a crate of miscellaneous. John's marked a lot of vintage, so we got a lot of stuff to go through. A lot of stuff to go through. All right. There's that. There's that. I have been to the Sphere. Yeah, I've seen you too at the Sphere. Me and Seth went out there for that. I had to go to see that. As I didn't know, like, there was going to be so many other big concerts. I mean, I figured there would be, but we had to go see you too. So I went ahead and knocked that off my list. But I'm taking my mom and sister out there to see The Wizard of Oz in December. So they've never been to anything like that before. So that's going to be fun. Wizard of Oz next month at the Sphere for me. Willie Woodard on STP. That's sold to Willie Woodard. And Def Leppard has a bid. And Joseph McCormick. Joseph McCormick, this is sold to you for $18. And this is $18. That's sold to him. And I think we're good to go. Def Leppard, and let's go ahead and grab something else over here. Let's see. So let me see what's in this crate. There's so many miscellaneous crates over here. Here's the Rolling Stones in mono. Here's the 66 US mono Monarch press. Not bad. VG condition in mono. The Rolling Stones, a $15 start. Okay? So there's that. And I think we're done, right? Twisted. And then Kansas. Yeah, let me go get the other crap. He wants STP unplugged. Was the unplugged stuff for me? I tagged you. You put STP. I had core. So you want Stone Temple Pilots unplugged. You want Stone Temple Pilots unplugged, not Stone Temple Pilots core. Okay. Willie Woodard wanted Stone Temple Pilots unplugged, not Stone Temple Pilots core. Okay. We can do that. Let me go swap out crates. I think I got one more to do. What should I do with this one? I'm going to put this one way over here. That way I know it's been gone through, but I know where it still is in case I need something out of there. All right. My monster is in the fridge. I've already had one. I think by the time I'm ready for this next one, it'll be good to go. So, all right. Okay. All right. I don't have another STP unplugged, but if you want on a waiting list, that's fine. I think we're done on Def Leppard. Sarah's the only bidder at $35. We're about to sell it. Stones doesn't have a bid. That's a $15 start. And there's a couple things in here that sold. Twisted Christmas by Twisted Sister. That's on green vinyl, $29.99. I've got one left, one Twisted Christmas left, if anybody else wants one, $29.99. And then this is the new Prince, Around the World in a Day, that comes out Friday on colored vinyl. That is sold to Sarah L. Morgan. Thank you, Sarah L. Morgan. We got 3 Princes left, Around the World in a Day, if you hadn't grabbed one of those yet. And then over here is the Rush album box set, 2002-2012. That is $159.99. I still have those as well. So if anybody decides you want Rush or Prince, I've got 3 Prince left. I've got 1 Rush box set left. Those are available. You did get the Paul McCartney lot. Yes, you did. Yes, you did. And then just a few puzzles here to tag. So Sarah wanted the Matter of Life and Death. Danny Thomason wanted Iron Maiden Running Free. Danny Thomason wanted Purgatory. And the puzzles left in here is Iron Maiden Running Free, Iron Maiden Purgatory, AC/DC Let There Be Rock, Morbid Angels, Altars of Madness. These are 500-piece puzzles. And Metallica Ride the Lightning, okay? So those are 1, 2, 3, 4 different options there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different options there. Those are 500-piece puzzles, okay? Sarah Wyberdink gets Def Leppard for $35. Christina Curtis did bid on the Stones, a mono VG, final call for $15. And let's slide this off the table. And the only other thing I've got to recap is these next 2 crates of puzzles. And we're not going to spend much time on that, just pulling them. And then we're going to get into our new stuff over here that was delivered for today. And boy, did I put in some other big orders. It's just a matter of when the stuff gets delivered. I'm doing my part. I have ordered about every day since Saturday night as much as I could without too much coming in on the wrong day. Because sometimes I got to coordinate metal deliveries on, Thursdays, which is something I've got to work on tonight. Scott Rush. So Scott, of course, that was new vinyl. If you're okay with $159 on the Rush box, I can sell it to you because it is new vinyl. It's $159.99 if you're good with that. And then over here, we got Stones at $15. So to Christina Curtis, that's done. And then let's go ahead and put up another auction. Let's see what's going on with this George Jones Ladies' Choice. Oh, George here is an 84 US sealed copy with 2 hop stickers, no saw marks. George Jones is a $10 start. We had another Iron Maiden puzzle. This was Sanctuary. Okay, and that one sold to Danny Thomason. He also got No Prayer for the Dying, and he got Number of the Beast. Okay, so those are all sold. 007 Platinum wants Running Free and Purgatory. You got it. So 2 more puzzles there, Running Free and Purgatory. And these are Iron Maidens I've never had before. So there's 2 more sold, Running Free and Purgatory. Those are sold at 007 Platinum. And then here's some more. Metallica Hardwired, No Prayer for the Dying, Number of the Beast, and then David Bowie Heroes. Those are all $24.99. And we still got one more crate here that I'm putting up right now. And here are the other ones. I bet 007 wants some out of those other ones. AC/DC for those about the rock, King Diamond Abigail, and then both of these Iron Maidens are sold. One is sold to Sarah L. Morgan, and the other one is Danny's. So there's 2 more sold. Let me put these in new crates. So Matter of Life and Death is sold, and to Sarah L. Morgan and Danny. And then let me grab this empty crate here I just set aside. And this empty box of 45s. So this is sold to Danny. And then Dance of Death sold to Danny Thomason. And then 007 wants Sanctuary. Okay. That was my last one of those. So if it's okay, we'll put 007 Platinum down on the Iron Maiden Sanctuary puzzle list. And Alan Smith, New Order Movement. Let me write that down because I think I have that over here. I guess you didn't get tagged for one, or I didn't tag you for one. New Order Movement. I'm going to look into that. Also, let's make a note for that. And then Scott Smith does want the Rush box set, and that is sold to Scott Smith. Okay? Thank you. And then the other puzzles that was in that crate, the next 2 Iron Maidens, we sold out of Matter of Life and Death, and we still have 1 Dance of Death. We still got 1 Dance of Death, and we are sold out of Matter of Life and Death. 007 is on the wait list for Sanctuary. If you want the last Dance of Death, it's yours. And George Jones has a bid for 10. That's a final call. Yeah, the only one left in here is Dance of Death for $24.99. And then the King Diamond. These are 500-piece puzzles. Abigail, AC/DC for those about the rock. I think I can condense these into 1 crate now. And the other ones was Iron Maiden, Matter of Life and Death. Or excuse me, Iron Maiden, No Prayer for the Dying. Number of the Beast is still available. David Bowie Heroes. And then 2 Metallicas here, which I'm going to put those in another crate. He does want Dance of Death. That's sold to 007 Platinum. Thank you, Scott Smith, on the Rush box. I think I've got a couple more on the way. I think I had several back ordered because I knew they was going to be pretty limited, and I've, in fact, got some. Let's go ahead and put up Roger Waters Radio Waves. This is a $10 start. Roger Waters, Radio Waves, that's a $10 start. George Jones at 15, Christina's out. And there's one more thing I got to do. Oh, yeah, condense this last crate of puzzles. All right. I meant to see what else they had in stock. Well, I know they're shipping more. I didn't want to go too overboard with them. But as you'll see, we usually have no problem selling these. We've went from 4 crates of puzzles to 2 crates of puzzles in about a day. And these always sell very well this time of year. Everybody's all snowed in. They need a good puzzle to put together. So I still got Metallica, AC/DC, Morbid Angel, and Metallica. And then I've got Matthew Copus wants Number of the Beast. And over here, Green Day. Write down, see if we can get the Vladarchek some 1,000-piece Green Day puzzles for sure. Yeah, we'll look into those for sure. They do make 1,000-piece. They sometimes, it's weird, sometimes they're in stock, sometimes they're not. Certain puzzles are always in stock on 1,000-piece, but they're never in stock on 500-piece. So I've never really understood that whole process, but that's just the way it is. But yeah, let's make a note. So there should be already several wait-listed notes for tonight. Vladarchek's on the Green Day posters, 007 on that Iron Maiden, Alan Smith for New Movement. And Chaz Smith asked me if I have any M&M. Nothing I can get to too quickly, but I'll check. And then Rick Hall wants on the waiting list for Stone Temple Pilots Unplugged. Rick Hall on wait list for Stone Temple Pilots Unplugged, okay? So I'll do that. And then Jerry Stone wants Sanctuary, Dance of Death, and Running Free waiting list, okay? So there's 3 more puzzle waiting list: Sanctuary, Iron Maiden, Dance of Death, Iron Maiden, and Running Free, Iron Maiden for Jerry Stone. And so that's it. And of course, let me take 2 steps. I can quickly read off some other ones I have in stock that are up here on our main shelf. And that is the following ones: Guns N' Roses, Appetite, Rush, Farewell to Kings, Rolling Stones Voodoo Lounge, And there's a few more Iron Maidens here, some classics. Let me put all these in crates. Let me go ahead and just grab these so we can put them in crates. And I need to kind of keep them all together anyway. And then here's a few more. Okay. Rush, Farewell to Kings. Guns N' Roses, Appetite for Destruction. I've got 3 of those right now. And then Voodoo Lounge, Rolling Stones. Voodoo Lounge, Rolling Stones is available. Okay. George Jones is at $20 of 007 Platinum. Everybody else is out. And Mike Langford is about to get Roger Waters for $15 if everybody else is done on that. So Rush, Guns N' Roses, Rolling Stones. And let's see here. Seventh Son of a Seventh Son. That's Iron Maiden. I've got 2 of those. Dead Kennedys, Give Me Convenience or Give Me Death. Queen's Greatest Hits with the band picture on the front. There's a few more. Queen, Dead Kennedys, Iron Maiden. And of course, I think there's more Iron Maidens than any band. I think they've made every Iron Maiden puzzle into every Iron Maiden release, single, EP, and album. There's their first album, self-titled. There's Number of the Beast, Killers, and Fear of the Dark. So there's 4 more Iron Maidens. Killers, Fear of the Dark, Number of the Beast, and self-titled. Like I said, I think they've made every Iron Maiden single, EP, album into a puzzle. More probably than any other band. Jerry Stone wants Rush. You got it. That's so to Jerry Stone. And that was my only Rush that was left. Farewell to Kings. Great stuff there. Both the puzzle and the music, right? All right. Mike Langford gets Roger Waters. Thank you, Mike. That's so to you for $15. And then I'm going to make sure Christina Curtis is done on George Jones, and we're ready for vinyl. Okay. We're ready for vinyl. And thanks everybody who bought one or went on a waiting list. I was just going to tag Danny. Danny had bought 1 each, all the Iron Maidens. I was just going to tag those and move right along, and then we've turned into another puzzle party. I love puzzle parties. All right, let's grab this first crate of new stuff. There's a lot of stuff over here I got to clean up. Oh my gosh. What is this? Is this the Muddy Waters? Okay, new releases, waiting list, and restocks. I love it. Okay, new release, waiting list, and restocks. Ed does a great job. He's labeled everything for me. Like I said, I just show up and start selling stuff. He's got stuff labeled. They've got stuff organized, price. Great staff here. Denise wants the premieres. I've got it right here. This is so to Denise. Thank you. Boom. All right. And then this is sold to 007 Platinum for $20. George Jones. Okay. And then our next auction is going to be John Prine and Hank Williams Jr. John Prine and Hank Williams Jr. John Prine Bruised Orange is a 78 USOG VG minus. John Prine is VG minus, just $5. And Hank Williams Jr. Montana Cafe is a sealed RCA Club copy, $10 start on that. And this first record requires my laptop because it's a waiting list. And I know for sure I already have 4 or 5 extras, without a doubt. There's 4 or 5 extras. Howlin' Wolf, Moaning in the Moonlight. This is the 75th Chess Records Anniversary Acoustic Sound QRP pressings. So they've taken these classic blues albums and they've given them an audiophile treatment. Really nice A to Z. Jacket, mastering, sleeve, everything. And these have been really popular. I didn't know what they were. You know, I thought it was just another blues reissue. And then I found out they were acoustic sounds, etc., etc. And I went ahead and got them. And I went ahead and took a waiting list. And then we went ahead and ordered extras. So I've got extras, the waiting list. And shout out to one of the first couple people who told us to order these. I got a few people that's more probably involved in audiophile releases than even I am, because there's so much to keep up with. So let's look this up and see what happened. My laptop is showing the following people on a waiting list for this. Let me type in Howlin'. When I type in Howlin', it pulls up Brandon Lack, George Jones, John Durden, Nick Bergeron, and Von Stom. It pulls up 6 people: Brandon Lack, George Jones, John Durden, Nick Bergeron, Fred Carnell, and Von Stom. So these are $39.99. Etta James, I know. There's some that's up for pre-order right now I've got to get a hold of and get posted. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yep, 6 are sold. Whoops, let's not try to grab 3 at a time. That'll be better. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, okay? And that leaves a total of 2, 4, 6 over here. So this is Howlin' Wolf, Moanin' in the Moonlight, classic blues album. I had 6 people on a waiting list, and I've got 2 sold right now to Jerry Stone and Bill Samus. Now there's 4 left, okay? John Prine is about to be a $5 buy it now. Bruised Orange is VG minus. It has the original on her sleeve. $5 start on that. And then Hank Williams Jr. is a $10 start. That's a final call. 4 Howlin' Wolves are left. Let's grab something over here from this crate and see what we got. Jailbreak, AC/DC. This is an 84 US Club, near mint minus. Nice. AC/DC, a $30 start on that. Next, this was a waiting list. 1914. 1914, Uberus Unitas. 1914, Uberus Unitas. Definitely something metalish looking. I know we had ordered one for somebody, ordered an extra, and then somebody else wanted on a waiting list, so I went ahead and ordered 2 more. 1914 is Jeremiah Stasich. He was on a waiting list, Jeremiah Stasich. There's 2 extra copies of 1914 on that one. It's a 2 LP gatefold, $33.99. And then we have Eric Clapton, Journeyman, Deluxe Edition, new for Friday. 4 bonus tracks from the 89 sessions with 12-page book. Clapton is $49.99. $49.99. John Prine has a bid for 5. Let's go ahead and make Hank Williams Jr. the sealed copy a $10 buy it now. $10 buy it now. That's a no bid on Hank Jr. And John Prine has bids for 5 and 5. AC/DC is a $30 start. And over here last night I ran across a Beatles record that needs to go up for auction. So this is a 68 US promo, VG. Paul says it plays well aside from some repeating clicks on side B. So a pretty tough promo to get, not uberly rare, but just something we don't get very often. Lady Madonna and the Inner Light. So the Beatles is going to go up for a $35 start. It is a lower grade record for sure, but that's just one we don't get too often. Hank Williams Jr. is sold to Rick Hall. Sean Holford was second. And there's the new Clapton, $49.99. And then here's a restock of Pink Floyd Animals, $34.99. That is with the book. That's the 2018 remaster. John Prine's at 7 with Chad Smith. Preston says he's done. And we have a new release from Now. Now, that's what I call an era. Disco, 1973-1980. This is $59.99. So a new Now series. This is called Now. That's what I call an era, a disco compilation, $59.99. And then the very best of ELO. And this is on red and white vinyl. Red and white vinyl, the very best of ELO, $34.99. Red and white vinyl, all over the world is what that one's called, just like their song, okay? John Prine is sold to Chad Smith for $7. Poof, that's gone. AC/DC does have a bid for $30. The Beatles is at $35. And let's go ahead and put up another auction right quick. And that next auction is Heaven Up Here, Echo and the Bunnymen. Ooh. So Echo and the Bunnymen is an 81 USOG Winchester press. It does have the original on her sleeve and shrink wrap. VG Plus, Echo and the Bunnymen, Echo and the Bunnymen, not Money Men, Bunnymen, $25 start on that. Wow, I feel like I went through that crate fast. Let's look at it one more time. So the first thing was the Acoustic Sounds Howlin' Wolf, Moanin' in the Moonlight, Chess Anniversary Series, pressed to QRP, tip-on jacket, and mastered from the original analog tapes. And yeah, I don't think there's going to be a much better version of that for that price. I mean, $40 for a highly desirable OG blues album. I mean, real OG copies of that in high grade, I don't know if y'all know, are extremely rare. Like a near mint copy, probably I'd say there's a dozen in existence. I'm talking about truly unplayed, near mint, beautiful copies. There couldn't be too many in the world of that album. So for this to get a great treatment like that, That is why it's been so popular. 1914, Uberus Unitas, $33.99. Eric Clapton Journeyman, like I said, this is new for Friday. The deluxe edition with bonus tracks, it's $49.99. Pink Floyd Animals is $34, and then we have Now, that's what I call disco, $73 to $80, $59.99 for that, and then the very best of ELO, All Over the World, red vinyl. All right, AC/DC. Just one bid and sold for $30, and that's sold to Craig S. Honeycutt for $30. Thank you, Craig. That is sold to you. John McPatriot wants a Howlin' Wolf. We got 3 copies left. I think Muddy Waters is over here too. If these came in, that tells me Muddy Waters, or yeah, Muddy Waters should be in too. So be on standby for that. It's probably, I'll try to make sure, maybe it's even the next crate, so we know that's relevant. And Echo and the Bunnymen's a $25 start. Beatles $35. I'm going to go ahead and grab something else from the new batch Laura's put over here. I see Saxon. Saxon, I see. Saxon, we shall sell. An 89 French OG, VG Plus, their debut, self-titled, $15 start on that. All right. So thank you, Jerry, on the Clapton, John McPatriot on Howlin' Wolf, and let's go right into the next new crate. Whoops. I just smacked the mic. Bad habit about doing that. I give the camera. The camera gets no respect. He's like Dangerfield. No respect. No respect. Okay. Yeah, let's knock this one out. There's the other ones. And this has restocks and I think a waiting list. And this is going to be a good crate. And then there's 2 more after this. All Over the World. All right. Bye-bye. Saw Scorpions Animal Magnetism in the preview. I have not sold that yet. I have not. Roxy wants a Now, that's what I call disco. Thank you very much. That's John Robb over on Twitch. John Robb over on Twitch on Now, that's what I call an era. Disco, $73 to $80. Okay? The price on the Howlin' Wolf was $39.99. I have a few left, and my next crate's already full, mostly because of puzzles and Rush box sets. So that's great. Let's go ahead and stack that. Let's grab a new empty crate, and let's get started here. Okay? So, all right, so let's make the Beatles a buy it now for $35. And over here we have Echo and the Bunnymen. Is that on colored vinyl? Let me check right quick. I think it is. I think all those are colored vinyl, but honestly, I'm not for sure. Somebody wants to know the details on this. It's a 1981 USOG Winchester press. It's VG Plus. It has the original inner sleeve, and it's in shrink wrap. Echo and the Bunnymen, Heaven Up Here. It's a $25 minimum bid. Nobody has bid. Saxon is a 1979 French OG pressing, their debut, self-titled. VG Plus, a $10 start. No one has bid on Saxon. So the first thing is Scott Arnold put S20. I'm assuming that was for Saxon, right? He has that for $20. All those now should be on colored vinyl, but I'll check and see. Let's see if I can find that right quick. And plus, I got to pull up the wait list for this, which I've already done kind of right here behind me. And let's see here. Disco. Saxon has a bid for 23. Let's see. Should be pretty far. That is on, yes, that's on this color vinyl. It's on the disco is on this color vinyl here. Yeah, it's on pink, purple, and blue. That disco comp from Now. Yep. Pink, purple, blue. That should be new for Friday. Okay, here's the other acoustic sound chest series. The Best of Muddy Waters, $39.99. So if you want one of these, here's your chance, because this had a waiting list with Sean Fairweather, Brandon Lack, George Jones, and John Durden. Sean Fairweather, Brandon Lack, George Jones, and John Durden. What did I just say? Hold on a second. Yeah, Sean Fairweather, Brandon Lack, George Jones, and John Durden. So 4 copies sold. 1, 2, 3, 4, and that leaves 4 extras. That's the next acoustic sound series, okay? Scott Arnold, you've been outbid on Saxon. Michael Freiberger, 23. Nobody bid on Echo and the Bunnymen, so just a $25 buy now on that. Vladarchek wants disco from the last crate. That means there's 1 disco left. 1 disco left, and y'all just seen what that was. That's one of those incredible Now series. Looks like they've done this a little bit better jacket than they have been. Yeah. Looks like they've gotten smart on their jackets. They've made this like a trifold. they have been making them a single pocket. They've been making these a single pocket and literally trying to put 2, 3, and sometimes 4 discs in one single pocket. It looks like they've finally done a flap and made that a little bit better packaging. I've got one left if anybody wants one. And then over here, Muddy Waters is sold to Bill Samus. Muddy Waters sold to Donna Turner. And then Disco was $59.99. And we need the last Disco sold to Donna Turner. Discos are gone. Does anybody want on a waiting list for Disco? Could be in by Friday, maybe first of next week. But these should be back in Friday for this week's invoicing cycle, okay? So $59.99. Now, that's what I call an era. Disco. 3 LP colored vinyl with a lot of music on it. Looks like 8 songs exactly on all 6 sides. Do the math. A lot of great music. I think we're done on Saxon, and that's a final call for $23. And then the first person on a waiting list for out of that last crate was Sieg for Disco. We can do it. Here's Scorpions Love Drive. Scorpions Love Drive is a 1979 German OG, an original German press, EX++ near mint minus, a $35 start. $35 start. Scorpions Love Drive, a 79 German OG, $35 start. That's an OG pressing from Germany. Next is a Rammstein restock, Zeit or Zeit, Z-E-I-T. Rammstein is a double LP, $39.99. Susie also wants on the Disco waiting list, so now 2 people on Disco waiting list. They are in stock. I'm literally looking at them right now. There's 28 copies left where I've been ordering these from, left in stock, according to their database here. So I may go ahead and slip in an order right now so they don't run out. And if anybody else wants a Disco comp. Track listing looks pretty incredible. All right, there's that. And then we've got Rammstein. I got 2 copies of Friday the 13th Part 2. And this is on really cool looking vinyl. The original 81 score by Henry Manfredi. And that's Midnight Purple and Campfire Glow. Colored vinyl with that alternate really cool artwork. And that's from Waxwork, $49.99. How many Marshall Tucker? I tagged the last 2 Marshall Tucker picture discs for invoicing on Monday. 2 people had commented on a flip video saying they needed a Marshall Tucker. So I don't have any more, but if you want me to get you one, I will try my best. Chad needs a drink of water right quick. Bear with me. Whew. Water. I don't know who came up with that idea, but they're a stone cold billionaire, I'm sure. We have Saxon over here. Saxon is sold to Michael Freiberger for $23. Scorpions is now already at $50. And then over here, we have Echo and the Bunnymen. Nobody did a buy now on this, right? No. So that's a $25 buy now, still available. Next in here is pre-order. Yeah, this was Sinner soundtrack, $54.99. This is been kind of delayed, I think. I think some people have been waiting on this. One second. Let me open this up. And okay, so over here we got a whole lot of records, and we're looking for Sinners. We're looking for a bunch of Sinners. This is 5 comments. There's 3 copies here. Okay, well, that tells me a lot of these are spoken for then. First one to Patrick Lear, Kelvin Duncan, and Brandon Lack. And Laura, if you haven't already, I'll make a note. We need to order at least one more for Autumn Betts, okay? So there's 3 copies here sold. Patrick Lear, Kelvin Duncan, and Brandon Lack. We need to put Autumn Betts on a waiting list, a reorder reminder. And does anybody else want one? Because we probably won't stock too many of these because it's a pricey release. And if somebody wants one, you probably need to let me know right now. Sinners, $54.99. And it looks like a pretty good lineup of music. I don't know much about this, but I see Buddy Guy. I saw James Kingfish Ingram, another blues guitarist. Looks like a lot of Bobby Rush. Looks like a lot of bluesy music on here. Yeah. James Blake. Jerry Cantrell's on here. Wow. Jerry Cantrell only ordered 2 pre-orders. Okay. So that tells me I wanted to make sure we didn't double order any. So yeah, let's make a note to get another one for Autumn. And does anybody else want one? I may order one extra whenever more come in. And then Ramstein over here. Okay, I hadn't got caught up yet. Ramstein is sold to James Fairfax. That's that. James Fairfax. Ramstein sold to you. Scorpions is a 79 German OG. It has the original inner sleeve. This is a real official first press from Germany. And the last bid I saw was $50. Okay, and then we sold Ramstein. Gregory asked the details. Scorpions 55. James Fairfax got Ramstein. Cosmo Kramer wants a Muddy Waters and a Howlin' Wolf. We're down to 1 Muddy Waters Chess Anniversary Series, and we're down to 2 Howlin' Wolves. So we've only got 2 Howlin' Wolves left and 1 Muddy Waters for these Chess Acoustic Sound Series, okay? So thank you, Cosmo Kramer. Ramstein is called Time. It's pronounced Side. Really, Time. Wow, I'm way off on that one. Chris Knapp on Echo for 25. Scorpions 55. Scorpions 51. Scorpions 52. And then here's our list. Here's for our list for centers. All right, so we got to get Autumn Betts 1. Stan McNessie 1. Donna Turner 1. Scott Smith 1. Anybody else? And now, Scorpions at 57. And the grade, EX++ near mint minus. Yeah, this is a nice one. EX++ near mint minus. Jacket is nice too. I mean, just some minor stress creases up the spine, but the vinyl is nearly pristine. I mean, that is almost the definition of pristine. It's at $60 right now, okay? So several people on this center's pre-order. Looks like an amazing soundtrack of music. I'm going to have to look into this. Everybody's saying it's a fantastic movie. So we had Autumn, then Stan, and then Donna, and then Scott Smith. Anybody else? Like I said, that means 4. I'll probably order 5 or 6. Some things I'll order a bunch of, but if it's something kind of niche that's expensive, I try not to stock too much of it because, as y'all know, a lot of this stuff is already pricey, even on my end, as far as cost. So I don't stock a lot of stuff unless I'm pretty dang confident we can 100% move them. This is new. Another new release, $59.99. $59.99. This is on red and black splatter. It's a new Def Leppard live. Diamond Star Heroes live from Sheffield. This might even be an import. I think it is. Netherlands. I think that's why it's a little bit more pricier. It was no U.S. edition. Def Leppard Diamond Star Heroes live from Sheffield. This is on red and black splatter. Def Leppard's $59.99. So Scott Smith gets the last Muddy Waters. And he gets the next to last Howlin' Wolf. So we're down to 1 Howlin' Wolf. And Jerry Stone, let's make sure we put Jerry Stone on a waiting list for Now Disco. Okay? And then both Def Leppards are sold. Sarah Wyberdink and Paul Brothers. Sarah Wyberdink and Paul Brothers. Those are gone. There's the Scorpions. And then somebody asked me how much was Twisted Christmas. Twisted Christmas is green vinyl, $29.99 for Twisted Christmas. All right, and then, of course, let's start waiting list. I like a lot of this coming in on Tuesday because there's plenty of this stuff left, or plenty of time left to order this stuff, okay? So what I'm saying is if you want to go on a waiting list, this is only Tuesday. I will literally submit an order at like Wednesday morning at 3 or 4 or 5 a.m. They will start shipping this stuff tomorrow afternoon, and we'll have it as soon as Thursday. We'll have this stuff on Thursday. So Thursday night, anything you're on a wait list for, as late as Friday, you'll be seeing me tag it for you automatically. So the first person is Stanley Richmond. Todd Coe wants Twisted Sister Christmas, and now the Scorpions. The Scorpions here is a final call to Nick Bargeron for $68. He's the high bidder. Let's go ahead and put up Oingo Boingo for our next auction. Oh, Oingo Boingo here, Nothing to Fear, is an 82 USOG gold stamp promo. No white label promo this exists. So the closest to a promo you're going to get is a gold stamp promo, which is right here on the back cover. VG condition, a $20 start. So the first waiting list for the Chess Anniversary Series is Stanley Richmond. He wants on a waiting list for Muddy Waters. He wants on a wait list for Muddy Waters, and there is, I think, like I said, 1 Howlin' Wolf left. I think. Yeah, there's one Howlin' Wolf left in stock on hand right now. All right, what's the next record? This is exciting. This is new for Friday. Imogen Heap, Speak for Yourself. A 20th anniversary, 2 LP, and that is on colored vinyl, I think it was. Imogen Heap, though, $38.99. Speak for Yourself. And I think that's only been available music on vinyl for the longest. This is a new 20th anniversary 2 LP. Scorpions is at 70. Nick Bargeron, you've been outbid. Nick Bargeron, you've been outbid on that. How about this right here? This looks interesting. Looks like something very Thursday nightish, but let's sell it right now. Rogue Male, First Visit. A very Thursday nightish looking record. Rogue Male, First Visit for a Tuesday night. An 85 USOG EX Plus condition, $25 star. The Def Leppard we sold out of and have a waiting list is Def Leppard Diamond Star Heroes live from Sheffield. Diamond Star Heroes live from Sheffield. Red and black splatter vinyl. Okay? Red and black splatter vinyl. I had these a couple weeks ago. I forgot to reorder them. Y&T Live. So Y&T has nothing in print from their original catalog. If they do have something in print, they're one of those bands like from the 80s. About the only thing it seems like they can release is demos, alternate versions, or live material. So this is Y&T Live in California. Classic 1983, $29.99. Rick Hall wants on the Marshall Tucker Band, Searching for a Rainbow waiting list. And then NWA, Straight Outta Compton. Haven't had this in a while. A record that's really tough to get an OG of. Once again, not extremely rare, but how often do you see them? Not often. Those original Ruthless Records pressings, not often at all. NWA 34, and if you do, they're going to be a couple $100 or more. Creed, and I was talking about this the other day. Creed is new. It's a new compilation that comes out Friday. It's called The Best of Creed, and Creed is $29.99. This is all the anthems in one essential collection. By the way, there's a new bid on the Scorpions for $73. That's back to Nick Bargeron. In the middle's Oingo Boingo. Oingo Boingo has one bid for $20, and Rogue Male doesn't have a bid. It's about to be a buy now. Let me see where the waiting list from last night are, because we took names down last night for Creed. Oh, excuse me, I got the hiccups. Let me see where the waiting list from last night are. The waiting list from last night are, hopefully they got to that point. There's Korn, Willie Woodard. Which Korn record? Seth didn't help me out much there. He wrote Korn. Oh boy. Suffocation, Megadeth, Rust in Peace Blanket. I'm familiar with that. I don't see any. I know we took down a name. They might not even got to that part of the show last night. It doesn't look like it. No, they might not even got that far. I don't think so. Well, I don't think, one or two things. They hadn't got that far in the show because because Paul had a Sunday show. I don't think they've even got that far in yesterday's show to tag Creed. So if anybody else wants one, right now's the time. Let me check my laptop. I don't think I've keyed anything in. So, you know, sometimes these waiting lists, if some accidentally come in the next day as part of a leftover order, I'm like, well, I probably just need to check, but they're in stock, and I think I've already even ordered more. So let's go back to the top and do this. So Mark Morris got an NWA. Paul Brothers got a Creed, and if anybody thinks they asked for one last night, let me know. If not, that list will pop up. There's two there, and the Scorpions still has a new bid. Nick Bargeron, you're out. Oingo Boingo has a new bid for $22. James Chilcott, you're out. And Rogue Male was a $25 start. Rogue Male's a $25 start. Next thing is the Descendants. This is new for Friday. 40th anniversary, I Don't Want to Grow Up. Banana Peel colored vinyl. So the last one they did was Milo Goes to College. Here's I Don't Want to Grow Up. Banana Peel vinyl, $29.99. $29.99. Rust in Peace. No, there was no pre-order for that one. That was just one I randomly stocked the other night, and I didn't get around to showing them till later in a show. So Jerry, you might have not seen it. There should be some showing up. Right now I've got a Grateful Dead blanket and a Ghost blanket in stock. That's the only blankets I have in stock. There should be a restock of Megadeth, Metallica, and Pink Floyd coming by the end of the week. The Descendants is sold to Kelly Vlodarchek. Oingo 23, Scorpions 26, and I've got 3 copies, and this is actually new. Whiskey Myers is a new White Lightning indie exclusive edition, gold certified. So I think this album went gold, and they've decided to do an anniversary edition, celebration, and they've done it over 2 LPs. So this is $36.99, okay? It's Creed Live. No, so what they've done with Creed, I explained this, I think, yesterday when we had our first delivery. Troy Robinson asked for a special pre-order, and I forgot to post this, as usual. So Creed has had a greatest hits in print for years. It was originally a Walmart exclusive, then they made it available to everybody. What they've done here is they've narrowed it down to just one disc, like literally those top songs. Higher, One Last Breath, My Own Prison, My Sacrifice, With Arms Wide Open. They've put everything on one disc. What If, Torn, $29.99. So it's basically a repackaging, but they've narrowed it down. They've said, let's go to one disc instead, with new cover art, etc. So $29.99, that's like an abridged version. And over here we have a restock of the 13.4 elevators. Half-speed master in mono, $34.99. Great price on that. So that's a mono half-speed master of that classic Psych album. Okay, so what about Scorpions? Nick Bargeron did come back in at 76. Steve K, Steve Kurchewski, you have been outbid. Oingo's at 23, then 24, then 25. Nobody bid on Rogue Mail. You can pick that up for just 25 bucks. 25 bucks on Rogue Mail. That's a buy it now. And most of the stuff in here is all new, and I will go over everything that we have waiting list for, okay? So let's go back to the beginning of the crate, and we have Rammstein, which I've been calling Zeet, is $39.99. That's a 2 LP, Rammstein, $39.99. And then Friday the 13th, Part 2. This is a Waxwork soundtrack, $49.99 for that. They do a really good job. And then we have Imogen Heap, Speak for Yourself, 20th Anniversary Remaster, black 180-gram vinyl, 2 LP with Heapster token and poster. So it is black vinyl. Imogen Heap is $38.99. Y&T Live in Sherwood Hall, California, 1983, $29.99. NWA Straight Outta Compton's $34. The Descendants, new reissue for Friday, I Don't Want to Grow Up, 40th Anniversary Banana Peel Vinyl, $29. Whiskey Myers Firewater, new pressing, 2 LP gold vinyl. And I think it has extra tracks. It has to, because, I mean, this has been a 1 LP. It looks like there's more tracks on here. $36.99, gold vinyl. Mike Massey on The Descendants. And we have 3 Whiskey Myers. Creed, the best of, 2 left. $29.99 on that. And the 13.4 elevators, half-speed master mono, $34.99. Oingo's at $27. Jonathan Bremer, you've been outbid. And the Scorpions is sold to Nick Bargeron for $76. All right, let's go right into another new crate. Try to knock out all the new stuff first, and we got vintage to go through, and more 45s tonight, and just a whole slew of stuff. Let's go ahead and grab another auction. And Laura has over here, I'm liking this right here, David Gilmour, About Face. Another artist. His solo stuff not in print, his early solo stuff. Bizarre, right? An 84 U.S. Carrollton OG, David Gilmour, with the original on the sleeve, a $30 start on David Gilmour. All right, great stuff there. And there's 2 more over here to breeze through. And then some stuff we sold out of that crate. I'll try to show right now. But first, which one should I do next? This one's looking good because I see waiting list, waiting list, waiting list, restock, waiting list. Yeah, let's do this one. We might do this one, then a crate of vintage, and then finish up with that last crate of new, because I can show some other miscellaneous stuff that came in. Run Wrathchild, I can do that. Mortal Sin and Wrathchild, okay. Wow, that stuff, that's like Thursday night stuff. Been pretty balanced so far tonight, though. We've had some 80s, we've had country, we've had whatever you call David Gilmour. He's his own genre. Rock, it's obviously rock, but David Gilmour. Let's see here. And then Jerry Stone, yes, Jerry Stone on waiting list for the Rust in Peace, okay? And I'm really confused how many I've ordered, but I'll still make sure you get one. I just need to go ahead and order extras. So it looks like these are going to be very popular. I experiment with new stuff. I'm like, blankets. Let's see how this goes. I'll order one, and I'm like, okay, these are definitely going to do well. Let's start ordering more and more of them. I did that about 5 years ago with puzzles. I ordered like 2 puzzles, like 1 Metallica and 1 Pink Floyd. And I was like, okay, this is going to work. Let's start getting some more of them, kind of like the lotted signs, which, by the way, let me make sure that package didn't show up. A big order of signs should be in this week. I think it's the rest of the Kiss, the first batch of the Iron Maiden, and the first batch of Metallica. So, and some of those pre-orders are coming. So the next one's Led Zeppelin, by the way. Okay, I didn't want to. There's way too many. Before I posted too many pre-orders, there was way too many like outstanding still. We had way too many like hadn't shown up for us to get too deep with the signs. You know, we had KK Priest Sermons for the Sinner. Now I think there's so many of these that showed up. Limited edition red vinyl, because I think it's a waiting list. So let's look up KK Priest and see what happens, and it's time for some new vinyl. So let's look over here, KK, and I have nothing. Let me look up Priest. Judas Priest. No. Yeah, so this is just something I had back ordered, I guess. KK Priest is Sermons of the Sinner. This is red vinyl, so limited edition Thunderbolt red vinyl. And yeah, I've got 5 copies. I think that's just something. That that is I had back ordered. Okay. David Gilmour has a bid for 30. David Gilmour has a bid for 30. 84 US Carrollton OG original on her sleeve. Oingo 30. Oingo 30 and Oingo 32. So Jonathan Bremer, you had been outbid on Oingo Boingo again. Patrick Fu has this for $32. An 82 US OG gold stamp promo, original on her sleeve, VG condition. Oingo's at $32. And then David Gilmour, Richard Yeager has that for $30. That's a final call. So we had somebody ask for Wrathchild and Mortal Sin. Okay. Well, my question would be, are they even up here yet? Laura's working on some right now. Let me look. And neither one of those are up here yet. So y'all going to have to wait a little bit longer. She is still trying to knock some of those out. You might have to wait just a little bit longer. I'll let you know as soon as they've arrived. But let's go ahead and put up David Bowie. David Bowie is a copy of Space Oddity. And this has the hop sticker that mentions the poster, and it has the poster. David Bowie, Space Oddity. So this is a 1972 US orange RCA label, Indianapolis press. It has the original on her sleeve, poster, shrink, and hop, and it's a nicer copy. VG++, has the really cool David Bowie Space Oddity poster with it. Wow. Ground Control to Major Tom. There's the original on her sleeve. David Bowie, a $25 start on that. John Denver lights, I know. Well, see, that's the thing. There's no way these things can ever come in quickly. So it's just like we only have 4 available ones right now, and the demand is through the roof. So we can't like release 100 lots at once. It would get it'd get really out of hand. So I'm having to control the madness, and eventually it'll be where about 50 are available and they're all in stock. So yeah, they're coming slowly. I told everybody these are going to be a slow process, and it could be if you say I want one, it could be a week or 2 before they come in. So if you ever order one, no guarantee when you're invoicing, no guarantee when they're coming in. I can't promise any. It could be a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks. Fred Carnell on KK Priest. That's so to Fred Carnell. There's 4 extra KK Priest. Oingo Boingo was up to 1 person. And I'm going to make sure Jonathan Bremer's done. The last bid was with Patrick Fu at $32. Jonathan Bremer, it's up to you. David Gilmour, Fred Carnell wants to know the condition. Near mint minus. It has 1 bid for $30. And then we got 2 copies of Harry Chapin, Now Playing. This was new for last week. Clear vinyl, a 50th anniversary edition. And Harry Chapin is a Now Playing, $24.99. Should be at least 1 person waiting for this. Harry Chapin. Let me find this over here. Harry Chapin. That was Harry, and that was David Jennings. So I've got 1 extra copy of Harry Chapin Now Playing on clear vinyl, $24.99. Next is 2 copies of Alice in Chains Dirt. Alice in Chains Dirt is $36.99. That's a 2 LP remaster. And then we got 3 copies of Gordon Lightfoot Now Playing. And Gordon Lightfoot Now Playing is $24.99. $24.99. Same thing as Harry Chapin. It's a great greatest hits comp, and there is actually a waiting list for Mr. Gordon. And the wait list for Gordon Lightfoot was Susie Breedlove, Gordon Lightfoot, now playing, $24.99. So this is sold to Susie. That is sold. And then Oingo Boingo, I lost Jonathan Bremer. He has left the building. So this is sold to Patrick Fu for $32. And then over here is David Gilmour. It's now at $45. Fred Cardinell's out. And the last bid on David Bowie is $30 to Wes Wilt. $30 on that. Oh, yeah, we got a whole slew. My next in line is probably Zeppelin, Rush, and then after that, I got to make a tough decision on what's next. I got some people with some pretty niche requests like Saxon and King Diamond, and if I can get some people on board, we'll do those. Some pretty, you know, a little bit more interesting ones, but I think a couple guys have said, Chad, I want a whole wall of these. Like, I want to buy every one that you can get, and I want a whole wall of lights. Like when you walk in my music room, it looks like Broadway. Just light, my room is lit up with signs. And I'm like, okay, we can probably do that. Here was a special request. I only ordered one. If anybody else wants one, this is Zapp and Roger. Red vinyl, Zapp and Roger now playing. And this was a special request. I think James Chilcote. Is that right, James? Let me look this up, Z-A-P-P. Zapp is sold to James Chilcott. I always say James Chilcote. It's James Chilcott. And this is sold to him. Red vinyl, $24.99, okay? If anybody else wants that one, let me know. And then 2 copies of NoFX, Eating Lamb. So Oso Adventure needed one of these. So Oso, there's your Eating Lamb. What a disturbing cover this is. Cover your eyes. Brutal. That is sold to Oso Adventure. $24. There's 1 extra left. And then Alice in Chains, Jar of Flies. I've got 2 of those. Jar of Flies is $24.99. Okay, so David Gilmour is at $55 with Richard Yeager. David Bowie's at $40. And yeah, let's go ahead and put up another auction. Oh, yeah. I can promise you there's definitely going to be a Yes one. Oh, my gosh, that's going to look awesome. The Yes logo. Oh, man, that's going to look sweet. Yeah. I'm excited. It's just we got to pace these out because it's about everything that we can do to keep up with the current orders. Judas Priest, Free Will Burning. And this is an 83 UKOG, 12-inch, 45 RPM. Judas Priest is a $20 start. Contains live versions of Breaking the Law, and you've got Another Thing Coming. So the single is Free Will Burning, and then you get 2 live cuts, Breaking the Law and Another Thing Coming. That's pretty cool. Judas Priest is a $20 start. Okay, we got 2 copies of Dangerous Toys, and this one's on orange vinyl. And I told some people that went on a waiting list, I was like, you never know what color you're going to get. It's almost random. I think sometimes I can pick them, and then sometimes one place sends me random different colors. We've had red, we've had clear, and this one's orange. And there's 2 people on a waiting list, Matt Nichols and Brad Waits. I don't think I've had orange before. I saw these earlier, and I was like, orange? Wow. Or I saw them on the invoice last night, and I was like, orange? I've never seen the orange one. $44.99. So both of these are sold. Matt Nichols and I just forgot who else. Who else did I just say? Matt Nichols and Brad Waits. So those 2 are sold. And the next thing I have is Judas Priest 20, Judas Priest 25, David Bowie 42, but Fred's out on David Gilmour. So the last bid on David Gilmour was Richard Yeager, $55, final call. Bowie's an orange label. It's technically a reissue, but it's the first U.S. RCA pressing. So what you got to know about this album, the original is a UK, so all the US copies are reissues. So this is actually the first, US press with Shrink, the David Bowie hype sticker with the poster. The sticker advertises the poster. So that is pretty cool on that, all right? And next is Judas Priest, and that is with 20, 25, 26, 27, okay? All right, so first thing I have is Jar of Flies, sold to Rick Hall. There's 1 extra copy, Bob McKinney, $24.99. $24.99, okay? There's that. And then we have 4 copies of Jesus and Mary Chain, Psycho Candy. Jesus and Mary Chain, is a Third Man Records pressing, and that is on limited edition colored vinyl, $29.99. Jesus and Mary Chain. So J-U-S-S, U-S. Scott Smith and Michael Snared was on a waiting list. Scott Smith and Michael Snared was on a waiting list. That's for Psycho Candy, the Jesus and Mary Chain, okay? So there is 2 sold. I got 2 extras. Bob McKinney wants a jar of flies, and so does Mike Langford. Now, Mike, I have another copy in stock. It's just not in this crate. Okay, it's just not in this crate. So what I need to do is make sure Mike Langford gets a jar of flies, okay? Mike Langford jar of flies, and yes, in fact, I do have another one. It's just not here in this crate. Now, somebody on YouTube wants Jesus, but I can't see their handle. It's just invisible. So somebody needs some Jesus, but I can't see their name. It's just an invisible blank. It's just an invisible blank thing here. I don't know who that is, but I can't identify you. Over here, we got David Bowie. Okay, so Gilmore is sold, and Gilmore is sold to Richard Yeager for $55. Thank you on that. Bowie's at $50, and Judas Priest is at $28. Now, Laura has delivered the rest of the auction, so I got to make sure the people who requested Wrathchild are watching. And somebody asked earlier for M&M. There's an M&M auction tonight, actually. Wow, we got some pretty cool metal stuff for tonight, and a lot of other stuff, too. Let me see where those are at now. They're probably in the high-end tab. Let's see, Mortal Sin and Wrathchild, right? I think Wrathchild was asked about. So here is... Do what now? We have Wrathchild Thrash Queens. Wrathchild is an 85 UKOG compilation. VG Plus, a $15 start, okay? There's that. Next thing is this. Jar Flies, David Bowie 47, David Bowie 50. What was the Zap? That is Zap and Roger now playing. Zap and Roger now playing is on red vinyl, $24.99. $24.99, okay? And then David Bowie 52, Judas Priest 30, and Wrathchild 15. Okay, and then we have Ace Frehley now playing on blue vinyl, $24.99. Ace Frehley now playing blue vinyl, $24.99. Don Nicole was on the waiting list. Don Nicole on the waiting list. That's sold to Don Nicole. There's 2 extra copies on blue vinyl. There are no extra Zaps. No. I just ordered that one for him on a special order. Those can be in by Friday. That came from, yeah. If you let me know right now, we'll have those by Friday, okay? Sorry, got logged out, need some Jesus. All right, that's Carmen Schartiger. Carmen Schartiger gets the Jesus. That's Jesus and Mary Chain, Third Man Record Pressing, Go Vinyl. Okay, David Bowie is still getting bids at 60. Judas Priest is still getting bids at 30. Rich Krulak, you're out, and Wrathchild has a bid for 15, 17. Okay, and then there was another question, Anthology 4. The box set shipped today. Those should be tomorrow. The box sets should be here tomorrow, and the individual one has not shipped yet. So the box set hasn't came in yet. They're shipped though. I don't know about the individual Volume 4. I haven't seen an update on those yet. But the box set should be here tomorrow. Over here, we have Fred Cardinal and Ace Frehley. And Wrathchild is called Thrash Queens. No inner sleeve, nothing. This one is just the disc and the cover. An 85 UK VG Plus condition. All right, let me make sure I didn't miss anything else. Priest is at 30. And then next is a restock of a Trick or Treat Fastway. So Fastway's Trick or Treat is a music on vinyl at the movies, $39.99. Fastway, Trick or Treat, music on vinyl at the movies. What is this? This is a very, very, very desirable metal soundtrack. Trick or Treat, music by Fastway. This is the silver vinyl. I went ahead and got 10 more. Let me see if I had anybody down waiting for one. You know, we blew through about 75 copies last week in no time. And Fastway, let me look that up. Fastway Larry Duncan. So one did sell, and we got 9 extra copies of Fastway Trick or Treat. $39.99, okay? $39.99. Guess what? Judas Priest is still getting bids. Wrathchild still getting bids. I hadn't seen a bid on Bowie for more than $60 from Wes Wilt since Unbought bid 52. So Unbought, I'm going to leave that up to you. And then we've got Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. I got back-to-back Christmas albums coming. The first one is Rudolph, $36.99. Burl Ives, Have a Holly Jolly Christmas. It's the best time of the year. And this is James Bullock's. And I went ahead and ordered a lot more extras than I normally do because I think it's getting about that time to stock these. So I've went ahead and got 2, 4, 5 extra Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeers. The Videocraft TV, Holly Jolly Christmas, Silver and Gold, Burl Ives. Y'all know it. We love it. We all love it. $36.99. Bowie. Let's drop the hammer on Bowie right quick. Wes Wilt gets that for $60. Unbought is out. Thank you for letting me know that. Let's look at Judas Priest and Wrathchild as I shift those down. Rudolph is $36. With your nose so bright, why don't you go outside and tackle Seth tonight? Judas Priest, Free Will Burning, with Breaking the Law and Another Thing Coming. So this is a single, Free Will Burning, and usually on these singles they put live cuts, Breaking the Law, Another Thing Coming. And this was released in the UK, EX condition. Wrathchild's at $30, or excuse me, Judas Priest is at $31. Wrathchild is called Trash Queens. Wrathchild Trash Queens, no inner sleeve, no insert, just the disc and cover, VG Plus, and that's at $30 with Jeff Brinley. Okay, and then a big restock here, and this is a couple dollars cheaper than I normally can get them. How the Grinch Stole Christmas, the Boris Karloff narration, and then the music, like You're a Mean One, Mr. Grinch. But the side A is the classic How the Grinch Stole Christmas, Boris Karloff, 21-minute narration in that epic Boris Karloff voice. Green vinyl, $34.99. How the Grinch Stole Christmas. And there was one person on a waiting list, George Jones. George Jones. So one pulled, and whatever you see left in here is what I have. Okay, let's recap that crate quickly as soon as Chad takes a swig of water. All right. One bottle down, 30 more to go. I'm going to drink 30 bottles of water tonight live on Facebook and YouTube and Twitch. Okay, Scott Dwallow on Grinch and Kevin Voitosh on Fastway. Kevin, I'm going to give you number 659. You're going to get 659, Kevin. All right, thank y'all. Let's run through this crate again. And we'll go ahead and do the last crate on that one. We'll go ahead and knock out the last crate of new vinyl. And that way, what's coming up for the rest of the night is nothing but vintage pre-owned and other new vinyl. We'll do some recap. I definitely do some recaps because we got a lot of stuff in stock. Holy moly. I mean, I don't care if we go through a whole crate and just sell a couple. Whatever chips away at our inventory would be great. David Doyle on Rudolph and the Grinch. So this Sunday, right now, pencil it in. It's not chiseled. It's not in blood yet, but this Sunday, because I think this is the best opportunity to do it, I think we're going to do a Sunday store walkthrough. Me, Tanner's going to be here, and maybe even Jake helping. We're going to do a live in-store, I'm holding the camera, walking around, old school sell up front. I'm talking we're going to be selling out of the display cases. We're going to be selling stuff off the walls. We're going to be selling stuff off the racks. It's going to be an old school Chad walking around holding his phone. Let's sell everything we can. Sports cards, toys, Matchbox cars, keychains, Coletco t-shirts. Probably the big earliest Christmas sale we're going to have starts Sunday. That's not just a normal vinyl sale every night. That is penciled in right now for Sunday. It's going to take a little bit because the last time I did it, I sold way too much stuff and it was a mess having them come in and figure it out because I didn't have an extra. I basically had no hands. I had no hands. I was trying to look at comments and hold my phone, so I got to have somebody here. And getting somebody here that can stay with me for 12 hours while I do that, it will be a mess. Or is a mess logistically. Plus, they got to key the stuff in and get it ready for shipping. Blah, 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 blah. Star Wars. Anything. I mean, yeah. We've already, last night I started putting stuff up front. Funkos, Star Wars stuff, posters. It's going to be a deal where, like, you can ask for anything. I'll show you anything, and hopefully I can sell you anything, because we're going to run out of time if not. We're going to run out of time before Christmas if we don't get a lot of this stuff sold. Posters, toys, Funkos, anything that's probably not records, okay? We're going to try to avoid selling records Sunday. I know that will be the main question, but we do that 6 nights a week, every night. We do stuff like this like once every 6 months. So probably I'm going to start a lot earlier than normal. If I can get back from hopefully a Thanksgiving dinner, it's going to be like a 5 o'clock, 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock thing, and I'll be on there all night. The last time we did this, we had more people watching than I've had for any kind of other sale, because it's going to be something kind of different. All the Kiss merch we have left over, it's going to be like truly a Black Friday sale, and I'm doing it now this Sunday because that week is Thanksgiving week, and I think like a lot of people's going to be busy. And then if you do it after, you've kind of missed the hype of Black Friday. So it's going to be like the earliest Black Friday sale we're ever going to have. It's going to be Sunday. So that's probably going to be 5 or earlier. And like I said, I plan on doing it all night. Like, it's going to be just me, whatever I can walk through this building and sell. We're going to be digging stuff out. I mean, y'all know how much vinyl we have, but we accumulate so much other stuff. It's insane. So, CDs delivered. Lord, they might be in this gray crate. It's on top of the empty crates. It could be in there, yes. Okay, sorry for the delay, but while I have everybody watching peak hour, I want to let everybody know about that. So, yeah, disco ball. I want to hopefully sell y'all as much, and it'll be a new invoice. It'll be a new invoice, and it'll be really fun, okay? I got to get hopped up. I got to get caffeinated up. Sean Miller on Judas Priest for $33. Did Rich Krulak go out? Rich Krulak never did go out on this, but it's about a 10-second timer, okay? Maybe 30 seconds. This right here could be in that. Yeah, that was all the miscellaneous stuff today. Yeah, it could be in there possibly. Okay, so yeah, I think we were done on this. Judas Priest, the high bid. Sorry for me getting off tangent there. That happens, but a Facebook post sometimes doesn't reach everybody. Sean Miller had this for $33. Sold to Sean Miller for $33. Rich Krulak just bid $34. Rich, this was sold to Sean Miller for $33. He's had it for 5 minutes. Sorry about that. He's had that for a while. $33 on that, and then Wrathchild is sold, and the last bid on Wrathchild was Jeff Brinley at $45. Hope everybody was done on that. Wrathchild $45. Okay, those are sold and sold. Okay, awesome. I'll show those right here. Laura just handed this to me. Taylor Swift 1989, Japanese CD and DVD, $38.99. Taylor Swift 1989 Deluxe, and that is $38.99. CD and DVD Deluxe, Japanese import. And we got some other Japanese CDs too. Taylor Swift is $38.99, okay? Awesome, and let me step over here, and that crate just got filled up. That was good timing. And we're ready for a new wave of auctions. What was that other requested album that somebody asked for? Now's the best time. And then I've got a whole crate of bonus stuff. And I'm ready to keep going. So here we go, here we go. Put a sign on Otis. He'll be here, I'm sure. If Tanner's here helping me, I'm sure we'll have Otis running around, and he'll be on camera a lot, so that will be fun. He'll be all over the place. He'll be here if Tanner's here helping me. Mortal Sin, okay? Let's do Mortal Sin and Eminem. Let me figure out Mortal Sin here, okay? This is Face of Despair, Mortal Sin. is an 89 USOG promo copy. It's on Vertigo with a property of WDPS, which was a radio station. That's going to go up for a $25 star. So hop sticker, promo, radio station stickers, $25 start on that. And then Stanley Richmond wants a Taylor Swift CD. So does Stanley Richmond. Anybody else, Japanese, 1989, and that's a deluxe, or I guess DLX, meaning deluxe, maybe. Okay, here's what's left in here. KK Priest, Sermons of the Sinner, red vinyl, $34.99. Harry Chapin, now playing, Cats in the Cradle, clear vinyl, $24. Alice in Chains Dirt is $36.99, 2LP remaster. Gordon Lightfoot, now playing, 2LP. The Wreck of the Edmund Fitzgerald, folks, $24.99. NoFX Eating Glam, NoFX is $24. Jesus and Mary Chain, Psycho Candy is $29. And Ace Frehley, now playing blue vinyl, $24.99. Oh yeah, Scott, I forgot to check. I've got 660, 630, 560, 699, 700, 683, 684, and 637. Now, I don't know which copies I already gave out, but no, I don't have a 666, unfortunately. And then over here, did I not pull a Grinch? Recall wanted a Grinch. I never did pull that for Recall. Recall got a Grinch. That's so to Recall. Thank you, Recall. He just commented again. I forgot to do that for him. And then Vladarchek on the Wreck of the Edmund Fitzgerald. That was the Gordon Lightfoot here. That's so to Vladarchek. And then Guy Shard wants a Taylor Swift Japanese CD. Thank you. And Laura has a bunch more over here that I think was from last week. I need to show those again. So now there's 2 Taylor Swifts left. And they have bonus tracks and a bonus DVD. Mortal Sins at $26.30. While we got some Taylor Swift buyers on, I'll show the other ones. Let's put up Eminem, though. This is his newest album, The Death of Slim Shady, Coup de Grace. And this is an unofficial, wow, an unofficial. That's bizarre. On red vinyl, sealed, a $25 start. Eminem's now up for bid. And then over here, we have Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. And this is $36.99, featuring the voice of Burl Ives. Have a Holly Jolly Christmas. And then there's the classic Grinch, green vinyl, $34.99. Guy Shard's already got all these. I figured he did. And let me grab, I'll grab this one. Well, here is, I think there's some cover variants here. And so she got more, it looks like creative with her CD releases this time than the vinyl. Because I don't think there was these covers, well, unless they were available through her website. I didn't see any vinyl cover variants available for us. She did it on CD. So Life of a Showgirl, $19.99. There's a cover variant. Life of a Showgirl. We'll call that one Taylor playing piano. This is Life of a Showgirl. We'll call that one Taylor wrapped in rope, it looks like. Life of a Showgirl. That almost looks like a Christmas cover, but I don't think it is. That's Taylor in white dress. And then Life of a Showgirl, Taylor on the phone. So that's different CD variants of the Life of the Showgirl album. So for those collecting those, $19.99, okay? And we got at least one of each. We got 3 of each of all of them. So lots of Taylor there. And those are $19.99 each, okay? Mortal Sin, let's look at this one more time. Charlie Buck has it for $32. This is an 89 USOG promo copy. 89 USOG has the original on her sleeve. EX edition. It's got promo radio station markings on it. $32. Eminem is a sealed unofficial on red vinyl. $25 start on Eminem. And we're ready for our next crate. Lonnie Jolly wants the Taylor white dress. That kind of looks like a... I mean, it looks like she's almost like in front of something Christmassy, but I guess not. I don't know. That is sold to Lonnie Jolly, and I've got more of all those, okay? 33, 34, 33, 34. And Eminem 25. All right. Sorry that one took so long. Yeah, the Chiefs are going to have to, what are they? They're not in wild card. What are they in the hunt? I think the last graphic I seen they were quote in the hunt. So they gotta step on the gas. They gotta step on the gas. Taylor's not gonna be happy. All right, here we go. First thing is this. I need another Rudolph and Grinch. So David needs another Rudolph and another Grinch. Another Rudolph and another Grinch. You got it. Another Rudolph and another Grinch. I watched, was that Sunday night they played, who did they play? The Broncos Sunday night? Yeah, I watched that. I watched the last half of the fourth quarter of that one. They looked pretty deflated. I was like, that was kind of an important game, I think. Over here, Rudolph and Grinch. I just know this, the Vols are playing in the Swamp Saturday, and I'm pretty concerned because I don't think we're supposed to win this game, and I just know we're not going to have very much luck down there. We never do. Led Zeppelin, Mothership, 4 LP box, $114.99. $114.99. Led Zeppelin Mothership, $114.99. That's a 4 LP box, $114.99. Limp Bizkit, Significant Other, 2 LP Limp Bizkit, $39.99. And Mortal Sin was 42 with Charlie Buck, $41.42. And then Eminem has one bid for 25 and then another bid for 28. Okay? Then I've got 2 copies of Hey, here's 2 more Dangerous Toys. See, these are red vinyl. Dangerous Toys is $44.99. Vitamins and Crash Helmets Live, $44.99. That's red vinyl. Dangerous Toys, $44.99. And we got 2 copies of Dio. This is a live unofficial Ronnie James Dio Summerfest 1994. Dio Summerfest, $29.99. Dio Summerfest. That is DIO. And hold on one second. DIO, where are you, Dio? Should be one person on this one. My laptop won't search Dio. Is that some kind of like formula? Edit data. Wow. DIO does something in spreadsheet called edit data. What in the world? Okay, well, I'll just have to look manually. Metal Church Layer. Corn, Promise, Dangerous Toys, Artist. Okay, no waiting list for Dio. Doesn't look like it. Yes, Brad. I knew there was somebody. Brad Waits. Brad Waits. Dio Summerfest sold to Brad Waits. There's 1 extra copy, okay? All right, so first thing is this. Mortal Sins at $42. Dave Dreamer cover condition. Strong VG. Ring wear. Black cover. Noticeable ring wear. Ding. Pretty bad ding down here. Well, a ding, not bad. A strong VG. I wouldn't put it up there VG+. Eminem is his newest album, The Death of Slim Shady. What's bizarre about this one, it's unofficial. It's an unofficial on red vinyl, and the last bid is Kelly Vlodarchek at $45, okay? And make sure I didn't miss any other claims there. So David Dole got another Grinch and another Rudolph. I'm about to sit down tonight and try to order any Christmas album that's in stock, and if those show up by Friday, that would be great. I'm going to order anything Christmas, and maybe by Friday night we'll have a whole crate of new Christmas albums. It's obviously getting that time. It's been that time. We've been selling Christmas stuff for a month. And then over here we got Eminem at 45, and then Steve Little got a Dio. Brad Waits was on a wait list. Fred Carnell on Dangerous Toys, and then we have Eminem, okay, and then 2 copies of Rammstein Rosenrot. I know this one from memory. William Warner was on a waiting list. William Warner, $44.99. Do you have a Taylor? Yeah, I've got 2 more 1989 Deluxe Japanese. I've got 2 more 1989 Deluxe Japanese, $38.99 on that. CD and DVD. And then I got some other Japanese stuff over here. What are these here? I've got yeah, if y'all have missed some of these, here's some other Japanese CDs I have. These are all new and sealed. Kiss Alive is $34.99. Kiss Alive is $34.99. ZZ Top's Greatest Hits is $30. These are all new sealed Japanese CDs. Nightwish is $29.99. And then we have Hotel California and Fleetwood Mac, $30 and $35. 35 and 30. 30 on Fleetwood Mac, 35 on Hotel California. Those are new sealed Japanese CDs, okay? I'd like another one, total of 2, okay? So another Taylor Swift sold to Guy Shard. No problem there, thank you. Mike Morris wants a Kiss live in Japan. or excuse me, not live in Japan, a Japanese Kiss Alive. That's sold to Mark Morris. Thank you. And then we got 2 copies of Limp Bizkit, Chocolate Starfish, and the hot dog flavored water. 44. You wrote a check. What's he saying, Full Nelson? Something about writing a check you can't cash. Limp Bizkit's $44.99. That's on silver and brown marble vinyl. And hey, Danny Thomason, here is your Black Sabbath. Okay, this wasn't even supposed to get put out. This is for Danny Thomason. I'll leave the price on it anyway. Danny, there is the Black Sabbath. He needs this disc. We had to order this for Danny. He bought a autographed Black Sabbath from us, signed by Ozzy, and it didn't have a disc, and I told him I would get him a disc, and that is, yes, that's the right jacket. It took me forever to figure out which version to order. So right now, I can order like 4 different versions of this album. There is that one you see back there. This is a UK import. Now there's a deluxe edition, and then there's I think a colored vinyl import that's really expensive. Like it's like $100 or something. I've never ordered that because it just seems bizarrely overpriced, but that is for Danny Thomason. Okay, I'll go lay that on Ed's desk, and Danny, if you're watching, that's the cover, or that's the disc you need. So Danny bought an autographed Black Sabbath from us, and he's going to frame it with the disc, and it's going to look amazing. So there's that. I have learned sometimes some people won't buy an autographed jacket unless it has a disc in it. So I have to get a disc. Jerry Stone on the ZZ Top, Greatest Hits, Japanese CD. Great decision there. That's not available on vinyl in this format. And then Guy Shard wants the Hotel California. And Mortal Sin, M&M's at 60. Okay, so Mortal Sin is Mortal Sin's at 47, 45, right? Let's see here. Mortal, we got 2 M's. Okay, so M&M, or EM, M&M, Marshall Mathers, MM, Marshall Mathers here, his real legal name, is at $60 with Brandon Jones. I'm showing Mortal Sin at 47, and everybody else is out. Okay. And then we got a restock of You Just Got Rickrolled. Never Gonna Give You Up, Never Gonna Let You Down. That's a Zoetrope picture disc, $29.99. That's, folks, the legendary Rick Astley, Never Gonna Give You Up. That's sold to Amanda Davis. She was on a waiting list. Anybody else? And, of course, Rammstein, William Warner, Rosenrot. Thrasher already got a Limp Bizkit. I can take him off. And Jim Berg and Kenny Rowe got Suffocation. I can take them off, okay? So I have 1 sold, and I have 2 extras, okay? I think Mortal Sin's at $47. Do you have any more Japanese Kiss CDs? I just got 1 more alive. I don't think I have any more of their discography, no. I have a request for Hiram Aponte here. This is Battle Beast, Unholy Savior. Hiram said, can y'all order this? And we did, and it's in. And Hiram, that's $33.99, Unholy Savior, okay? There's that. And I do have other Japanese CDs, though. I have a few more over here. I should. Oh, yeah, well, we got new ones in today. Actually, I take that back. I retract what I just said, Mark Morris. I got a new delivery today. Oh, yeah, $29.99. This one's going to be popular. I got Kiss Hot in the Shade, $29.99. I got a whole box over here of new sealed Japanese CDs, $29.99 for Hot in the Shade. Okay, that is available. And then we had a special request for Hiram Aponte. This was Battle Beast Steel Sound. That sold to him for $34.99. And then we had Moore's Darkness Invisible. This was Moore's Principal EST. That was sold to Hiram for $46.99. And 1 more for Justin Deckelman. They're into all this metal stuff. I would never order this unless they told me to, because I have no idea what this stuff is. Inveshing Brilliance. Sold to Justin Deckelman, $34.99. So Hiram, 3 of your special orders came in. Battle Beast, and Moore's Principum. And Deckelman, whatever that just was, is in for you, okay? Boy, are we done on Mortal Sin. I don't think anybody else bid since Victor Garrett bid 47. We're done. Okay? That is sold at 47. I take it Japanese CDs play fine on US CD players and Blu-ray. Yes. I think these are formatted. These Super Audio CDs, So like Hotel California with Super Audio CVs, Mark Morris gets hit Hot in the Shade. So yeah, this is SMH CD. This will play on any standard from what I understand. And if someone knows more about this than me, let's make sure we find that out right now. But yeah, I'm pretty sure this plays on any standard player. Yes. Okay. Okay. So there's Metallica. Or excuse me, there's Eminem. And the last bit on Eminem was Vloddercheck at 67. Okay. Okay. Now, we need new auctions. A lot going on. I got new Japanese CDs. We're going through new vinyl. We're going through Rough Cut. Wants You. Rough Cut is an 86 US OG Columbia Club copy. Super clean. Near mint minus. Rough Cut is a $35 start. $35 start, okay? They're formatted without country codes embedded, like DVD, Blu-ray. Okay, so they're not encoded. Yeah, I know like video games, like you can't buy maybe like a Japanese game and it won't play on like you have to have a Japanese system, or I know movies are like that. So, yes, it seems like it's standard. Let's see what the next CD is over here. There's Kiss, and then the next new one, honestly, don't know. I can peek at the spines over here. I don't see more Metallica. I bet this one right here might be popular. There's another Kiss coming up, but let me go ahead and show these four. These are $29.99. This is the best of Talking Heads. We got four of these. The best of Talking Heads, $29.99. 2018 Japanese SHMCD, best of Talking Heads, $29.99. Rough Cut, $35, and then Eminem. Eminem is sold to Vloddercheck for $67. Okay, so what's left in here? Not much. Led Zeppelin Mothership. Mothership was a 4 LP box, $114.99. Limp Bizkit Significant Other, $39.99. Chocolate Star, or excuse me, this is the last copy we have of Dangerous Toys. Vitamins Crash Helmets Live, $44.99, red vinyl. Rammstein Rosenrot, 2 LP, $44.99. Limp Bizkit Chocolate Starfish, $44. The Zoetrope picture disc of Rick Astley. If you still haven't seen these, when you spin them, it looks like the images are moving on the disc. So let me go ahead and tell you right now, they're starting to make these for just about everything. I am seeing Zoetrope galore popping up for pre-orders and Record Store Day. I think there's several coming out for Record Store Day. So those have gotten pretty dang popular lately. Jerry Stone on Talking Heads, Greg Preston on Talking Heads. There's two more Japanese CDs gone. Rough Cut has one bid for $35. That's going once, going twice. Let's grab another auction, this time from the bonus crate, an unadvertised surprise. And we're going to put up something from the country realm that is pretty dang rare. Probably should have been advertised, but hopefully everybody's paying attention. George Strait, 10 straight hits. Rare country release. 1991 U.S. club copy, rare. This is a $145 star. It's sealed. Now, something back here happened to the shrink wrap. Almost underneath, it looks like almost on the cover, honestly. But this is definitely an original seal. It is got a couple breaches. And the cheapest one for sale right now on Discogs was $200. $145 start on George Strait. That's now up for bid. Tyson Morgan wants Kiss, Hot in the Shade, and he wants Kiss, the last copy of Kiss Alive. I think there's two more Kiss over here too. So I think we're got two copies of Kiss Hot in the Shade left, and we're sold out of Alive. Rough Cut has a new bid for $36. George Strait is a $145 start, okay? And then our next auction is somebody just asked for something. Paradox Heresy, okay? So we got Van Halen, we got Pink Floyd, George Michael, Tom Petty, Manowar, Living Death, Wasted Youth, Paradox. Here it is, Heresy. Paradox is a 1990 Euro original. It's on Road Racer. It has the original on her sleeve. It's in VG condition with the original on her sleeve. Paradox is a $30 start. Rough Cut was nice. It was near mint. Yeah, it's an OG club near mint. $35, and now it's at $36. Okay, before I swap out crates, let me go ahead and show you the next Japanese CD as soon as I can get to it. Oh, man. Heavy stuff here, no pun intended. I've got 3 Cinderellas, long code winter, $29.99 for Cinderella long code winter, $29.99. Cinderella long code winter, new and sealed, 2012 8 SMH CD. Cinderella's $29.99. There's our next one. Okay, and then we got, I'm going to do some condensing, and while I'm condensing, I'm going to show you some stuff, okay? Our last chess anniversary analog, Howlin' Wolf. There's a waiting list for Muddy Waters, $39.99. 1914 Eurobus Unitas, $33.99. There's 2 copies of that. The new Eric Clapton Journeyman 2 LP was $49. Pink Floyd Animals, $34. And then the very best of ELO, $34.99. So $34, Pink Floyd, Eric Clapton, 1914, Howlin' Wolf. There's some other stuff, okay? The very best of ELO's on red and white vinyl. Pink Floyd's The Now Definite 2018 remix. Eric Clapton is new for Friday with bonus tracks, 1914. And this has been very popular, the Howlin' Wolf Chess Anniversary. That's our last copy. We've sold about 10 tonight, including the waiting list, and Howlin' Wolf is the last one. Muddy Waters is the wait list. I'm going to give George Strait one more call. 10 Straight Hits is a sealed 1991 club copy, $145 start. Rare. I think we've only ever had that a couple times. Paradox is in VG, $30 start. That's called Heresy. And then Rough Cuts at $45. Stephen Parton wants that last Howlin' Wolf. Now there's wait lists for everything. The anthology box sets has shipped. They should be here tomorrow. The individual Volume 4, I have not seen a tracking update yet. So the Volume 4, I have not seen a tracking update for that yet. Okay? Keyword yet. Okay. And then 13.4 elevators, half-speed master mono 34, the best of Creed 29, new Friday, Whiskey Myers Firewater, gold vinyl, indie exclusive 36, The Descendants, I Don't Want to Grow Up, new 40th anniversary Banana Peel Yellow 29, NWA Straight Outta Compton 34, Y&T Live 1983 California 29, Emojin Heat Speak for Yourself 38, Friday the 13th 49, and we have Rammstein, $39.99. Yes, on Spotify, I think they dropped one more track. They dropped an alternate take of In Your Life. There are places I remember. And that one is the most recent track. Plus, they announced the anthology 9-episode series is coming out on Disney Plus end of the month. How the Grinch Stole Christmas is 34, green vinyl. And Rudolph was 36. Scott Dwallow on Whiskey Myers. There's one left. I'm doing a condensing here. I'm putting everything together so we can say we've went through all the new vinyl for tonight twice. Trick or Treat, Fastway, $39.99 silver vinyl. And then the last handful, and I think we've condensed everything into 2 crates. And the only thing new I have left is guitars, miscellaneous, and whatever else was in that crate, Laura. A couple blankets, maybe. There's 2 blankets over here, I think. So a couple things came in. And here's the other titles. And we'll go through these again later tonight, and then they'll be posted at 6 a.m., of course. KK Priest is 34. Harry Chapin's 24. Alice in Chains 36. Gordon Lightfoot 24. Jesus and Mary Chain 29. NoFX 24. And Ace Frehley 24. Okay? Johnny Hancock also wants a Whiskey Myers. Which Rammstein? We've had Rosenreit and Zeet. Z-E-I-T on this one, $39.99. And then, so Whiskey Myers. John Mincemoyer got a Fastway, and Tom Kelly got a Fastway. Did I pull 2 of those yet? No, we need 2 of them pulled. John Mincemoyer and Tom Kelly. So George Strait's $145 bot now, $145 on George Strait. And can I get copy 700? Yeah, let me find it right quick. Let's see here. 660, 630, 560, 699, 700. All right, make sure that one goes to John Mincemoyer. All right, let's jump over here. Tyson Morgan on Ace. That was right here, sold to Tyson, last copy. Paradox, Andy Lane, $35. Rough Cut. The high bid on Rough Cut is a final call to Bob McKinney for $45. Paradox is a $30 start. We have a bid for $35. Okay, there's that, sorry. And that's our two high bids. We pulled Ace and we pulled Zeet for Fred Cardinale. I think we're caught up now. All right, that little recap just sold several more records. Psycho, Jesus and Mary Chain, NoFX, Gordon Lightfoot, Allison Chains, Harry Chapin, KK Priest, Trick or Treat, Rudolph, Grinch, 13 for Elevators, Creed, Whiskey Myers, Descendant, NWA, YT, Emotion Heap, Friday the 13th. Good? When I come back, I'm selling those two, and we have an offer on George Strait. I'm probably going to need more than that out of it. Let me see. Let me think on that for a second. I was going to make sure that was still the only copy on Discogs. Plus this one's sealed. Let me see what I can find out over here. Give me 1 second. Because I think we were just going to go ahead and put that one on there. But give me 1 second. All right. We're ready for more new stuff. I got crates everywhere all of a sudden. Crates are just absolutely everywhere all of a sudden. Okay, so Paradox has a last-minute bid from Victor Guerra for $37, but we're definitely done on Rough Cut. This is sold to Bob McKinney for $45, okay? About to read through everything that's left over here, and let me move some stuff around. There's 2 crates of new 45s from John we're going to be going through later tonight, and that's been fun. And let's see what we got in this first crate. Let's go through. I usually start with check condition, but this one right here is looking pretty dang tempting. I see a wide variety of great titles and genres, and I think we just need to go ahead and go through this one. Buy it now or best offer, okay? And as usual, please don't ever hesitate to make offers. I'm here to sell records. That's what we do. And I think you're all going to like this first crate. Golly, he's put some crazy stuff in here. I've had to pull out 4 records, okay? Now, imagine what I've left in here. I had to pull out 4 records because it was, like, mind-blowing. I can't believe this was just straight priced. And I may show it again later. And I got more Japanese CDs to show. And Susie wants the Fleetwood Mac CD, okay? That's so to Susie. Before these take a tumble, let me go ahead and take all these Japanese CDs we sold right around the corner. We've got a crate of Buy It Now Best Offer, never shown, coming up right now. Hope everybody's ready. Here's this. Here's that. Let's get started. And blankets. Yes, Paradox 4043. Let me see what's going on miscellaneous. Cody, my best price on George Strait is $135. I mean, it's the cheapest one for sale right now is $200. I need $135 out of that. Okay, I was thinking it's going to get a bid for $145, $155, $165, $175, $185, $195. Now you can get it for $135, and it's a total letdown. It's just a total disaster at this point. All right, so Buy It Now Best Offer. First, our next auction, Van Halen, Women and Children First. Van Halen's a 1980 U.S. Jacksonville OG. VG Plus, $20 start on that. Let me grab this crate of miscellaneous a little bit closer to me. Okay, we got another Weta Workshop figure. And these are already sold. There was a waiting list already for these. This is Metallica's Master of Puppets blankets. $79.99. Metallica Master of Puppets blankets. $79.99, okay? Metallica Master of Puppets. Now, the waiting list for this was the following. Brandon Jones, who was on the pre-order, then Danny Thomason, and then Solarplex is next. Solarplex is next, and I think there's already 2 or 3 more on the way. So if anybody else wants on a list, Chad, I need a Metallica Master of Puppets blanket. $79.99, 60 by 80. These are sold to Brandon Jones and Danny Thomason. And now, if anybody else wants one, let me know, okay? All you got to do is just let me know. All you got to do is just say, Chad, I'm letting you know I want one. They'll be in momentarily, okay? Paradox, Victor Guerra, you're out. Victor Guerra, you're out. The high bid on this is $45, a 1990 Euro original Heresy. And then this is Van Halen, Women and Children First. A 1980 US Jacksonville OG, VG Plus, $20 start on that. Also over here, I've got Pink Floyd. This is Saucer Full of Secrets, a 1970 UK, VG Plus condition, $35 start on that. Jerry Stone wants on the Master of Puppets waitlist blanket. You got it. Take care of that for Jerry Stone. These are all Taylor Swift CDs. These are all the ones that are not Taylor Swift CDs. And we got you taken care of there. 3 auctions wide now. I'm going to decorate the backboard back here a little. I've been wanting to do it since we got started. Kiss night was last night. So let's take down the Kiss records. And we got Kiss Psycho Circus for $33.99. Paul Stanley Picture Disc for $38. Carnival of Souls for $36. And Unmasked is $36. And those are all remasters there. So all those are available. Kiss, 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 Kiss. And then let's grab this because this is very eye-catching. Definitely grab this because we got extra copies. This because it's our last copy. And then I'm going to grab something from over here. And let's redecorate the back wall, okay? So we got Jesus and Mary Chain Psycho Candy, last copy, Go Vinyl, Third Man Records Press, $29. 13-4 Elevators, Half Speed Master Mono, $34. Fastway Trick or Treat, $39.99, silver vinyl numbered. And Led Zeppelin's Physical Graffiti, $44.99. I'm going to take Black Sabbath off for a second. Hopefully you have that. If not, then go ahead and say right now, Chad, I'll take a copy of Black Sabbath. Okay, Paradox is still getting bids. Pink Floyd's a $30 start. And let's get started quickly, and then I'll jump back over to CDs. This is J.J. Cale, Naturally. Original Shelter label, super clean, $34.99. These are all buy it now or best offer. New order substance. No. I think that was from a pre-owned bin the other night. But if you want me to look into that, we can put you on a waiting list for sure. So J.J. Cale, these are all EX or better too. The Rolling Stones Let It Bleed, also $34.99. Another nice copy. Gimme Shelter, the Rolling Stones Let It Bleed, and then Prince Purple Rain, $39.99. I'm pretty sure we auctioned one last night for $47. This one's $39.99, no condition notes. Prince Purple Rain, Pink Floyd, Momentary Lapse of Reason, another really nice copy, $44.99. And then one more, Michael Jackson Thriller, $34.99. No co-produced by Michael Jackson either. It has the original on her sleeve and no co-produced by Michael Jackson. So first press on that one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let me pause right there. Paradox is sold to Andy Lane for $55. Nobody bid on Van Halen, $20 buy it now. And then Pink Floyd, we'll give it one more chance. A 1970 UK. It does have the original on her sleeve from EMI. $30 start on that one. Also, we have Roxy Music Manifesto, $19.99 for Roxy Music, and Ted Nugent, his self-titled album with Stranglehold, $14.99. Yes, this is new vintage, never shown before records, buy it now or best offer. Okay, and then let me go ahead and grab a new Japanese CD. Let me just grab this box and get it closer to me, because guess what? There is another Kiss. And let me grab it right now. These are all buy it now, best offer. But first, we got to put this one up. This is $29.99. This is Kiss, Creatures of the Night, new sealed with Obi, $29.99 for that Japanese CD. Okay, and then next auction is George Michael Faith. Oh boy, ladies and gentlemen, let the games begin. George Michael Faith is an 87 U.S. Carrollton OG. It has the original on her sleeve, and overall, it's a nice copy. Insert and inner sleeve, $35 start on that, okay? First thing is the following. Ted Nugent has an offer for $12, $9, and full price. So Scott Dwallow, it's yours, but it'll be $14.99. Sold or pass. Next is Rick Hall. And then the Kiss CDs are sold to Tom Kelly and Mark Morris. I don't know if we can, I'll see if we can do a waiting list for these. I don't really know, but I can find out, Tyson, if you want on a waiting list, okay? 13.4 elevators is $34.99. And then, so Ted Nugent's pending. Duran Duran Carnival, $34.99. This is actually an 83 Japanese press, $34.99 for that. And Robin Trower, NCT Dreams, $19.99. Purple Rain does have the original inner sleeve. Let's take a quick peek at it. So, yes, it's in a new plastic, like Japanese-style sleeve, but it does have the original inner sleeve, yes. All right. And then let's jump over here. We'll get this in a sleeve if I can. I'm going to keep it behind the jacket like that. And then over here, we got Wings at the Speed of Sound. In shrink with the wing sticker. This also has the original inner sleeve, $24.99. And we have Madman Across the Water. It's from the dreaded Dick Connery collection, $29.99. So his name is written there. His name is written there. His name is written on the label. His name is written on the back cover. But the disc is beautiful, $29.99. We also have Gene Loves Jezebel, Immigrant, $19.99 for Gene Loves Jezebel. So first of all, is Scott Dwallow has to know, he has got to let me know if he wants this at full price. Scott, it's pending to you. And then Rick Hall's got to let me know if he says yes or no. So that's $14.99 if you want it. Next is Glenn Campbell Reunion. Glenn Campbell's $9.99. And then Singing with Feeling, and earlier Loretta Lynn here. It's on Decca. Loretta Lynn is $9.99. Over here we have Pink Floyd, a no bid, a buy it now for $30. 1970 UK. This is Pink Floyd, VG Plus condition, $30 buy it now on that. We got several no bids over here. Let's run through those right quick. And the first one is the Beatles, the promo copy of Lady Madonna and Inner Light, $35. Paul says it plays well except for a repeating click on side B. That's a rare promo, $35 on the Beatles. And then we got Eric Van Leuven on Pink Floyd for $30. Van Halen over here. Van Halen over here is a $20 buy it now. That's Women and Children First. Nobody bid on that. 1980 OG. George Strait's $145, and Rogue Mail, surprisingly still available, $25 on Rogue Mail, okay? Well, I lost Scott Dwallow. He made an offer on this, and somebody claimed it at full price. He never did say yes or no. And then Rick Hall says he already has it. So Shane Landolt, this is sold to you for $14.99. I lost Scott Dwallow. He fell off the face of the earth. Over here is George Michael. So we opened this at $35. 13.4 elevators is a mono remaster, $34.99. George Michael 35, George Michael 36, George Michael 36. When is Armored Saint coming out? I'm not for sure if I know what you're talking about. George Michael 38, George Michael 40, and then Chris Kirkley, first on Gene Loves Jezebel. So did Chris Kirkley. Eric Van Leuven got the Pink Floyd buy it now. Robert Warner got Loretta Lynn. Carmen Schartiger next on Gene Loves Jezebel. Sean Miller got Van Halen for $20. Sean Miller got Van Halen for $20. George Strait is $145. Rogue Mail is an 85 USOG EX Plus condition. Van Halen is already sold. And over here, we have George Michael at $40 with Larry Gonzalez. Now it's at $50. Trick or Treat is $39.99, okay? And George Strait, I've already told somebody my best price on it's $135. I've already told somebody $135 best price. The cheapest for sale right now is $200 on Discogs. The Story of the Rolling Stones, $34.99. A K-Tail. We have John Lennon, Shaved Fish, $24.99. And the Best of Bing Crosby's a double LP, $14.99. Trick or Treat is sold to Brian Campbell. That's sold to him. And then over here, we have Michael McDonald, No Looking Back, $14.99. And George Harrison, Wake Up My Love from Gone Tropo, a 12-inch single promo, $19.99. Okay? Now, let's go ahead and put up another, I'm going to show you another Japanese CD. And this next one is, I've only got one, and it's been tagged for an auction, okay? This is a $25 start. This has bonus tracks, $25 start, Megadeth Risk. Japanese CD, not available on vinyl, $25 start, okay? What is the straight? What is George Strait? Obviously, a couple people have got on late, and y'all have almost missed out on an extremely rare George Strait record. 10 straight hits by George Strait. It's a 91 US OG Club, rare. It is. It is a $145 buy it now, and I've already shot myself in the foot twice, reducing it for a couple people. I've already said I would take $135. That's my best price. The order is Alicia, if she wants it, then Gregory, and then Danny Thomason, okay? I'm going to put Rogue Mail back there for a second until I can find another new LP. We got the Rolling Stones Black and Blue, $24.99 for the Rolling Stones Black and Blue, $24.99. I'll save y'all the time to look it up right now. The cheapest one for sale is $200 on Discogs. That was sealed. I think maybe all together. Okay, and then we have Sammy Hagar Standing Hampton, Gold Stamp Promo, $24.99 on Sammy Hagar, and the Police Regatta de Blanc. The Police is $24.99. I'm assuming we're done on George Michael. The last bid was Stephen Parton at $50. I haven't seen many people say out, but final call. Megadeth has one bid for $25. Alicia says she'll take George Strait for $135. George Strait is gone. Next auction is going to go up right now, and this is David Allan Coe, Nothing Sacred, another band David Allan Coe album. We sold the other one last week for $375. This is David Allan Coe. This is a 1979 U.S. repress. Never sold at stores, just at his shows. So it's a 79 repress, banned from Discogs, and we're going to start this one for $175. $175, David Allan Coe. Okay? $175, David Allan Coe. Next is Blondie Plastic Letters. Blondie is $49.99. That one doesn't come through very often. And Charlie Sexton is $9.99. Pictures for Pleasure. The unsold Japanese CDs. Yes, I am, but I haven't done that because I'm still adding to it. I'm still adding. I was going to do a big recap when we're done, Tom Kelly. I'm still adding new ones, like Supertramp, Breakfast in America, $29.99, new seal, Japanese CD, 2011, $29.99, Supertramp. Also, we got Dizzy Gillespie, $14.99 for Dizzy Gillespie, and Johnny Crawford, A Young Man's Fancy. This is $19.99. Carmen Shartiger on Charlie Sexton, and we have Al Cooper and Shuggy Otis, $29.99. Megadeth has bids for $25 and $27. Okay, $25 and $27. Bob Riger, you're out. Rich Krulak, did I tag him Sammy Hagar for $18? I haven't yet. Sold that to Rich Krulak for $18. David Allan Coe's $175 start. And then George Michael. Stephen Parton has this for $60. Hope everybody's done. Hammers up again on George Michael for $60. Tom Kelly, I've already sold Hagar for $18. Next is ST on Al Cooper. That's sold to ST on YouTube. And then this is Share. It's just called Share. It's a double LP, $26.99. And Dave Edmunds Twangin is $9.99. And Long John Blues, 12 classic performances by Long John Baldry, $16.99. Jay Giles Band Hotline. Jay Giles Band is $19.99. Okay? George Michael still getting bids. David Allan Coe, final call. I'm going to make sure Bob Riger's done on Megadeth. There's Supertramp. I've got another CD to auction, 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 and I've got two more buy it nows here. The first is Cinderella Heartbreak Station. Cinderella Heartbreak Station is $29.99. Another new Japanese CD, Cinderella Heartbreak Station. Dan Fogelberg, The Innocent Age. Dan Fogelberg is $14.99. And then we have The Doors, Greatest Hits. The Doors is $32.99. It does have a clip corner, $32.99. And Leonard Cohen, Songs from a Room. Leonard Cohen is a 1972 press, $39.99. George Michael, $62.65. If anybody wants David Allan Coe, this is a $175 buy it now, Nothing Sacred. $175 buy it now on that. It's going right over here. Megadeth just got a, wow, I was literally grabbing it to sell it, and Bob Riger's bid came in at $30, now $32. James Goggin gets David Allan Coe for $175. Yes, 13-4 Elevators is a sealed mono half-speed master. That is $34.99. And now we have another Sammy Hagar request. Sammy Hagar, I have shot myself in the foot twice. It was $24.99. We had an offer, a higher offer, and then somebody's like, well, heck, I'll pay full price for it. David Allen Coe's already gone. Those are gone, and I haven't had those in a couple years. It'll probably be a while before they ever come through again. Those are surprisingly did not ever get any bid activity on the auction block. I couldn't believe it. That one the other night, I was like, man, is no one really going to bid on this? We have the Beach Boys 2020. That is $29.99 for the Beach Boys 2020. I've got a couple of those. George Jones already sold. Woody Guthrie is $19.99. And we have Satin Chicken's Rhinoceros, $29.99. Bob Riger, let me know if you want back in on Megadeth. 13.4 elevators is $34.99. Folks, do y'all see how many people's asking about this? This right here will make people's head spin when they see it. That's why I put it back there. It's obviously not an original. Half-Speed Master, $34.99. Right now, we got some people's head spinning over the 13.4 elevators. Their eyes are going cross. They're like, what is going on? Can't believe Chad's put this back there. We got to buy it. Brian Call says he'll take it. I have one left. Armored Saint, March of the Saint, 1984 U.S. Pittman OG. Y'all don't know, when I'm flipping through records, the first time I ever found one of those in a collection, I was flipping through records, and I was in Jackson County in a hauler. No cell service. A lady called me. She said, my husband's passed away. He was an old hippie. I got to sell his records. I'm moving back to Massachusetts. She says, it's going to be hard to find our cabin. We live in the middle of the woods in Jackson County. I was like, holy crap, this sounds like it could be pretty good. She had trunks. She had like metal trunks full of albums. And I remember I opened the very first one up. And I was flipping, and it was just like Cream and Rolling Stones and Zeppelin. And then all of a sudden, boom, the first time I'd ever found one, there it is. And then guess what was right behind it? It was like a dream. Velvet Underground and Nico was right behind it. An unpeeled original torso cover. I was like, oh my gosh. I was like, this is like, well, we need cameras in here. This is like, this should be on TV, this collection. It was incredible. So those are like records, when we find them in a collection, we get goosebumps. It's like, oh man, she had Chocolate Watch Factory. She had all those grails, and her husband, he was into psych. That was a long time ago. Those are long gone. I kept one. I kept the 13.4 elevators. That's the copy I still have. The other two I sold. That was 10 years ago. That was a long time ago. But that just shows you, like, that record has been desirable for the last 30 years, and it will continue to be. Back up the top, Armored Saint 27, James Goggin on Woody Guthrie. And then over here, we have Armored Saint 25, and then both 13.4 elevators are sold, okay? So what was the price of Sammy Hagar? Sammy Hagar is already sold to Rich Krulak for $18, okay? So I showed this for $24.99. Somebody offered 18, then I said sold, then somebody offered 20, then someone offered full price. Rich Krulak already got it for $18. Folks, it has left the building, okay? It has left the building. Megadeth is sold, and Megadeth is sold to MT Matt for $32. So this copy is sold to Brian Call. The other extra copy I have is sold to Susie Breedlove. And I'm pretty sure somebody asked for a Fastway earlier. They did. I've already took it down. So now I can't leave 13.4 elevators back there anymore, but I'm going to replace it with Trick or Treat, and I'm going to replace it with How the Grinch Stole Christmas, because we got extra copies of these tonight. Okay, so first thing, our only no bid is Rogue Mail, $25 on that. How the Grinch Stole Christmas, green vinyl, 36. Fastway Trick or Treat, $39.99 silver vinyl, and this is sold to Susie Breedlove. Mono remaster. Okay, now, are we done on George Michael? This was a battle between Austin Latham and Stephen Parton. Austin Latham, I don't think you ever officially set out. Stephen's had this for about 4 minutes at $65, perhaps even longer, and we've got to sell it to him any second now. He is bidding so fast, you might not even be seeing it. And then over here, Armored Saints at 30. And now somebody was going to pay twice the sticker price for Sammy Hagar. Holy crap. Let's get in the back and start digging out Sammy Hagar. He's got to be buried back there somewhere. We got Fee Nothing Thumb. What did I just say? This is a new wave album from Germany, $9.99. George Jones Love Bug, $19.99. Austin, you've been immediately outbid. Steven outbid you literally seconds later, 70, now 75. Let's update Armored Saint. Armored Saint is an 84 U.S. Pittman OG, VG Plus condition. Armored Saints at $35 with James Davidson. Next thing is the Grateful Dead, Working Man's Dead. This is a 1970 Pittman, $99.99. It has the upside down cover. Green label, OG, Working Man's Dead, and it has the upside down cover. $99.99 on that. And then the car, Shake It Up, is $29.99. These are all buy it now or best offer. Brian Call wants the German New Wave. All right. Next is I'll take Standing Hampton if you have another. Standing Hampton. What was that? Armored Saint 40, and we've already sold the German New Wave. What was there? Something else that I missed over here. George Michael is up to Austin Latham. Stephen Parton has it for $75. Armored Saints at $40 with Trent Peasley. Okay. Oh, Standing Hampton. No, that... No, I only had one copy of that. Note to Paul, John, and Laura, dig up the Sammy Hagar albums. We have Blondie, Plastic Letters, $49.99. This is Plastic Letters. It's on the blue and white Chrysalis label. Super clean copy, $49.99. We had a copy autographed by Debbie Harry a few weeks ago. Okay, Armored Saint 40, 45, George Michael 78. George Michael 80. Steve Parton is not going down without a fight. Okay, I think I've answered all the questions. Let's read what's left in here, and let's go to the, quote, bonus crate. Let's go over here to the supplemental crate and see what's left over here. Oh, boy. George Strait. Now, everybody pay close attention. George Strait alert. George Strait alert. Rare George Strait alert. Rare George Strait alert. Alert, alert. It's the George Strait alert. Chill of an early fall. Rare. This is rare. This is rarer than Chad turning down a double stuffed Oreo. That would be rare for me to do that. Someone's like, you want a double stuffed Oreo? I'm like, yes. If I said no, that would be rare. That is how you describe this record. Rare. A 1991 U.S. Club rare. In shrink, EX Plus condition, a $95 start. George Strait, Chill of an Early Fall, rare, $95. You might want to place a bid on this one. George Michael's at $80. Austin, you've been outbid. Armored Saints at $46. Blondie is sold to Christopher Yoakum for $38. Now, let's go through the CDs I hadn't shown yet. Sorry, Tom Kelly, it's took so long. A lot going on. Here's the CDs we still have left. Cinderella Long Cold Winter, $29.99. The Best of Talking Heads, $29.99. Kiss Hot in the Shade, $29.99. And Nightwish Century Child, Nightwish is $29.99. The Grinch is $34.99. George Strait has a bid for $100. What's left in here? If you need a price or want to make an offer, go ahead. J.J. Cale, Naturally. The Rolling Stones, Let It Bleed. Pink Floyd, Momentary Lapse of Reason. This is a pretty wild crate, and there's 4 more to do after this. Tom Kelly wants Hot in the Shade, Japanese CD. We're now sold out of all Kiss CDs, and now we're going to put up another CD for auction. Slayer, Divine Intervention. Japanese CD, I've only got one, sealed Slayer, Japanese CD, a $30 start. Michael Jackson Thriller, First Press. Roxy Music Manifesto. Duran Duran Carnival, that's a Japanese press. Robin Trower, Prince, Wings, Elton John, Glenn Campbell. The Stones is a 2 LP, 30-track K-Tel compilation, $34.99. John Lennon, The Best of Bing Crosby, Michael McDonald, George Harrison, The Rolling Stones, The Police, Dizzy Gillespie, Johnny Crawford, Cher, Dave Edmunds, Long John Baldry, Jay Giles, Dan Fogelberg, The Doors, Leonard Cohen, Satin Chickens, George Jones, Grateful Dead, and The Cars. And can you believe it? An early George Jones album on Music Core, Love Bug, in nice condition, did not get an offer and didn't sell. George Michael's at $85 of Austin Latham. Armored Saint is sold to Trent Peasley for $46. Thriller is $34. George Michael's 90 and George Strait. We got George 90, George 100. Slayer's a $30 start. Don't have any Maiden or Judas Priest, it doesn't look like. No, but I've got another buy it now. Morrissey. Morrissey is $29.99. The Best of Morrissey, and that is a Japanese CD, $29.99. Okay? First thing is Bing Crosby, $8. Sell that to Jordan Underhill for $8. Next is George Jones, minus 15. Sell this to Chris Frazier for $15. The Cars Shake It Up was $29. U.S. original on her sleeve, and it is near mint minus. Beautiful copy. Okay? Austin Latham, it's up to you on George Michael. Nobody else has bid on George Strait. Final call on that. And then over here, can you detail the copies on George Michael? I can. And then Grinch is $34.99. Who asked? Grinch, Farmer Redman, $34. Green vinyl. That is the narration and the music. Okay? And then over here, John Lennon was called Shaved Fish. It's a compilation. It has no condition notes. Thriller was $34.99. 22, Trent. And then Danny's offered $18 on Rogue Mail. Sell that to Danny for $18. Okay? Sell that to Danny for $18. What happened to George Strait? John Lennon. That is $24.99. Can I show George Michael again? Can I show George Strait? I would love to show you some George Michael. This is George Michael, a 1987 U.S. Carrollton OG pressing with the original on her sleeve, with the lyric insert, EX Plus condition, a nice copy, OG, not in print, and the high bid is $90, final call. This is rare George Strait. Rare George Strait. George Strait, Chill of an Early Fall, a 91 U.S. Club, rare George Strait. This is rare George Strait. It has a high bid of $100 of Gregory Roberts. And then Slayer's about to be a buy it now. Over here, the Cards is sold to Trent Peasley for $22. That's sold to Trent for $22. And then the title of Dizzy Gillespie. The Dizzy Gillespie was called Dizzy Gillespie, $14.99. Everest Records Archive of Folk and Jazz. Orange, that's $14.99. And then Stones Black and Blue. Stones Black and Blue. That was the Rolling Stones Black and Blue. The Rolling Stones Black and Blue. That was right here, $24.99. Does have a punch hole. It does have the original on her sleeve. Nice, $24.99. The rare George Strait just got a bid for $120. First thing we have is MJ, $30. MJ, $30. MJ, $30. MJ, $30. That was Michael Jackson. Sold, if I can get my hands on it, this right here. This is sold to D. Kong for $30. Dizzy 8, George 150, Dizzy and condition, George Harrison, Wings, George Harrison. So Kristen Stark, let me summarize. You want to see every Beatles record in here one more time, front and back, disc, sideways, upside down. Okay, here's George Harrison. There it is upside down. There's the back cover. This is a 12-inch promo of Wake Up My Love from Gon Tropo, $19.99. The other one was John Lennon, Shaved Fish, $24.99. This one is on the Apple label. That's $24.99. George Jones is already sold. Sell Donna, Dizzy Gillespie for $8. George Strait has a new bid for $165. Austin Latham is out on George Michael. Final call for $90. And then Wings was at the speed of sound. Wings is in shrink with hop sticker, $24.99. No condition notes. George Strait, $165. What is the Prince? This is the OG copy of Purple Rain. No condition notes. We sold one very similar to this last night for $37. It's OG. It has the original on her sleeve, $39.99. The Slayer CD is a starting bid of $30. No bid. Looking for a $30 start on that. Over here, Elton John and Let It Bleed. Elton John is coming up. Here is the Rolling Stones. Let It Bleed. Blue London label. I don't have an exact year for you. It has a generic inner sleeve. Does have a little bit of a ding, but no condition notes. Not a bad copy. $34.99. Okay? $34.99. George Harrison is sold for $14 to Kristen Start. Elton John is a reissue. It's still a 70s press. It's on the MCA label. So this was originally on Uni. One of my favorites, unfortunately, from the dreaded Dick Connery collection. His name is written there, and on the label. Gatefold jacket, $29.99. And then Wings is sold to Todd Saw for $20. Nobody bid on Slayer. That's a $30 buy now. George Strait's at $170. George Michael is officially sold. George Michael is officially sold. George Michael is officially sold to Stephen Parton for $90. Okay? Kristen Start had first dibs on Wings. Sorry, Todd. He asked about that first. He asked earlier, what is the John Lennon, the Wings, the George Michael, or the George Harrison? Anything Beatles, can I see it one more time? And he has first dibs on this. That's sold to him. That is the second time Todd has come up short on a quick claim grab. But last night, 5 minutes later, Todd was back up on another record, and guess what? It popped up. So that one is sold to Kristen Start for $20. George Strait's at $178. Prince is $39.99. And then can we get Blessed for Death auction? I will. I'll put it up. I don't know the condition, but I'll put it up either way. Here's what's left in the auction bin. Tom Petty, Man of War, Vengeance of Hell, Living Death, Wasted Youth. We have Blessed Death. What did John Mincemoyer say? He said Blessed Death. That's one right here. And we also have White Line. We have Heavy Petting, TNT, Nuclear Assault, Graham Parsons, The Beatles, The Clash, Y&T, The Stones, Blake and Rice, Cinderella, The Black Crowes, Lamb of God, Cat Stevens, Ralph Stanley, Lita Ford, Richie Valens. Wow, we got a lot of cool stuff over here. And then this is Blessed Death, Destined for Extinction. Blessed Death is an 87 USOG with the press kit. There appears to be a handwritten letter by the lead vocalist, Larry Portelli. EX condition. Let's take a look at this then. $35 start. So this is Blessed Death. The cover does have a crease up here, and the cover has a little bit of a crease up here, and it has a clip corner. This is an 87 USOG. This is EX, Road Racer. It also has a letter, evidently from the lead singer. Interesting, look at that. On the back of the press release, it has a press photo. It has a press like release document again. The original inner sleeve, $35 start on that. George Strait is at $185, final call. Prince is $39. Don't hesitate to make offers. Now, anybody that's made an offer on anything in here, we've reached a deal. And the reason this crate has went from this full to this full, and then now all that's left is this, is because there is incredible titles in here. And I think every time I read through them, everybody's like, holy crap, Chad. And guess what? There's 4 more like this. So I'd like to go to a new one. But if anybody wants to make an offer on anything in here, the other Stones is an OG copy of Black and Blue. And it's still available, if I can figure out what I've done with that one. It was OG. It does have a punch hole, and the original inner sleeve, $24.99 on that, Patrick Fu. Graham Parsons is on deck. Graham Parsons is on decks. Blessed Death, 35. Blessed Death, 35. Okay. Now, next Japanese CD. Megadeth, $25 start. Cryptic Writings with bonus tracks, sealed, Japanese CD, $25 start. Anybody else? I'm just going to read these titles. I'm going to set this crate behind me in case somebody else has a question. The Rolling Stones, Elton John, The Rolling Stones, Prince, John Lennon, Grateful Dead, Satin Chickens, Leonard Cohen, The Doors, Dan Fogelberg, Jay Giles, Long John Baldry, Dave Edmunds, Cher, Johnny Crawford, The Police, Michael McDonald, The Stones, Glenn Campbell, Robin Trower, Duran Duran, Roxy Music, Pink Floyd, and J.J. Cale. Okay? Stones Live Now info. There is 3 Rolling Stones records in here. Black and Blue, Let It Bleed, And this K-Tail, Story of the Stones, 30 track, 2 LP, that's $34.99. The Doors is greatest hits. It does have a clip corner, $32.99, no condition notes. George Strait is sold to Gregory Roberts. This is sold to Gregory, $185. Do I have more rare country albums, Cody and Gregory? Cody and Gregory, do I possibly have more rare country albums? Who knows? Blessed Death, $37. That's between Jim Cooper and Fred Cardinale. A Megadeth sealed CD with bonus tracks, $25 start. Okay? Now, Patrick, I hope I answered your question about the Stones. There's only 3 left in there. And the Police was right here, Regatta de Blanc, Message in a Bottle, $24.99. Great titles in there. I don't know if I could had a better first crate of vintage. That one got halfway obliterated. I think there's some people just dying to make an offer right now. They know I'm probably going to accept it. So they're just hesitating. They're like, dude, if I say $35, Chad's going to take it. And you should see what I've pulled out of that crate. Look what I pulled out of that crate to put up for auction. This is stuff I pulled out of there. Space Record, Metal Church Record, George Harrison, David Gilmour, and Star Wars. That's what I pulled out because I think they're worthy of a closer examination for auction. Christina's offered $25 for Stones and $25 for Doors. Sold! See how easy that was? Sold. Christina Curtis, $25 and $25. Sold. These are all Taylor Swift CDs. Those are all Taylor Swift CDs. Susie, the 13-floor elevators you bought was $34.99. Blessed Death is at $45. They're still bidding. We're ready for new auctions, a new wave of British heavy metal, a new wave of auctions coming up. The next crate we're going to do is probably going to be pretty similar to that one we just went through. Holy crap, another Star Wars. Holy crap, Blackjack. Oh my gosh. Let's pull that out. What is this? Holy crap, Ozzy, Shot in the Dark, 12-inch single promo. Holy moly, look at all these records. Oh my gosh, it's Mac Davis. Oh my gosh, holy moly. Oh, wow. Goodness. Whoa. How bizarre. Interesting. Goodness. Whoa. My head's starting to spin. Okay. What do you want for the David Gilmour solo album? Well, we're going to put it up for the high bid, okay? So I'm about to put it up for a high bid. I'm going to make it very fair. The person, when I say sold, who has the most points on the board, and in this case, points will be US dollars, will be the winner. Megadeth CD did not get a bid. Shocking. $25 for Cryptic Lightings. Very rare on vinyl. Buy it now for $25. Over here, Blessed Death, Destined for Extinction. Blessed Death, VG cover or less because of some creasing. Clip corner, but very cool. It has an inner sleeve. It has a press kit. It has a press photo. It has a letter from the lead singer. And the disc is EX. And Blessed Death is at $46. That's the high bidder right now on Blessed Death. The first auction that's going to go up is our next auction, and that is David Gilmour. A fantastic release. This is his solo album, self-titled, written and recorded around the time of Wish You Were Here and Animals. It's an incredible album. Excuse me, more closer to Animals, not Wish You Were Here. $25 star, EX or better, the high bid wins. David Gilmour, $25 start. Now, Jay Nutra, I know you need that, and I know you want that. Next auction, Ozzy Osbourne, Shot in the Dark, 12-inch single, 83 UK, also with Killer of Giants and Rock and Roll Rebel. Ozzy, Shot in the Dark, very nice, 3-track single, gold stamp promo, $20 start on Ozzy, $25 start on Ozzy, $30 start on Ozzy, $35 start on Ozzy, $40 start on Ozzy, $25 start on Ozzy. Mac Davis, very best and more, shrink and hop sticker, near mint, $9.99. The Versatile Ventures, $9.99. The Cat, the Incredible Jimmy Smith, in shrink with the Kmart sticker, $24.99. The Alan Parsons Project, $19.99 for Gaudy. Loverboy, Get Lucky, $19.99 for Loverboy, Get Lucky. CCR, Willie and the Poor Boys, $34.99. Blessed Death is at $48. Fred Cardinale's out. Okay? David Gilmour has bids for 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, 30. Ozzy has bids for 25, 25. Debbie Winston on the Ventures. That's so to Debbie Winston. Chris Meisner's out on David Gilmour. James Goggin has it for 30. It's between Jay Nutra and James Goggin. Next is Lionel Richie, $9.99. Herman's Hermits, Hold On, sealed original, $14.99. The Players Association, Turn the Music Up. The Players Association, Gold Stamp Promo, $19.99. The Very Best of Little Anthony and the Imperials, $19.99. And Bob Wills and Tommy Duncan, A Living Legend, $14.99. The Five Royals, 17 hits, sealed, $24.99. David Gilmour is at $32 with Jay Nutra. Ozzy's at $28, Ozzy's at $30. Next is Blessed Death. Blessed Death is sold to Victor Guerra for $48. $48, Victor Guerra, okay? David Gilmour is at 32 with Jay Nutra, and Tom Kelly, Ozzy, is at 30. Let's put up another auction. I got Blackjack, but before we do Blackjack, let's do Cinderella. Long Cold Winter. Cinderella is in shrink. It has the hop sticker, even though it's a little torn. Cinderella is an 88 USOG VG Plus, a $20 start on Cinderella. Nice. That's for an OG and shrink and hop. New music on vinyl presses costs $40. I have a feeling that's going to get some bids. We have tons of new 45s never shown before. Yes. Whenever we're done with all this new vinyl, we're going to be going definitely into 45s again and miscellaneous, trying to finish off the rest of this table and go through all these 45s. BB King in London. BB King is $29.99. Sabu is $14.99. And Dion Jackson Golden Classics, sealed for $24.99. We had Millie Jackson, A Moment's Pleasure, sealed Millie Jackson, $24.99. And Bob Dylan Infidels, $24.99. Okay, so over here, David Gilmour is at 37. Cinderella's at 20. David Gilmour, 45. Cinderella, 35. And last bid on Ozzy was Rich Krulak at $31. That's the Shot in the Dark 12-inch single. If you're not Rich Krulak, I don't have you for the high bid. Over here is the Rolling Stones Hot Rocks. Boy, this is in what kind of sleeve is this in? A Mylar sleeve. $39.99. Beautiful Rolling Stones Hot Rocks. It is got the gigantic hop sticker on the top. $39.99. Cinderella, $25. Ozzy, $35. Jets and Gilberto, welcome to the Get Set. Compliments of Merchants National Bank. Wow, look at that. It is an MGM Mono 64 with a promo Merchants National Bank sticker on the front. I don't know if I've ever seen anything like that before. Welcome to the Get Set. Compliments of the Merchants National Bank Mono, $64.99. Bill Evans Master Pianist box set, $39.99. And Seals and Crofts Sudan Village, sealed, $14.99. So David Gilmour, the last bid was Jay Nutra at $45. Jay Nutra, $45. Everybody else is out. Ozzy's at 37. Rich, you're out. Chris Frazier, you're out. And the last bid on Cinderella was Richard Bradshaw, $35. Okay, our next CD is Megadeth Countdown to Extinction. And this one also has bonus tracks. It's sealed, a $25 start on that. A sealed $25 start on that, just FYI. Okay? All right. Okay. Sorry, had to send a text right quick. Jimmy Dean, Big Bad John. That's pretty cool. $9.99 on the original Columbia 2i. $9.99. Are we done on Gilmore? I'm assuming we're done on Cinderella. Mac Davis, Stop and Smell the Roses. Now that's 2 Mac Davises in here left unclaimed. $9.99. Joe Walsh, So What? Joe Walsh was $19.99. And the Cars, Panorama. The Cars has the original inner sleeve, $24.99 for the Cars. And live in concert, Jimmy Smith, the incredible Jimmy Smith. That's in shrink wrap on this black Metro label, $19.99. $19.99. Metro, live in concert, the incredible. A lot of these records have been stored in MoFi sleeves, by the way. I'm opening a lot of these. It's like MoFi sleeve. Jimmy Dean is sold to Chris Frazier for $7. We have the Pointer Sisters Black and White. That's $9.99. And the Billie Holiday Story Volume 3, $26.99. Jimmy Smith is $15, Donna. Still have the Cars. The Cars is sold to Trent Peasley for $20. Ozzy's at $41. And then David Gilmour. I think we're done. David Gilmour is sold to Jay Nutra for $45. Thank you, Jay Nutra. He did end up the high bidder on that record. Mission complete. Ozzy is still getting bids. The last bid on Ozzy was $41 with Rich Krulak. And since that $35 bid on Cinderella, nobody else bid. So Cinderella is sold for $35 to Richard Bradshaw. Megadeth, no bid, sealed, $25 buy it now. Next thing over here is the Black Crowes, Before the Frost. The Black Crowes is a 2019 U.S. limited edition white vinyl, a $20 start on the Black Crowes. Next is Led Zeppelin Coda. That's $39.99 for Led Zeppelin Coda, and the original cast soundtrack to Chitty Chitty Bang Bang. And that is $39.99. United Artists, really cool one there. Los Go-Go, Carabaciones Complementes y las Razaras. Exactly. Spain, $29.99. And then our next auction is Blackjack. Blackjack features a Bruce Kulick on guitar that went on to be in a band called Kiss. And this over here is Blackjack, and this is a $20 start for Blackjack. It's got this really cool three-dimensional type cover that looks like a deck of playing cards. $20 on that. Chad Snyder says, Flag, I bid $40 on Cinderella. Okay. Let's see if that was on my screen. Richard Bradshaw put Cinderella $35. Okay. And I'm going to hunt for your $40 bid. Chad Snyder bid $40 on Cinderella. Richard Bradshaw, you've been outbid on Cinderella. This is at $40 now with Chad Snyder, okay? Jimmy Smith, Donna offered $12. I said $15. That would be $5 off. Donna, all you got to do is say sold. I'll take it, Chad. What a great deal. And then Black Crowes is at $25. Black Crowes $20. Blackjack $20. Black Crowes $25. Kevin Voitosh on CCBB. Chitty Chitty Bang Bang. That is sold to Kevin Voitosh. Black Crowes $27. Black Crowes $30. What about Ozzy over here? The last bid, Tom Kelly went out. Rich Krulak has it for $41. We're about to sell it. Next is Delta Blues Band with Billy Cross. 1979 Denmark, $24.99. Manfred Mann's Earth Band, Watch, $9.99. Joe Walsh, The Smoker You Drink, The Player You Get, $19.99. John Lennon, Double Fantasy, $19.99 for John Lennon. And Peter Cetera is $9.99. Chad Snyder gets Cinderella for $40. Now, we got 3 auctions. Somebody wants to know what Ozzy is. Ozzy is Shot in the Dark, 12-inch single with Killer of Giants and Rock and Roll Rebel. Gold stamp promo sleeve, and this is a final call. It has a high bid of $41 with Rich Krulak. Okay, there's that. Black Crowes in the middle. Nick Bargeron, $35. Blackjack has 1 bid for $20. Final call. Also, Hooters, Nervous Night, $14.99 on Hooters. The Rolling Stones, their Satanic Majesty's Request, $49.99. Really cool. It's got that die-cut sleeve that tells you if it's stereo or mono. Air Supply is $9.99. We have Bryan Adams, Into the Fire. Bryan Adams, $14.99. Donna gets Jimmy Smith for $15. Mitch T on Hooters. And we have Ozzy, their greatest hits, $34.99, and Pink Floyd, the final cut, $39.99. Okay, so if I stand correct, and I think I do, Danny just bid $42 on Ozzy. That means somebody's outbid. The Black Crows is in the middle, and the Black Crows is with Nick Bergeron at $35. Todd Saw, Year on Coda. 1982, Zeppelin's last release, post John Bottom. This was unreleased tracks at the time. $39.99 for Coda. Joe Salamo on Joe Walsh for $15. Sold to Joe Salamo for $15. Danny, you've been outbid on Ozzy. And to my knowledge, there's one bid on Blackjack for $20 with Chris Frazier, and we're about to sell it. There's two Mac Davises in here. They've been put out for one person who asks for them almost every day, and he's currently asleep right now. Mac Davis, Very Best and More in Shrink and Hype, $9.99. And the other Mac Davis is Stop and Smell the Roses. Okay, $9.99. Stop and Smell the Roses. Led Zeppelin Coda is sold to Todd Saw, and Todd Saw gets Led Zeppelin Coda right here for $30. Danny's out on Ozzy. This is sold to Rich Krulak for $43. Rich, that's sold to you. I think we're done on the Black Crows. The last bid that came in on the Black Crows was, in fact, the last bid I seen was, in fact, 35 of Nick Bergeron, okay? And I'm going to go ahead and add another auction. Lamb of God, which was requested last time. Lamb of God is a 2008 U.S. reissue. Original inner sleeve, EX edition, a $50 start. This is Lamb of God, Philadelphia. Philadelphia, $50 start on that, okay? Let's see what else is going on in here. We've managed to fill up another crate. There are 3 more crates like this of vintage. That's why I'm trying to go as fast as possible. And then I've got a few more Japanese CDs to put up. I've never had this before. This is Megadeth Hidden Treasures. Limited edition Japanese CD sealed. A $25 start on that. Chris Frazier, the one and only bidder on Blackjack. Chris, that's sold to you for $20. Blackjack is sold. Nick Bergeron gets Black Crows for $35. And that leaves Lamb of God and Megadeth. And I'm about to put up new stuff. I got surprises. I got some stuff I found over here in the bins. And we've got all the advertised stuff still too. There's still quite a bit from the stuff from the hot pictures. Still quite a bit from the hot pictures. All right. Let me put these boxes of 45s. That's the new stuff for tonight. Let me put those there. I probably need to peek in them and see if there's any. I need to probably peek in them and see if he's got me any good auction-worthy stuff. I'm sure he always comes. I know last night he was working on some print stuff. I know for sure he was working on print stuff last night, but I don't know how far he got. Let me see what's in this box. He was trying to match up some sleeves with records. Now, there's some cool-looking stuff in here. Yeah, great batch of 45s for later tonight for sure. And then we still had 6 boxes of stuff from like last year and the year before. We never did go through a second time. Okay. And that crate's empty, so let me grab a new one. Beatles in Italy still hadn't went up. Nope, it's still available. And here we go. Okay. And first thing we have is Megadeth 25, Megadeth 30. And then Lamb of God is a $50 start. And Cody Wright on Mac Davis Very Best. So to Cody Wright. Okay. So if you ever see Mega Blast and he's like, I'm still looking for Mac Davis. You never put out any Mac Davis. I never see any Mac Davis. Everybody take a note. You got to be watching Coletco or you're going to miss a record you're looking for. Sold to Cody Wright. This is what happens when you decided that sleep is more important than buying records, which is a pretty dumb decision. Sleep is never more important than buying records in any scenario. Any scenario. That would, the less than equal sign would never equivalent to sleep being more important than watching Coletco. This is the original Star Wars movie, A New Hope. A beautiful U.S. original press, LP, inner sleeve, LP, $35 start. The bottom seam needs to be re-glued. It's not ripped. It can easily be re-adhesived. Nice jacket, not much ring wear, still retains gloss. There's Darth, $35 start. $35 start on Star Wars. Okay? Megadeth is about to sell for $30 the MT Matte. Nick Bargeron hadn't set out, and Lamb of God doesn't have a bid. I've only read through these once. I'm just going to tell you the titles that's left. Jimmy Smith, The Cat, Alan Parsons, Gaudy, Loverboy, Get Lucky, CCR Willing, The Poor Boys, Lionel Richie, Herman's Hermits, Hold On, The Players Association, Little Anthony and the Imperials. We have Bob Wills and Tommy Duncan, The Five Rules, B.B. King in London, Sabu, Deion Jackson, Millie Jackson, Bob Dylan, The Rolling Stones, Getz Gilberto, Bill Evans, Seals and Croft, Joe Walsh, The Pointer Sisters, Billie Holiday, Lost Go-Go, Delta Blues Band, Man for Man, John Lennon, Peter Cetera, Rolling Stones, Air Supply, Bryan Adams, Eagles, Pink Floyd, and Mac Davis. Okay? Done and done. Done and done. Okay? Okay. Let's swap out crates. Time for a new one. Boy, I'm liking what John's put out tonight, for sure. That Megadeth CD still getting bid. Star Wars is a $35 start. And does anyone else spend more time buying records, listening to time they've already bought? Well, you got to make a decision. You got to make a decision. Am I going to buy and listen to records? Am I just going to listen to records? Or am I going to just collect records? Now, somebody like me, I barely have enough time to spell my name. That's why, like, when I sign stuff, I just kind of draw a scribble. So right now, I'm a record collector. Do I listen to stuff? All the time. But I would be in the classification of I'm a record collector. The time I do have to listen is rare. So I enjoy just trying to find stuff and collecting it. There's enough music in this building. I'd be listening stuff for 20 lifetimes. So I'm just constantly buying and collecting. Lamb of God is a no bid. Lamb of God's a no bid. A $50 buy it now. Star Wars can be picked up for $35. Star Wars, $35. I like buying something I don't have, rare, cataloging it, and saying, "Phew, I've got it. On to the next one." Check. Next. Okay. Over here is a Megadeth. The last bid on this was $40 with MT Matte. Antonio Villanueva, You've Been Outbid. I'm going to lay that back there. That's a current auction, that Megadeth CD. Star Wars is a $35 buy now. Lamb of God, $40. Lamb of God, $45. So the median on this thing is $78, and they've sold for as much as $150. I'll sell it to you for $45. That was supposed to bring like $100 at auction. It looks like it's going to sell for half price. Half price at $45. Megadeth is at $45. And then our next auction is going to go up right now. Man-O-War, Fighting the World. Wow, Man-O-War on a Tuesday night. An 87 Carrollton OG Club copy with the original inner sleeve. Nice. $35 start for Man-O-War. It has the original inner sleeve. There's the cover. $35 start. Lamb of God is sold to Trent Peasley for $45. Megadeth is at $45. We have Roslyn and Collins Band, Anytime, Anyplace, Anywhere. VG Plus $17.99. Billy Joe Glass Houses, VG Plus $9.99. Heart, self-titled, VG $9.99 for Heart. Hotel California is VG $14.99. And John Waite Ignition. John Waite is VG Plus $14.99. And Styx Paradise Theater, VG condition, $9.99. It is in VG condition. Paradise Theater, Styx. More Hot Rocks, the Rolling Stones, VG $14.99. And Elton John's Greatest Hits, VG $14.99. Next auction is going to go up right now. This is We Came in Peace for All Mankind, a recorded history of space exploration and the triumph of the lunar landing. There's the Apollo 11 crew. Very cool space record from Decca Records. A $20 start. $20 start for space or Apollo, whatever you want to call that one in the chat. Next is Chris Martin on Heart. Chris Martin on Heart. Hotel 10 RS10. First thing we're going to do is put up another auction, and that next auction is Metal Church. This is a gold stamp promo, 1985 original, $45 start for Metal Church. We had one of these just the other night on Metal Night, I think. Here's another opportunity. Metal Church, gold stamp promo, has the original on her sleeve, nice clean copy, $45 start on this. $45 start on Metal Church, okay? Let's shift down Star Wars. Let's shift down Man of War and Space and Metal Church, okay? Now, over here, we have Hotel for $10. This was a VG copy, sold to Dennis Jackson for $10. The Rolling Stones, Kristen Start, VG copy, sold for $10. How much to start on Sticks? Actually, these are buy it nows. So Sticks is $10. VG condition, $9.99. Anything right here, you can go ahead and buy it or make an offer. These back here are auctions. For example, Man of War does not have a bid. We're looking for a $35 start. No one has bid yet. The Space Record is a $20 start. No one has bid yet. And Metal Church is a $45 start. We already have a bid for $45. The Megadeth CD is between two people. Now it's between one person. So I doubt he bids against himself. MT Matt has the Megadeth CD back there at $60, okay? Brian C. was going to pay full price for Hot Rocks. So Kristen Starr, you owe me $5. I just shot myself in the foot over $5. I just shot myself in the foot over $5, okay? Next is Saturday Night Fever. That is a 2LP, VG condition, $9.99. Queen's Greatest Hits, VG plus $14.99. The Police and Yada Mandata, VG plus $17.99. U2 is VG plus $24.99. And Jimi Hendrix Smash Hits, VG $14.99. Expose Exposure, VG $9.99. And Steve Winwood, Welcome to the Canteen, VG plus $14.99. The Megadeth CD is officially sold to MT Matt for $60. I got another CD to put up, and this one is Slayer. This is South of Heaven. This contains a booklet and insert. It's a sealed Japanese CD. Slayer is a $30 start, now up for bid, okay? Next is The Gentrys Keep on Dancing, VG condition $9.99. Paul McCartney Red Rose Speedway, VG $12.99. Big Barn Bed. Uh-oh, somebody doodled on Paul's face. They gave him some eyebrows and some nose hair or something. VG $12.99 on that one. We have Booker T and the MGs Soul Limbo, VG $19.99. The Rolling Stones Undercover, VG plus $24.99. The Woman in Red, VG $12.99. The Kinks, You Really Got Me. You Really Got Me going. The original Tricolor Steamboat label, VG $24.99. Queen is sold for $10 back here to Joe Castillo. Next is El Dorado, a symphony by the Electrolyte Orchestra, VG $9.99. And Traffic, one of the Eagle Flies, VG $9.99. Man of War, sold one bid, Stephen Lewis Jr., $35. Nice, that's pretty. Just the other night, it was weird. There was 2 or 3 people, Man of War? And I was like, no Man of War tonight. And then somebody different a little bit later. Chad, I'm looking for Man of War fighting the world. No, sorry, don't have it. That one flew under the radar, one bid, $35 sold. The Space Record, James Fairfax. I don't know if you could time that any better. That sold to you for $20. And then over here, this is Metal Church, sold for $45. And Metal Church is sold for $45 to somebody. Who bid 45? Hoopy. Hoopy 31 gets this for $45. Okay? Hoopy gets that for $45. So the Slayer CD's a $30 start. The Slayer CD's a $30 start. Time for more new stuff. Dennis Jackson on ELO for $7. Dennis Jackson is getting that for $7. And then we have William Drukovich getting the Kinks. And now we have, yes, Close to the Edge. VG condition, $9.99, okay? Next auction is going to go up right now. Let's do White Line and let's do the Beatles. White Line and the Beatles. White Line, Fight to Survive, is an 86 USOG in shrink, $35 start. Going next to that is the Beatles in Italy. This is an unofficial press, VG condition, a $25 start on the Beatles. Yes is VG $9.99. Black Sabbath Volume 4, a 72 Terre Haute, VG condition, $32.99. No discount. No discount. Tommy Boyce and Bobby Hart, VG $9.99. That should have went up for a $35 starting bid. Doc and Merle Watson, Red Rocking Chair, VG Plus $14.99. UFO, The Wild, The Willing, The Innocent, VG $12.99. Elvis Golden Records, VG Plus $14.99, and Original Mono label $14.99. Yes is sold for $7 to Dennis Jackson. Steve Little gets Black Sabbath, an OG copy just randomly sitting in the bin. That should have been a $35 start and sold for $74. That went to Steve Little. ST was next. Kristen Start was third. White Line has a bid for $35. The Beatles has a bid for $25. Eric Squindo gets Booker T for $15. That's sold to him. The Slayer CD is a $30 buy it now. Slayer CD is a $30 buy it now. Kinda Kinks, another one. VG $24.99. A mono tricolor Steamboat, Kinda Kinks, and that is VG $24.99. Interesting. Also, we have the Kinks Sleepwalker, VG Plus $12.99 on the Kinks, and the best of the Guess Who, American Woman. White Line is gotten one bid for $35. It's an EX OG. EX, not bad whatsoever. The Beatles has one bid for $25. Antonio Villanueva on the Slayer CD. We'll go through all the Japanese CDs in just a second. Those have been a hit tonight. I've got a few more that I hadn't shown. Another Kinks, this time Controversy. That one's VG Plus. Another tricolor Steamboat label. So when I'm saying tricolor Steamboat, that's a very collectible and very desirable label from Reprise. So artists like Jimi Hendrix, the Kinks, etc., etc. If you see that, that is a desirable label. Now, not everything is on that label. There's later records that didn't come as a tricolor Steamboat. But if it's eligible for a tricolor Steamboat release, then that's typically the most desirable of those pressings, for sure. For sure. Especially with the Kinks, Hendrix, and I've ran out of other artists. The first person that comes to mind is Jimi Hendrix. He's definitely probably the most collectible on that label. And then I think about the Kinks a lot. It was a label owned by Frank Sinatra, and that was the first label they used. Okay, so there's that. And he also can also get the no bid Slayer. So yeah, Slayer $30, and you want the other Slayer back here $30. Okay, those sold to Antonio Villanueva. I've got this. This is the Definite Foreigner, another Japanese CD. That one's $24.99, the Definite Foreigner. And then this one's pretty interesting. It's $49.99, the Rolling Stones. That's a triple CD. The London Years, the Singles Collection. A 3 CD Japanese, $49.99. Samuel Kopich on Controversy, White Line 35, 37, 40. And then we had Steppenwolf Monster. I don't see this hop sticker too often on this release. VG Plus, $14.99 for Steppenwolf. The Who, Meaty Bitty Big and Bouncy, VG $12.99. And then the Kinks Greatest Hits, another mono. It should be. It is $24.99 for the Kinks. And the Best of Blondie, EX, $47.99 for the Best of Blondie in shrink wrap. So Kristen Start, you get the Beatles for $25. There's another Foreigner and another Foreigner. So I got 3 Foreigner Japanese CDs. Okay, and then White Lines at $41 with Jersey Devil. Christina, you've been outbid. We need more auctions. So earlier I put up an original Star Wars soundtrack. It's still available, no bid. Here's the other one, The Empire Strikes Back. Now, if this one doesn't get some bidding activity, I'm going to be pretty shocked, okay? I'll be over here saying, wow, I'm officially shocked. This is The Empire Strikes Back. Gatefold, nice book, nice jacket, nice vinyl, and it's complete. It's got both discs, and I guess that's all that came with this one. The book's in the gatefold, yeah. Very nice copy. Notorious for having ring wear. This is nice and glossy. It's a beautiful. Some regard it as one of the greatest movies ever made. I think it's consistently in the top 10 list. Empire Strikes Back, $35 start. We have White Line at $40.41. Any Wasted Youth coming up in just a second. Shane Landolt on Steppenwolf. And we have Not So Graham Parsons. and Steppenwolf just sold, okay? White Line's a final call, and that is at 41 with Jersey Devil. Well, let's put up Wasted Youth and Graham Parsons. We'll do Wasted Youth and then Graham Parsons. So the Wasted Youth is right here. We got Tom Petty, Wasted Youth. Wasted Youth is an 88 USOG thrash speed metal, EX condition, just a $20 starting bid. It does have a notch up here, has a crease where the notch is, $20 start on that. Okay, $20 start on that. Star Wars 30, no bid. I'm going to do an old-fashioned $2 bump because this was marked. Okay, I'll tell you what this was marked. I've already peeled the price tag off. This was marked $44.99. The Star Wars soundtrack, it was marked $44.99, the no bid over here. Okay, I peeled off the price tag and put it up for a $35 start. So the starting bid was a price reduction. So if it was in the best offer crate, it would have been 44 or best offer. But if you want it for 32, I'll take it. That's why I was pretty shocked nobody bid on it, because it was already cut for the minimum bid. But 32, it's yours. Okay, and then that one's a no bid so far, a $35 start. And then Wasted Youth is a $20 start. If you want to bid, you got to put Wasted Youth 20. That means you're bidding. That means you've placed a bid. And that means I'll say it's a final call, and we'll have to give everybody else a second to make sure they don't want to bid. Let's go through this crate again. I'm just going to read through some titles and make sure everybody knows what's left in here. If you want a price, let me know. Rosin Collins Band, Billy Joel, John Waite, Elton John, Styx, Saturday Night Fever, The Police, U2, Jimi Hendrix, Exposé, Traffic, The Gentrys, Paul McCartney, The Rolling Stones, Undercover. This is the Rolling Stones Undercover. It is VG Plus, $24.99. It has the original inner sleeve with it. VG Plus, $24.99. Stevie Wonder, The Woman in Red. Traffic, Boyce and Hart. Doc and Merle Watson, UFO, Elvis. The Kinks, The Guess Who, The Kinks, and Blondie. White Line is officially sold. And White Line is officially sold to Jersey Devil for $41. And then over here, Empire Strikes Back has a bid for $35. Wasted Youth has a bid for $20 and another bid for $20. Chris Flynn, you're out. And the person over on YouTube bid first, 09 Theist. And I don't know if I'm saying that right. Andy Lane says, I'll take Star Wars. Let me make sure Charlie Buck doesn't want it for $32. And then the next thing is Elton John was VG Tim Rory, $14.99. VG $14.99. The Stones is sold for $20 to Todd Saw. Empire officially has a bid for $35. Andy Lane he says he can have it. All right, so Andy Lane, you get Star Wars for $32. ST gets Kinda Kinks. Is that one still available? It is. That's sold to ST. Wasted Youth has another bid for $22, another bid for $25, and now a bid for $27. Okay? So what's left in here is Elton John, Blondie, Kinks, The Who, The Guess Who, The Kinks, Elvis, UFO, Doc and Merle Watson, Boyce and Hart, Traffic, Stevie Wonder, Paul McCartney, The Gentrys, Traffic, Exposé, Hendrix, U2, The Police, Saturday Night Fever, Styx, John Waite, Billy Joe, and Rosin and Collins Band. And I forgot Billy Joe had a question. VG Plus, $9.99. You may be right. I may be crazy. Glass Houses, that's the first track. You may be right, I may be crazy. It's still rock and roll to me. That's another big one on that one. Okay? Empire has a new bid for $36. Tim Rohr and Elton for $10. And Billy Joel sold to Travis for $7. So typically if I say, hey, I'm pulling some records out of this John crate, I put them up for auction for a couple reasons, because it's usually a pretty desirable record that I think needs a closer examination to make sure we know exactly what it is, and everybody can probably get a more fair shot. Also, sometimes I'll look at what John has it stickered, and I'm like, well, it should probably either bring more or less than this. So kind of to balance the play field, I'll just put it up for auction. Like, I've pulled some stuff out before that he's already had maybe marked top price, and I'm like, okay, well, that's probably what it could bring and then some, but I'll go ahead and just start it at 35 for something that I think might bring 50 or 80. And that's what I've done with several tonight, like Star Wars and other things over here. Okay, Billy Joel's already sold. We sold 2 or 3 OG older Kinks records. Now there's only 2 left. Greatest Hits and Sleepwalker. Sleepwalkers VG Plus $12.99. And Greatest Hits is, in fact, a mono tricolor steamboat. VG Plus $24.99. Okay? Empire is up to one person. James Fairfax, if he wants to bid again. Debbie has it for 36. James Fairfax just bid 40. And now Wasted Youth is at $30 of Andy Lane. Everybody else, including the first bidder and Victor Guerra, have all been outbid. James Fairfax has it for 40. Okay. So tonight, the stuff I pulled out of John's crates, 3 have sold for less than what he had them stickered. 3 have sold for more, and 1 sold for the exact same price, which was Blackjack. But it's such a desirable title. Sometimes like, okay, I'll pull this out and see what happens. Oh, here was one from last night I didn't get to. Yep, so this one was from a crate last night. I'll pull this out. Bang Tango, Psycho Cafe. Bang Tango is an 89 OG. This album is out of print. Gold stamp promo. No condition notes on the vinyl. The cover has some dings, though. It's got some creasing along the edging. Bang Tango is a $45 start. Psycho Cafe. The hop stickers on the back. Hopefully you can see the creasing on the cover. Bang Tango, a $45 start. Okay? So first is Kink's Greatest 20, and Susie wants both Kinks. And I'm assuming Chris Knapp's passing. So Chris, if you want this for full price, it's yours. If you say pass, they're both sold to Susie at sticker price. We got 2 more crates to go through. Yeah, we got 2 more crates like this to go through of new stuff that's never been shown before. Wowie wow. Let's get started. I just said wowie wow. All right. Let me see what's in here. I didn't flip through this one. Oh, there's another Heart album for whoever's asking about Heart. Oh, there's Miles Davis. Oh, there's the Beatles. Oh, there's Rush. Oh, that one's going to go up for auction. Oh, there's that. I'm going to leave that in there, though. And holy moly. Okay, here's another check condition crate. Here is another check condition crate. And Chad's going to go grab a bottle of water. And I had a Monster in the fridge I put in there about 6 o'clock. It should be pretty cold, but I'm going to let it chill just a little bit longer. I think I'm going to go get it about 10 o'clock. About 10 o'clock, I'll go get that. Okay? About 10 o'clock, I'll go get that. I need a bottle of water. It's already chilled up here. Chilled. Chilled, chilled, chilled. Dun, dun, dun. All right, I got a couple things I need to tag that we sold last night after the sale. So let me tag, because if I don't do it now, it could disappear in the vast inventory of vinyl back here. And because it's a couple expensive records, I think I better go ahead and tag these. Okay. Let me pull up Messenger here. Give me 1 second. All right, so I got a couple things to tag here. Let's pull up Messenger. I still gotta. Okay, so this is the Marjays. Marjays. We need to put this in for $350. This is sold to Jason Boxell. The Marjays, $350. Okay, 350. $350. I'm going to write this down too, just so there's no translation in my voice to text. Okay, and that's sold to Jason Boxell, $350. And then Albert King is sold for $400 to Jason Boxell. And this is stuff that we had on Discogs or stuff that I was about to put on Discogs. So if you ever see anything on Discogs, we got some like $500 and $1,000 albums over there. If you see something, reach out to me. I'll cut you a deal. We'll put it on your invoice. Don't buy it through Discogs, because I'll get charged a fee. If you buy it here, I don't get charged a fee. And you can put it on your invoice with free shipping. Okay? So just let me know live or send us a message. And this is sold to Jason Boxell, $400, Albert King. Okay? So that was $350 and $400. All right. Albert King is sold. All right, so over here, And if you ever want anything on our Discogs, you got to let us know, okay? And we'll make you a great price. The first thing is I'm going to start where I left off. So Todd offered 20 on the kinks. Susie said she'll take both. It was up to Todd. Empire 41, Wasted Youth 35, Empire 45. Details on U2. I'll pass on the kinks. That was Chris Knapp, okay? Empire 46, Bang Tango 45. Wasted Youth 40, Bang Tango info. Got them both. I got a request for nuclear assault and Wasted Youth. What does check condition mean? Check condition means the grade of the vinyl is EX or less. But I'll tell you what the grade is. So these are VG plus and VG plus. That means check condition. That means this is not a perfect record, and that is the exact grade. Okay? That is the exact grade. That is the exact grade, VG plus. Now, there's other crates that we go through. The other crates we go through are all sorted the same grade, EX plus or better. We do that to save me a lot of oxygen, and we do that to save me a lot of time, so we can go through crate and be like, everything in here is EX plus or better. Let's go over here first to Empire. This is an OG Star Wars, Empire Strikes Back. James Fairfax has it for $45, final call. Wasted Use at $50. Victor Gary, you're out. Bang Tango is Psycho Cafe. I would grade the cover VG or VG minus. It's got some very noticeable creasing on the front and back. It is, however, a gold stamp promo with hop sticker, and there's no condition notes on the vinyl. The disc is EX++ / near mint minus. There's only one bid for $45, okay? If it was up to me, I want the kinks for $20. I did see that, but what happened is after you made an offer, somebody else said they'll take it. So when that happens in a best offer crate, that means it's still yours, but it will be the original sticker full price or whatever somebody out offered you on. So in a best offer crate, if you get out offered before I can call it sold, that means somebody literally outbid you. And if you want to pass, that's okay, because it's going to be sold to somebody else for more money. So the kinks is pending to Susie for full price, but it's up to you if you want it for $24.99. If you pass, it's automatically sold to somebody else for the full sticker price. I'm not asking for more. I'm saying somebody's already telling me they're paying more. So obviously I can't say no when there's $5 on the table. Now, if there wasn't $5 on the table, I would have go ahead and say sold to you. But essentially, somebody's outbid you. They've out-offered you, okay? There we go. So, next thing is a new check condition crate. This is Fats Domino. VG Plus, $29.99. So everything in this crate has been individually graded. So if I tell you the grade, VG Plus, that's what the disc grade is. And then I try to make notes about the cover. If I don't make too many notes about the cover, that means the cover is nice. I'll tell you, oh, it's got chipping, or oh, it's got edge wear. So most of the cover should average out about VG Plus. And of course, some, I'll tell you when there's something good about them. I'll say, well, it's in shrink wrap with hop sticker. That means the cover is beautiful. It's in the original shrink wrap, and it has the hop sticker. So I'll make good notes and I'll make bad notes. If I don't say much, then it's probably an average grade cover. And plus, hopefully, you're looking at it and you can make that determination yourself too, as fast as I'm showing them. The cars is VG $14.99. And then over here, somebody wanted to see U2 again. And that was Tim Rory. Now, that was about 10 minutes ago. He asked to see this. And this is U2 live under a blood red sky. That's an Allied pressing, edited version, VG Plus, $24.99. Both of these Kinks records are sold to Susie Breedlove. Sold to Susie, sold to Susie. Next is the Rolling Stones. It's only rock and roll. VG Plus, $24.99. ST on the car. So on cover jackets, I try to pick out the bad stuff and the good stuff. If I don't say a lot about the jacket and I'm kind of just rolling through it like the Stones, this is about a solid VG Plus jacket. It's just got some minor, ring wear on it, old sticker residue pull. It's mid-grade. It's, of course, most average pre-owned jackets are about lightly used. That's why I try to emphasize when something is still literally in the original shrink wrap for 40 years. The jacket's been well preserved. VG $12.99 for Rare Earth. The Beatles, Hey Jude. This is a purple capo label. It's got a sticker on the back where somebody's wrote some of the information about the tracks. This is a purple capo label, VG $12.99. All right, these auctions are done, all three of them. It is time for new auctions. And the Empire Strikes Back is sold for $45. James Fairfax, Debbie Winstead, $46. Boy, I'm glad I said something because Debbie never did say she was the high bid. $46 to Debbie Winstead. That is Star Wars. It is sold, okay? And then Wasted Youth. Wasted Youth. Now, this has been at $50 of Andy Lane at $50. That's sold to Andy Lane. Now, when I said all three of these auctions are done, as soon as I said that, Chris Martin's bid popped up on Bang Tango. Chris, I've already said all three of these are done. I got to sell this for $45 to Ziggy Chaos. Plus, he's had the bid for 8 minutes at $45. He's had that for 8 minutes at $45. Plus, I did already say they're gone. John had that marked at $59.99. That was what that was in the crate for, $59.99. So that's probably about right. And that sold, and if it would have brought $75, though, I wouldn't have been surprised. How much is the Rolling Stone singles collection? $49.99. Right now, there's none for sale in the U.S. It's a 3-disc Japanese set, $49.99, okay? Over here, Blood, Sweat, and Tears, VG condition, $9.99. Original label on that one, gatefold jacket. New edition, Under the Blue Moon. New editions, VG Plus $14.99. And Music for a Striptease Party, VG Plus $14.99. And REO Speedwagon, Lost in a Dream. REO is VG Plus $14.99. Okay, Nuclear Assault. Man, 197 people watching. A Tuesday night, and we're putting up Nuclear Assault, Handle with Care. A 1989 OG with the original inner sleeve, VG Plus condition, a $30 start. Wow, that's pretty unusual. $30 start on that one. Striptease is sold to Charlie Marks. ST was second. Roy Orbison in Dreams, that's VG $24.99. And Meet the Searchers, Needles and Pens, VG $12.99. Somebody asked for grading definitions. So a VG copy gets down to where it has several visible scuffs and marks, but no feelable marks. So a VG copy is going to have marks that make it, essentially with playback, it's going to be noisy, cracks and pops, but nothing that's going to cause it to skip. Okay, if there's a mark where we think it's going to get to the point where it's going to skip, then that immediately takes it to VG minus or less. Or VG minus could also mean an abnormal amount of scuffing and marks, like much more than what we classify as a VG. VG plus is going to have some scuffing and some marks. And then it's like less and less, all the way up to EX plus and near mint minus, where those records are getting to where there's very superficial marks, if any. And pristine means it virtually has 0 or maybe 1, and sometimes not even 1. Pristine should have nothing. It should look like it's a brand new disc. If I'm using, that's like the Japanese pressings I put up. They're like perfect. They look like they were just made. And then EX plus is the next level, and then EX maybe have a couple. So like Laura's graded this Graham Parsons a EX. It's got like almost like sleeve scuffing. So it's just like that and that. It's very superficial. The side 2 has virtually nothing. That's like a sleeve mark there. You know, it's a really nice record. I think some people, their cutoff is VG plus. Some people's cutoff is EX. And I have some people, they don't buy anything unless I say it is pristine. Graham Parsons, the Flying Burrito Brothers, is a 76 US Terre Haute EX edition, a $30 start. $30 start on that. Nuclear Assault 30, Nuclear Assault 30, Nuclear Assault 45, Nuclear Assault 50. Guy Shard wants the Rolling Stones. Thank you. I still got Foreigner. That's on a Japanese CD, the Definite Collection, $24.99 for Foreigner. Okay? All right, and these are new arrivals, buy it now or best offer. Duke Ellington's Indigos. Let's look at one more for grading purposes. VG Plus, okay? So there's like some hairlines here. Right there, there's some hairlines. And there's some sleeve scuffing. But overall, there's nothing. When you hold it in like standard light, you're like, yuck. But it does have marks on it. That's a VG Plus record, especially for something like this. Also, I think a lot of it has to do with the error of when it was made. You know, like I think like comics are graded differently, in my opinion, if it's something modern versus maybe something that's from 1940. So, you know, this record's from the mid-50s. For it to be VG Plus, it's nicer than most. $24.99. Sorry, 45 box set of Yes, how much? I do not have a 45 box set of Yes. I have Traffic, though. John Barleycorn Must Die. VG $9.99 on that. Nuclear Assault, Handle with Care. Nuclear Assault is an 89 USOG VG Plus condition. Nuclear Assault is OG VG Plus. Charlie Buck has it for $50. Graham Parsons at $33.35. Rosington Collins Band, VG $12.99. And Magical Mystery Tour, Purple Capo label, VG $19.99. VG $19.99. And then that's cosmetically. These inner sleeves are horrible, by the way. And then there's also, you could almost say, different playback grade or different grading for playback. So, you know, some records were like, okay, this is rare. Visually, it looks like it's a VG copy. But when you play it, by definition, it sounds like a VG Plus. So you could almost split grading. You could say A, visually, or, you know, also the way it looks. And I'm going to go grab a pack of inner sleeves. And this will give me an opportunity to sell you a pack of inner sleeves, because I'm going to put this Beatles in a brand new inner sleeve, because that one got all crinkly. So if a sleeve ever gets crinkly, I go ahead and just throw it away and put it in a brand new one, especially a Beatles record, okay? Especially a nice one here. So I've got two offerings for inner sleeves. We're going to be getting a restock of MoFi this week. MoFi inner sleeves are coming back in this week. And we also have these that you can get right now for sure. This is sound sleeves. So we sell a 50 pack of inner sleeves. You can get this brand if you've been buying these, if you like these, or MoFi. Now, I've got 300 packs of MoFi on the way because I got kind of a wholesale deal. I went ahead and bought 300 packs, and those are arriving this week, okay? This is the Beatles Magical Mystery Tour VG condition, $19.99. So if you want a pack of these or MoFi, let me know right now. This is what we use to put our auctions in. And of course, when we run out, we'll be using MoFi. But also, I'm keeping a lot of MoFi to sell them because they were out of print for like 6 months. We couldn't get them. All right. Okay. All right. Samuel Kopech on Duke Ellington. We're going through a new check condition crate. And then guess what? After this, there's another non-check condition crate. The Beatles is in a brand new sleeve. You just seen that yourself. Ted Nugent, State of Shock. VG Plus $9.99. Rush, Moving Pictures. Now, this jacket is pretty beat. I mean, it looks like somebody really loved this album. I don't know if they loved it or hated it. VG $19.99. It feels like an OG. I have that kind of X-ray vision. It is an OG Bob Lugwood, but this cover is in poor condition. It has got seam splits, seam wear. I mean, the corners are almost rounded. It looks like a 1933 baseball card. VG $14.99 on that. Also, we have Revolver, a 66 mono press. VG $29.99, a 66 mono press. So right now we got two auctions. Nuclear Assault is at $55. Graham Parsons is at $36. Chris Baychek says he's out. So ST has Graham Parsons for $36, final call. Nuclear Assault's at $55. And then how much is the Grinch? Green vinyl, $34.99. What's the difference between those and MoFi? Just the brand. Just the brand. Just the name. Water break. We're about to sell those too. All right, here we go. We got Bruce Springsteen, Born in the USA, in Shrink and Hype, VG $9.99. Dire Straits Brothers in Arms, VG $14.99. Eagles Greatest Hits Volume 2, VG Plus $24.99. And Aerosmith, their debut album, Aerosmith, is VG Plus $24.99. Miles Davis, Quiet Nights, a 65 mono Miles Davis VG condition, $14.99. Wow. Miles Davis mono, VG $14.99. That seems unusual. Jim Croce, The Life and Times, VG Plus $9.99. Nuclear Assault, Victor Guerra gets this for $60. Graham Parsons is sold to ST. That's sold to ST over on YouTube for $36. And Garrett gets Miles Davis. And now we're ready for more new auctions. In the advertised stuff, I still got Tom Petty. I still got Living Death. I still got George Harrison that came out of a surprise crate. Heavy Petting, TNT, The Clash, YNT, The Stones, Blake and Rice, QRP, Cat Stevens, La Bamba, Ralph Stanley, and Lita Ford. Oh my gosh. All right, let's go ahead and add these two. Let me touch my toes right quick. Hold on. Oh, wow. Okay. All right. Wow, that's some good oxygen. I don't know who came up with that stuff, but I'm sure they're a stone cold billionaire. All right. We have an 84 Belgium OG pressing. This is called Vengeance of Hell, Living Death. It does have a seam split up here on top of the jacket. This is on Mausoleum Records, EX condition, a $30 start, Living Death. Next auction, Lita Ford, Dancing on the Edge, an 84 US Hop Hog with a magazine cutout of Lita, VG condition, a $15 start. This is OG VG, and you even get a nice cutout from a magazine of Lita Ford and Doro on the back. The cover has a little bit of damage right there. Just that album's not in print, nor has it ever been reissued. All right, first thing is Josh Brown on Aerosmith, $18 sold. One Unique Journey, too. Have you bought from us before? You get Bruce Springsteen for $7. Tom Petty is Full Moon Fever. TNT's on deck. Chad, can you approve my post and Whole Lot of Records? I will do that. Ziggy Chaos, I requested Lita. There it is. We got YNT on deck and TNT on deck. Clash is Give 'Em Enough Rope, and then Death has bids for 30 and 40. There was, as of this morning, 1,036 pending posts in our group. So I promise you're not the only one. There is, I don't know if that number's changed. Laura said she approved some earlier. There is 1,036 pending posts in the group. Let me see if that number is still accurate. And I just approved somebody to join. One person, two person, three people. Okay, I just approved 3 people. There's 3 new pending posts since the last moment I was on here. Okay. Yeah, right now there's 1,088 pending posts. 1,088 pending posts for our group. I'm pretty far behind. And Laura's helping me out with some of them. Now, here's what I approve. If you've bought something for CollectCo, or sharing something you bought from CollectCo, or something related to CollectCo, we're probably going to post it. Now, the other stuff is a lot of shared articles and photos and stuff. We got to be careful how much we post in there, because if we post a pre-order and it's bogged down with other stuff, nobody can see my pre-orders. Nobody can see Laura's pre-orders. And that group is critical to selling pre-orders for the success of our business. So that's what that group is mostly for. But if you are sharing something you bought from us, we would love to see it, and we'll post it in the group. But if we approve 12 posts in one day and then we post a big pre-order, because of the algorithm, almost nobody will see a very important pre-order. So, but we'll eventually get to everything. Kansas mask is VG $9.99. Okay, if you're a first-time buyer, then over on YouTube, click on the first-time buyer form. That is in the description of the video. So if you just click on the description of the video, it will expand, and there's a link to our website. You click on that, you fill out that form. We'll invoice you on Monday. We will invoice you on Monday. Make sure you put your real name and you put your handle. We got to be able to match your YouTube handle with your real name. Otherwise, you are invisible to us, okay? Next is Rick Springfield, Beautiful Feelings, VG plus $9.99. Cat Stevens Tea for the Tillerman, VG plus $9.99. Heart, Little Queen. Heart is, wow, a white label promo. $19.99 for Heart, Little Queen, white label promo. And then Nectar. Nectar is EX $17.99. And Pink Floyd Relics. Relics is VG plus $26.99. It used to let me post pre-orders. I used to pin them at the top. And then, you know, when one would come down, I would take it off. But now they don't, on my end, I can't pin anything anymore, which really, really stinks, because I used to get, everybody could click on the group. Now you got to, like, hopefully just see it. That's about the only way. Now the way they've built the algorithm, if you just don't see it and you don't click on my page and, like, scroll through there, then you're probably going to miss them. But if you code to the group every day or so and just kind of scroll through there, you'll see whatever we've posted. Sometimes from me, sometimes from Laura, but not every day there's one up there. Chris Flynn has Death for $40. That is a final call. Lita Ford is at 19 with Ziggy Chaos. That's a final call. And El Snapatan on the Heart. And he bought from us last week, and now he's buying from us this week. Okay, there's that. And this was a great check condition crate. I'm ready to read through these one more time, just the titles, and then we're going to go into this next crate of new buy now or best offer, okay? And Rich Krulak, we've already sold Heart. We have This It's Fast Domino, Grand Funk Survival, Rolling Stones It's Only Rock and Roll, Rare Earth Ma, The Beatles Hey Jude, Blood, Sweat and Tears Self-Titled, New Edition Under the Blue Moon, REO Speedwagon Lost in a Dream, Roy Orbison In Dreams, The Searchers Needles and Pen, John Barley Corn Must Die Traffic, Rosin and Collins Band, Magical Mr. Moore, Ted Nugent, and Rush Moving Pictures. Okay, Live and Death is officially sold to Chris Flynn for $40, and Ziggy Chaos is going to be getting the Lita Ford for $19. Yeah, about the only way we could, you know, get it to where everybody can see every pre-order, including people on YouTube that don't have Facebook, would be to get them on a website. But then it's going to be confusing because, you know, it's kind of like trying to manage who was in first. Also, on a website where people can get it and they don't have to pay shipping or, like, pay for it right then. Basically a live reservation. You know, because most places make you pay for a pre-order up front. We don't, because I'm always hesitant because some of the stuff doesn't ever come in, or it may not come in for months. And then if it doesn't come in for months and somebody's got money out there, then they want their money back. And then it's just, we got to start issuing refunds and keeping up with that. So I like the way we do it. Any other way, it might be better, but there'd be a lot more problems, you know, because think about something like Earth. You know, imagine if we would have took 120 pre-orders from everybody, you know, almost $4,000 from 120 different people, and then now they're probably not even going to make the thing. It looks like it's being canceled. They're not even going to make it. So I listened to the Sharon Osbourne podcast. It's on YouTube. It's Matt and the girl, Kelly. It's Kelly, his son, John. What is his son's name? But I think she talks about it on there. I've got up until about that point, and I've seen people send me clips. Earth is essentially not getting made. So they're not making Earth, it seems like. It's probably being canceled. TNT Intuition. TNT is an 89 USOG. This is an 89 OG pressing, EX condition, a $35 start for TNT. Intuition, a $35 start. We also had Beatles Revolver. That was an original mono copy. Dire Straits, Eagles Greatest Hits. Jim Croce, Kansas, Rick Springfield, Cat Stevens Nectar, and Pink Floyd. Jack Kelly. Yeah, there is a podcast on YouTube. It's not really a podcast. It is. It's just them talking about their dad, their first public speaking since he's passed away. And I think I'm up until the point where she's about to start talking about it. And I cut it off last night because I wanted to really pay attention. But she started talking about the history of Black Sabbath, and that's where I stopped. And from what I understand, Earth is not being made. I think they've tied that up, and it's not going to be pressed until they can figure out who owns it and who should get paid. Here is the Clash. Give them enough rope. A 1980 U.S. Terre Haute EX condition. A $25 start on the Clash. Todd Saw on Dire Straits. And that sold to him VG $14.99. All right, we got another crate of new vintage best offer. For those that don't know what we're talking about, Black Sabbath was called Earth before they were Black Sabbath. And they did record music. And it's never officially ever been released. Most people's never heard it. Well, the guy who has the masters has been trying to release it on a limited edition vinyl pressing. And when word got out about this, it's been held up and it's been pushed back for about a year. Now it's been pushed back until January. And now I think since legal entities have been involved, they're pretty much not going to make it until they can figure out who can successfully or rightfully get paid on it. So, but Black Sabbath had music before this. Okay, they had music before this album. I don't think it's anywhere near as good as this album, but they did have music that was called Earth. It was recorded before that album, and it's never been officially released. And they kind of remastered it, and they was going to put it out officially in a format for the first time, and it's probably not going to happen. Not until I think the right people get paid. Pink Floyd Relics was VG Plus $26.99. TNT has a bid for $35. Clash has a bid for $25. And now let's put up a third auction. And this one I pulled out of a John crate. Boy, do I love this. I'm still looking for this myself. This is about the condition I see. I have this in this grade. I'm still looking for an upgrade. Boy, is this tough to get in high grade. Here comes Huckleberry Hound. Really cool. An original Coplex record, TV soundtrack. Here comes Huckleberry Hound. This is an original VG condition from Hanna-Barbera, $20 start. I collect a lot of different stuff. This is in one of the filters of what does Chad collect. These kind of records like this. And that's about what mine's in, about a VG condition. $20 start on Huckleberry Hound. $20 start, okay? Tough one to get in high grade. Especially the original Coplex there, which I think is the only way it was ever made. All right, here we go. And let's go through this crate. Buy it now, best offer. I have Rush 2112, a 79 PRC Compton press. No condition notes on Rush, $49. So this is new vintage stuff, never shown. Best offer, $49.99 on Rush. We have the first Verve Sessions, Billie Holiday, $26.99. Boys with Toys, Big House, an 85 Power Pop sealed, $49.99. 10 Years After, Cricklewood Green, no condition notes, $19.99. Look at this. The Incredible Jimmy Smith, Midnight Special, a 61 Blue Note, no condition notes, $39.99. It has the ear, and it has RVG. Roy, it has, hold on a minute, let me look at that closer. It has RVG stamped stereo. Okay? TNT is about to sell for just one bid, $35. Clash is about to sell one bid, $25. And Huckleberry Hound is about to sell one bid, $25. John Sebastian, Welcome Back. And this has got the Welcome Back Cotter theme, as in welcome back, welcome back. Christopher Yoakum on 10 Years After, sold. Samuel Kopech on Jimmy Smith, sold. That's a cool one there. I love that cover. I've never seen that one. Of all the jazz albums, I've never seen that one. Or never had it. Excuse me, I've never had it. Seals and Croft, Year of Sunday, $9.99. The Weather Girl, Success. The Weather Girls is $19.99. $19.99 on that. And we have Mac Davis, Forever Lovers. The third Mac Davis for governmental sale only. Sold at an Army store. I never can remember what those things are called. Jimmy Dean's Greatest Hits. Folks, we're talking about Big Bad John, $9.99. Huckleberry Hound 25, Huckleberry Hound 26, Huckleberry Hound 26, and The Clash is at 27. Is Raining Men on Weather Girls. I don't think it's on this one. It is. It is. $19.99. It's Raining Men, yes. One Unique Journey on Seals and Croft for $7. That's sold to you. And then over here we have Seals and Croft, Taking It Easy. That is $9. Another Seals and Croft, $9.99. PX store. Thank you. PX. I almost, every time I want to say NTX or something like that. PX. Let me verify. One Unique Journey. Did you fill out the first time buyer form? I just want to make sure since you're new and you're buying stuff, we got you registered. And if you have, I'm going to jump over here and verify that we've received it. And I'm going to make sure some of these other people have filled out forms tonight too. If anybody's new and you filled out a form, thank you and welcome to the machine known as Coletco. We do this every night. I'll be here every night. Saturday, I'm probably going to be here. I'm probably just going to have the Tennessee game on over here to the side. Golly. I just saw an email come in. This guy, holy moly. Okay, that'll take 30 hours to read. Huckleberry 35, Clash 32. And then we have Wet Willie, Keep On Smiling, $19.99. The Love Story of what? This is from India, made in India, 1970, $29.99. The Love Story of her. Sorry, this font is blowing my eyes up. It looks like Heerrann. I can't say it even if I could read it. $29.99. We'll say that Indian record, okay? And then Mondo Kane is $14.99. And over here, we got George Jones, $9.99. Boy, I don't know if I've ever seen that one before. Just self-titled, 1972, $9.99. Okay, now somebody had asked what was TNT, and then Stephen Lewis, I had some bad news. There was a bid for $37. So now everything has new bids. TNT 37, The Clash is at 30, and Huckleberry Hound is at 35. So new bids across the board on everything. And then Exile, Kentucky Heart, Shrinking Hop, $9.99. George Jones 6. George Jones 8. And then we have Lester Flatt and Earl Scruggs, Final Fling. Final Fling, Her Oranja. That looks right, and that, yeah, with two A's. Oranja, that's a J on the end. You kind of have to squint. What an interesting looking cover there. The Love Story, 1970 Indian Press. Chet Atkins, a legendary performer, $9.99. George Strait, 8. And then we have The Prince and Pauper, Walt Disney, $14.99. And we have The Three Little Pigs, Disneyland record, $19.99. And then the original Carter Family, $9.99. I know you owe me 5. That's why I'm saying 8. Plus, there's 2 or 3 people that buy like every George Jones album that pops up. We've had 3, 4 tonight. They haven't been watching, and they've missed some other stuff. So I know if they were watching, this would have been sold as fast as I could say lickety split. And Brent Robley on the Pigs, The Three Little Pigs. That was The Little Pigs. That is sold to Brent Robley. Cary Grant and Sophia Loren in Houseboat. Houseboat, $19.99. And we have Dave Dudley, Old Interstate Gold here, 1980 Gold Vinyl, $14.99. Okay? TNT's at $39. Victor Guerra, You've Been Outbid. Victor Guerra, You've Been Outbid. Huckleberry Hound is still at $35. Final call. And the last bid on the Clash was Jim Davis 32 and Chris Knapp went out. Brent, if that's an offer on pigs, Samuel Kopich says he'll take it at full price if you don't want it. That is all up to you. We got Michael Cimbello. She's a maniac. $9.99. And at his very best, Duke Ellington. $9.99 for Duke. And Henry Gross, Release. Shannon, $9.99. And Barry White, Sings for Someone You Love. Barry White, $9.99. Barry White, Love Unlimited Orchestra, $9.99. And we have the Rascals, $19.99. So the Three Little Pigs is sold to Brent at sticker price. Okay, Stephen Lewis Jr., you get TNT for $39. This is sold to you for $39. Thank you. And that is SOLLLLLLLLD sold. Okay. The Clash is sold to James Davidson for $32. All righty. And then Huckleberry Hound is sold to Travis Woods for $35. Oh, Huckleberry. He's done. Next auction, as soon as I show Neil Diamond Moods, $12.99. Next auction, we got Heavy Petting and Y&T and the Rolling Stones. How about Y&T and the old Rolling Stones? Y&T Contagious is an 87 U.S. Specialty OG. This has the original inner sleeve, $35 start. Their Santanic Majesty's Request, lenticular cover, OG, first pressing, original inner sleeve, the Rolling Stones, Mick Jagger, VG condition, $20 start on the Rolling Stones. The Manhattan Transfer Live, $9.99. And Sons of Blues, Billy Branch, Carlos Johnson, Moses, Rutes, and J.W. Williams, $19.99. The Clash was sold, the Clash record is sold to Jim Davis for $32. I might have added some son in there. This is Jim Davis, not David's son. I added some extra letters in there. Jim Davis. Okay, there's our next two auctions. All right. We have Burl Ives sings Little White Duck. That is $9.99. Folks, we're talking about Burl Ives. Ray Parker Jr.'s Greatest Hits, $9.99. Barry Gordeau, Shrink and Hop, Boston Barry Gordeau, $19.99. And George Jones, Alone Again. Poor George. He's been left again. $9.99. Stones sold. Stones is a live auction. So if you want to bid on this, you need to put Stones and then your bid. The minimum bid is $20. That's the minimum bid. And then you could possibly win it for that, but you at least got to put Stones 20. Sons of the Blues, $15. Sold to James Chilcott. Next is Foreign Love, Hank Lachlan, $9.99. Chris Christopherson, Repossessed. A sealed 87 pressing with hop sticker, $34.99. Charlie Rich, Lonely Weekends, $9.99. $1 million Weekend, The Ventures, $9.99 in shrink wrap. And this last record's a 10-inch Uma Sumac, Voice of the Extapy, a 2003 Italian press, $19.99. Jim Davis wants How the Grinch Stole Christmas. If anybody else wants one, I've got about 5 more. That's sold to Jim Davis, green vinyl, $34.99. Final call to get a bid on Y&T for $35, Contagious. Let's go ahead and add another auction. Okay. And then over here, let's go ahead and add another auction. Next is Blake and Rice. And this is an 87 USOG quarter clip, VG Plus, Blake and Rice, a $20 start. Stones, why would I telegraph my max? Well, because that's the only way you can purchase it. This is an auction. The only way you can buy that is by placing a bid, and everybody has to see it. If your max is $20, then there's no way you can win it now because Larry Gonzalez has already bid $20. So if you want to pay 25, you can put 25. If you want to pay 30, you can put 30. But unfortunately, you can't secretly place bids here. It has to be public for everybody to see. If you're not okay with that, which a lot of people aren't, they don't bid. I went over that the other night. Some people said, listen, Chad, I'm not placing a bid on anything. I'm out on bidding. But if you want to sell it to me, what do you need to have for it? Next auction is going to go up right now. This is Psychedelic Furs. I'm pulling stuff out of the bonus crate. I'm going to put it up as soon as I make one of these. I forgot there's already 3 auctions up, okay? So now the Stones has a bid for 20, and now Blake and Rice 20, and now Blake and Rice 20, now Stones 21, now Stones 35, and now Blake is at 22. Okay? There it is. The high bid is determined by whatever you place. So, for example, if I say a $20 start, you can bid 20. If you want to bid 500, you can bid 500. That's totally up to you. Y&T is a no bid. This is a buy it now for $30. Contagious. $30 buy it now. I think I've been saying 35. $30 buy it now. I don't know for sure. 30 or 35. I'll say $30. The Stones is at 35, and now Blake and Rice is at 25. What is the condition of Barry White Love Unlimited? Barry White Love Unlimited. Weather Girls is still available, yes. Love Unlimited is right in here. This one here, the condition of this, honestly, I don't think it could get any better. No, it's EX++, near mint minus, no condition notes. And it's only $9.99, aka practically free. I mean, they're getting rid of the penny. Next thing's the nickel, and then the quarter. Then they're going to be rounded up to the dollar. Next thing, like the minimum price for anything before long is going to be $10. So this is practically free. The Weather Girls is sold to Robin Glenn. The Stones has a new bid for 37. Stones has a bid for 37, and Blake and Rice has a bid for 25, and Robert's out. Okay. Right now tonight, there's only one no bid. Y&T Contagious, $30 on that. Okay. Over here is this. Joe Castillo gets Barry White for 7. Next auction is Psychedelic Furs, midnight to midnight. This is an 87 USOG Carrollton EX Plus condition and shrink with hop sticker, $25 start. Y&T is sold to Sean Miller for 30. But if you bid 500, you're paying 500. You're the hot in the eBay. Yeah. Yeah, this isn't a secret bid. This is you bid and it's public and everybody sees it. So I know on like eBay, you can bid 500, but that doesn't mean you got to pay 500. So if eBay has a starting bid of 20, you can bid 500, but if you're the only bidder, you get it for $20. A lot of people don't understand that about eBay bidding. So if something's a 0 bid and it's a $20 start on eBay and you bid 500, well, if nobody else bids against you, then you only pay 20. But if somebody gets in there and bids 300, then you got to pay around 300. You get bumped to you're still the high bidder. It's a secret minimum bid. I wish we had enough technology. We could do something like that here, but that would be kind of weird, I think. Okay, now the Stones is a final call to Victor. All right. A lot of different ways you can bid. There's silent bids. There's invisible bid. There's invisible max secret bid like eBay. There's live auctions like this. There's reserve. I don't like reserves. That's why we set minimum bids. That's kind of the reserve. Our minimum bids are our reserve. Okay. Anybody else? Well, we have went through all the new stuff. So what I'm going to start doing now, I'm going to do a quick condensing of tonight's vintage stuff. I'm going to put it over here so it doesn't get mixed in. We're about to start showing 45s, and we're about to go into some discount crates, buy it now, best offer. And we're also about to get into half off. We'll do at least one half off crate. Last night, we even did a $6.99 crate at like 1 a.m. That was fun. Sold a lot out of there. Still have most of it. And, yeah. We're going to show probably tonight's newest new vinyl arrivals one more time. So there's a lot still to be have. Hooters is gone. So it seems like we get Hooters albums all the time. Well, tonight we had one and 5 people try to claim it. I don't have any more Hooters, unfortunately. No Hooters here. Victor Guerra gets the Stones for $37. Blake and Rice is sold for $25 to Preston Rose. And final call on Psychedelic Furs to get a bid in. Midnight to midnight, $25 start. I still got one record here in the high-end tab. This is a 2011 Analog Productions, 200 gram Cat Stevens. Analog Productions, that's a $55 start. That's now for bid. Chris and Start just bid $35 on Rice. I just sold it for $25. Full Moon Fever is going to go up right now. This is Tom Petty's Full Moon Fever. It is an 89 US Pinckneyville. It's got a bad bend in the cover and the vinyl's VG minus. Probably the cheapest one we're going to be putting up, a $20 start on Tom Petty. Psychedelic First has a bid for $25. We're about to sell it to Travis then, okay? We're good to go. Now, Jim B, is there some sort of box set over here that you wanted Sunday when Paul was doing his show? Because it's still over here, and he told me I was supposed to maybe sell it to you. But that just depends if I'm in a good mood. I don't know if I want to sell it to you or not. But it's still over here, and I've got to determine if I really want to sell it to you or not. Wow, lots of great vintage stuff left tonight. Okay. Oh. This first crate John marked was a winner. Man, there was so much good stuff in there. No more Tony Rice. Alrighty. I think Laura's already sent me the hot pictures for tomorrow. So just so y'all know, about the only thing we ever preview here is the hot pictures we post, you know, about an hour before we go live. Sometimes I schedule it and get it out earlier in the day while I'm asleep. But the only thing we really advertise every day is about 45 records that are going to go up for auction. Between the hours of 6 p.m. and 2 a.m. that I'm going to be live here, we probably show thousands of items. The only thing that I put up, is, well, he sold it to me. Okay, I thought there was another box set over here. The only thing that I ever, that's the only thing you know that we're definitely going to put up are those advertised auctions. Everything else is a total and complete, utter surprise, even to me. That's even to me. I'm sometimes unsure what literally is about to be the next item. So, some things are in the hot picture every day. You can find those on our page. Some things are only to be seen whenever you're watching live. And of course, if there was a way we could quickly photograph every item that I'm going to be selling here every night, it would be pretty cool. But also, it'd take away a lot of the fun. Okay? So, that's what the rest of the night's auctions are. There's about 5 advertised auctions left. And then I have 3 crates full of tagged, research cleaned auctions that we're going to be putting up for the rest of the night. Okay? So here's the current bids. We left off by saying Psychedelic First 25, Psychedelic First 28, Tom Petty 20, Psychedelic First 28, Tom Petty 30, Tom Petty 20, Psychedelic First 30, and we have Psychedelic First 35. Okay? So let's go over this again because somebody wanted to know the year. Psychedelic First is a 1987 USOG Carrollton. It has the original inner sleeve and shrink EX Plus condition. EX Plus condition. This is the psychedelic furs. The last bid on this was $35 to Travis Woods. That's going once, going twice. Next thing is T for the Tillerman, Cat Stevens. This is a 2011 Analog Productions 200 gram near mint with the insert. Okay? And that one does not have a bid yet. Tom Petty has a bid for 20 and 20. And the first bid was 30. So there was a bid for 30 and then two $20 bids. This is at $30. It's an 89 US OG Pickneyville, VG minus condition. It does have a bend in the cover. It's at $30. And now we have a bid for 21. So 20, 20, 21, and 30 is the bid history. And none of those are in order. They're all completely jumbled. Now Psychedelic Furs is at 45. This time of night, especially before 10:30, the first thing I'm going to do right now is bring over this crate right here, which was some of the newest items that came in for tonight. I'm going to breeze through some of these very, very quickly. Tom Petty has a new bid for 31 and another new bid for 31. Now Chad Snyder has it. And they're still bidding on Psychedelic Furs. Okay? And this is going to be probably the quickest read-through of the night. We have Friday the 13th soundtrack, $49.99. Emojin Heat, Speak for Yourself, that's $38.99. So this is a new 2 LP. This is a new 2 LP on colored vinyl. Also, we had Y&T for $29.99. We have NWA for $34.99, straight out of Compton. The Ascendance is new for Friday. I Don't Want to Grow Up, yellow vinyl, $29. Whiskey Myers Firewater, gold vinyl, $36. Creed, The Best Of, $29. That's new. How the Grinch Stole Christmas. We sold one just a moment ago back here. That's why I wanted to get this crate, because I'm going to put another one back here. Grinch is $34.99, green vinyl. We had 10 tonight. We're down to 3. Rudolph is $36. Trick or Treat is $39. KK Priest is $34, red vinyl. Harry Chapin is $24. Alice in Chains Dirt is $36. Gordon Lightfoot was $24. And NoFX was $24. Okay. Cat Stevens is a no bid. So this is a buy it now for $55. T for the Tillerman. $55 buy it now on this. Tom Petty does have the original inner sleeve. So now I've lost El Snapatan. You've been outbid. Kristen Starr, you've been outbid. And this does have the original inner sleeve with it, yes. VG minus on the vinyl, VG on the cover because of a crease. We've got about 4 people outbid that has not set out, but the time is ticking. And then we're done on Furs, final call on that, or Jason's out, okay? So what's left in here is the following. NoFX, Gordon Lightfoot, Alice in Chains, Harry Chapin, KK Priest, Trick or Treat, Rudolph, Grinch, Creed, Whiskey Myers, The Descendants, NWA, Y&T, Emojin Heap, and Friday the 13th. The Gordon Lightfoot is called Now Playing, a.k.a. a Greatest Hits. If You Could Read My Mind, Summer Side of Life, Beautiful Sundown, Carefree Highway, Rainy Day People, The Wreck of the Edmund Fitzgerald, Daylight Katie, The Circle is Small, Baby Step Back, that is loaded, $24.99 on Lightfoot. Oso did get Eating Lamb, yes he did. And now Tom Petty's at 32. Now Chad Snyder's outbid. Now El Snapatan's outbid. And it's at $32. Now this typically is a $100 record in high grade. Near mint, shrink, pristine with hop sticker. I probably wouldn't take less than 100 or 125 for one. Boom. Petty has a new bid for 36. Okay. Now what I'm going to do is run through that next crate. I'm going to set these over here so I can take them up front and post them for the 6 a.m. video. We are about to start 45s. And I'm going to recap all these Japanese CDs too. There's like 2 more handfuls, but I really don't have any room to stack them back here. So there's like 2 more handfuls to go through. That's all brand new stuff. If you decide you want anything out of there, be my guest. Make my day. That's all you got to do. You can make my day by saying, Chad, I'll take everything in there, one of each. Give me everything in there, one of each. Psychedelic Furs is sold to Travis Woods for $50. Now, over here in the auction bin, I have Heavy Pettin'. And Heavy Pettin' is an 83 US Hot Pog OG EX edition, a $25 start. And I'm going to do something crazy from last night. This was the only Kiss record that didn't sell last night. Well, one of two Kiss records. Kiss Off the Soundboard, Tokyo 2001. That was the starting bid last night. A Kiss online exclusive, bone and clear vinyl, Tokyo Dome 2001. I'm just trying to get it to a new home. Last night it was a $50 starting bid. The high bid wins right now. $15 start on Kiss. $15 start. Here's some other restocks and new arrivals for this week. For tonight, Led Zeppelin Mothership, a 4 LP box, $114.99. Limp Bizkit is $39.99. Dangerous Toys, Vitamins and Crash Helmets, red vinyl, $44.99. Rammstein, Rosenrot, $44.99. Limp Bizkit, Chocolate Starfish and the hot dog flavored water, $44.99. Rick Astley, Never Gonna Give You Up Zoetrope, $29.99. Where is Full Moon at? The high bid is Kristen Start for $37. El Snapatan and everybody else is outbid. Chad Snyder says he's done. Kristen was offering $25 for Kiss. It's a $15 start. Larry Gonzalez has a bid for $15. James Chilcott has a bid for $20. Chad, did you check your temperature? Are you sure you're feeling okay? You know what? I am a little warm, and I've done some pretty crazy stuff tonight. We have 1914 Eurobus Unitas, $33.99. Eric Clapton is new for Friday, Journeyman Deluxe Edition. That first track is awesome. Pretending, $49.99. Pink Floyd's 34, and the very best of ELO, red and white vinyl. Boy, take a look at this track listing. Mr. Blue Sky, Evil Woman, Don't Bring Me Down, Sweet Talking Woman, Shine a Little Love, Turn to Stone, The Day of Horace Wimp, Confusion, Hold On Tight, It's a Living Thing, Telephone Line, all over the world. Wild West Hero Showdown, Mama Bell, Xanadu, Rockeria, It's Strange Magic. All right, and Rock and Roll is King. Wow, that thing is loaded. Holy crap. That will take you to dimensions unknown. Red and white vinyl, the very best of ELO, $34.99. Okay? Tom Petty has a new bidder. Todd saw 40. It looks like that's going to win it. Last night, Kiss was a $50 start. I've started it at $15. It's at $26 with Debbie Winstead. Heavy Pettin's a final call for a $25 start. Anybody on that crate? I don't think we sold anything out of those two crates. What's wrong with y'all? Okay, there we go. Todd saw an ELO. Whew, I was getting worried. And Todd, you've been outbid on Tom Petty. It is a VG minus copy, but I told y'all that's a great deal on that. ELO $36.99. What if I were to tell you I would charge you less than $36.99? Are you okay with that? I'm only going to charge you $34.99 if that's okay with you. But if you want to pay $36, I can't do it. I can only charge you $34. Red and white vinyl. Ba-ba. Let's see here. Okay, let me click on this. Okay, so Tom Petty out. Danny, you're about to get it for $41. Nobody bid on Heavy Pettin'. $25 buy now on that. Over here, Kiss. The last bid was James Chilcott at $30. So yes, this is only $34. You put $36. I was just messing with you. This is only $34.99. Also, over here, you don't have to put the price. Another thing you'll learn very soon, these are priced. You don't have to tell me the price unless you're making an offer, but this is new vinyl, so it's sticker price, okay? So we have Pink Floyd, We got Journeyman, 1914, Rick Astley, Limp Bizkit, Rammstein, Dangerous Toys, Limp Bizkit, and Led Zeppelin Mothership, okay? And then Tom Petty, the last bid was 41, and Kiss, and now we're ready for a new crate. All right, that was a recap of all the new stuff. The only thing we sold out of there was ELO. Am I surprised? No, I'm not. I'm not surprised at all. I'm not surprised at all. Okay? Not surprised. Put this right here. Okay, I need some lids. There's a lid. There's a lid. There's 45 boxes. There's 45 boxes galore over here. Hold on a second. I don't think that's gonna work. Hold on a second. I'm in a mess. Some people call it a pickle. There are so many boxes of 45s, either A, gone through, or B, haven't gone through over here. I honestly don't know what's what until I get these better organized. Okay, there's that. So total full boxes of 45s that we've gone through that's still left over, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. Now we're at 15. We're at 15, 16. Okay, not counting Elvis. Over here is this. Heavy Pet, and so did Dave Ferguson for 20. Danny Thomason, you get Tom Petty for 41. This is Kiss off the soundboard Tokyo. This was available last night for Kiss Night for a $50 start. I'm just trying to sell it. I'm trying to sell it to whoever wants to bid the high bid. And James Chilcott has it for $30, and we're about to sell it, okay? Chad, I just signed on, and something delayed, and Chad mentioned something about a mono revolver. Earlier tonight, there was a Beatles mono original press, and to my knowledge, no one has bought it. It's gotten reburied over here, so I don't know what's happened to it, but I can try to find it. But not right now. But if you give me about 30 hours, I bet I could come up with it. Maybe less than that. This show is about to go into a different gear. Not really, it's just about to be something a little bit different up here. Give me a second. I think the other day, Seth was Galaxy, which I've forwarded, he declined. And now he's telling me he'll take that for it, right? Okay. I think what he's trying to tell me is Jim B made a ridiculously low offer on something, but we're going to take it anyway. Is that what I'm understanding? Sounds about right. Hey, there's the Creed. I was looking for self-destruction. Okay. Creed. Michael Hamburger. Yep. Found it. All right. This is sold to Michael Hamburger. All right. All right. Kiss is at $31 with Debbie Winstead. That means James Chilcott, you were outbid. Okay. This CD box set is sold to Jim B, Galaxy 500, which he's going to, in return, sell on Discogs for $139.99. We're going to sell this to him for $40. Okay? That's okay. He's going to make 160% return on that, but that's okay. That's sold to Jim B. I'm cleaning up. I'm organizing. Kiss has a new bid. This was stuff from last night. Yes, that was stuff from last night. Here's 2 more empty boxes of 45s. I'm getting there, folks. We're making this work. Okay. That's about as many as I can stack there before we have trouble. Jim B owns 3. Jim B owns 3, but I heard he's going after a 4th exotic vehicle. And he's funded all this by watching this show. So let me just tell y'all something. Anything's possible. Anything's possible. All right, it is time for probably a discount crate. We're going to call it a half-off crate. Some people call it nonsense. I mean, I've literally got started showing these crates, and I've had some people say, this is literally nonsense what he's doing. So we have called it nonsense. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a recently priced crate from 11.3. Okay, 11.3. 11.13. That's only 5 days ago. A crate from 5 days ago. Is everybody listening? It's only been gone through once, and this will be the last time it will be gone through, because everything in here is about to sell at half off sticker price. I haven't purged it. I hadn't pulled anything out. We're about to do a half off nonsense crate. This is the time of the night before it gets too late. We do at least one of these a night. Then we'll do some other vintage best offer, etc., etc. But this is the coveted half off crate. Okay, there's been a pause on auctions and bids while I clean up and while I organize over here. I've kind of cleaned up enough where I can move around. I've had so much stuff around me. Whew. Tonight's stuff, last night's stuff. We're getting there. Whew. Man, it looks like a different store all of a sudden. All right. So, let's go over KISS, because I've looked up twice and I've seen somebody say, what is KISS? How much is KISS? What is this KISS? Why is he selling a KISS? Can you tell me more about KISS? Wow. This is called KISS. They were a rock band. This is a live recording from them from Tokyo 2001. The lineup was Paul Stanley, Gene Simmons, Ace Frehley, and Eric Singer on drums. Last night I offered this for bid, $50, and then for it to go up. Well, last night it did not get a bid. It didn't get sold for the minimum bid. No one made an offer. I said, all right, you know what I'll do? I'll put this up for a minimum bid of $15. Well, since then, the bid has gotten up to $32 with James Chilcott. He has the high bid for $32. James Chilcott. That's who has the high bid, and that's the price. $32. $32 for KISS. Now it's at $33. We got 2 more hot picture auctions that have not went up. And I have a whole crate of bonus stuff, a whole crate of KISS auctions, and then a whole nother crate of bonus stuff. We're about to do half off. We're about to do a Japanese CD recap, and we're about to put up more auctions and 45s. This is the best of Richie Valens from Rhino, an older Rhino. This is La Bamba, the best of Richie Valens, an 81 USOG sealed, $15 start. KISS is at $33. Kiss is at 33. Now Kiss is at 34. Auction number 3, after Richie Valens, comes Ralph Stanley. Oh, Ralph Stanley here is Ralph Stanley and the Clinch Mountain Boys Play Request. That's on the Rebel label. This is a 72 OG VG Plus, $15 start. Everything in this crate, the pricing is simple. It's half off, no more, no less. So when I tell you the price, it's either A or B, yes or no. Spooky Tooth. And these are from about 5 days ago. VG condition, $5 on Spooky Tooth. VG condition, $5. Ozark Mountain Daredevils, It's Alive. Double LP, VG Plus, $10 on Ozark Mountain Daredevils. The best of Iron Butterfly. The best. Evolution. VG condition, $5. Fog Hat Stone Blue. VG Plus, $5 on old Fog Hat. This has the original on her sleeve, $5. And Flashdance soundtrack, VG condition, $5 on Flashdance. Let's pause there to update all 3 auctions. Kiss is at $35 of James Chilcott. Ralph Stanley has bids for $15 and now $17, and now Richie Valens has a bid for $15. Darren Chrisman on Spooky Tooth. Nice selection. That's so to Darren Chrisman. This is nonsense. That's why we call it that. You're exactly right. Most people will be saying, why is this man doing this? Is he okay? And do we need to call an ambulance? Rick Maggers on Fog Hat, sold. Jackie Reynolds, you were second on Fog Hat. Larry Gonzalez on Flash. Dennis Jackson next on Fog Hat. Ralph Stanley, 18. The best of the Guess Who. American Woman. These Eyes, dun 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 dun. VG Plus, $7.50. Supertramp, So Logical, Magical. VG Plus, $7.50. Fleetwood Mac, Tusk. EX 1650. That means it was $32.99. You times that, you put it in your calculator, $32.99 times 0.65 or times 0.5 and hit enter. It's going to say nonsense, error, nonsense. 1650. Over here, we have Scott Arnold on Supertramp. That was a logical decision. That was so to you. Ralph Stanley's at 20. Darren Chrisman on the Guess Who. These Eyes. Dun, 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 dun. That's so to Darren Chrisman. Rick Maggers second on Supertramp. Are we done on Kiss? You wanted the best. Are you going to be the highest bid though? $36. Final call. That is with Debbie Winstead. Darren, everybody else is out. Richie Valens still with that one bid. I'm about to sell it. And Ralph Stanley's at 20. I'm about to sell it. Next is Jethro Tull, War Child. VG condition, $5. $5 on Jethro Tull, War Child. Bungle in the Jungle. Rossington Collins Band, anytime, any place, anywhere. VG, $6.50. Supertramp, their first album. Don't get that one as often. VG Plus, $10 on Supertramp. VG Plus, $10. And Bad Company, Run with the Pack. Great song on here, Honey Child. VG Plus, $9. Silver foil cover, $9 on that. And Point Blank, American Excess. Point Blank is $6.50. Holbrook is first on this Supertramp, the other Supertramp, their first album. Sold to Holbrook CM. Okay, Ralph Stanley is sold for $20 to Eric Squindo. And then over here, Richie Valens. The last bid on RV, Richie Valens, was Joe Sontag at $50. And then Lewis Kulik first on Jethro Tull. That's War Child. Bungle in the Jungle, VG, $5. Dennis Jackson on Bad Company. So did Dennis Jackson. And I hope we're done on Kiss. Hammers up. I'm going to do a 5-second countdown. Debbie Winstead has had it for 3 minutes at $36. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Sold. $36. Kiss off the soundboard. Debbie Winstead. That is gone. $150 for whole crate. Hello. The whole price on the crate is not applicable. This is individual records right now. Pat Benatar, Get Nervous. VG Plus condition, $5. VG Plus condition, $5. Pat Benatar, Get Nervous. ABBA's Greatest Hits. VG, $7.50. ABBA's Greatest Hits, VG, $7.50. Okay, next auction is Kiss, Destroyer, Resurrected, orange vinyl, $15 start, near mint and shrink. Black Oak, Arkansas, high on the hog. Black Oak, Arkansas, VG Plus, $7.50. Thunderclap Newman, Hollywood Dream. Would there hit? Something in the Air. That's a good one. Thunderclap Newman. Tom Petty covered that song. $12.50. Kiss is up for bid. All right. Let me get down here and see what's going on. So, all right, Japanese CD recap. Okay? Japanese CD recap, because they're kind of stacked obtrusively over here, and I'm going to make sure everybody knows what's going on, okay? So the first thing I have is this. I've got Foreigner, The Definite Collection. Japanese CD, new and sealed. We got 3 left. We've sold 1. $24.99. Okay? Megadeth, Countdown to Extinction with bonus tracks, sealed, $25. And Megadeth Cryptic Writings, sealed with bonus tracks, $25. So Megadeth, and then 3 Foreigners. We've already sold 1 tonight. Here's another one. The Rolling Stone Singles Collection. This one is $45. We already sold 1 tonight for $50. This one has a crack in the jewel case, though. Okay? So that is $45 for that one. That was the second one. We've already sold 1 tonight. And then here's Def Leppard Hysteria. Japanese CD, $29.99 for Hysteria. Okay, and then Point Blank was sold to James Chilcott. I did miss that. Okay, let me go find that, because that means I could have missed some other stuff too. Interesting. I don't think that ever came through on my end. No, that never did come through on my end. Oh, there it is. Okay, Point Blank. There you go. That's sold to James Chilcott. All right, now my crate's pretty full. Kiss is a $15 start, and let me swap out crates because my sold crate has filled up. And there's that. And let me grab all this. And I need to grab all that. Let's grab another auction. Let's see what's over here in the supplemental crate. Whew. All right. How about an old Black Sabbath here? Old Black Sabbath here. Oh boy, here we go. We got this. Black Sabbath Sabotage. Okay? VG++, a UK NIMS reissue. $35 start on Black Sabbath. Kiss has a bid for $17. All right? Put that over there. I'll go through the other ones in just a second, so no claims on that. Back to the half-off stuff. Rainbow, Straight Between the Eyes. EX, $14, Straight Between the Eyes. Boston, their self-titled debut. Orange OG Epic label, $7.50. Van Halen 2, VG Plus, $17.50. And Bob Seger, Beautiful Loser, VG, $6.50. Bob Seger, Beautiful Loser. And Bob Seger, this one's tough to get. This is nonsense. $30 for Back in 72. You've got to be kidding me. VG Plus, Bob Seger, $30. That is half off of $59.99. What is going on all of a sudden? My head is starting to spin. This is when we say paramedic. Holy crap. Let me grab a new empty crate. I didn't grab a new empty crate. We got to do that. Got to do it right now. All right. So first is Mark Weiss on Van Halen. Boom, there it is. Leslie, you're first on Bob Seger. Okay. So you can have Back in 72 or Beautiful Loser. Your pick, and then Greg Beddinger on Boston, Alonzo next on Boston, Christopher next on Seeger, then Jim B, then Jim Davis. Kiss is sold to El Snappatan for $17. No, Larry Gonzalez bid $20. My bad. So Larry has that for $20, final call. And then El Snappatan, you've been outbid. And Black Sabbath is at $35. So you bid $17, and then Larry bid $20. So you're outbid. Leslie wants Beautiful Loser, okay? There's that. Now Kiss has a bid for 21, and now Bob Seger is sold to Christopher Yoakum. Wow, that should be more like an auction-worthy record, okay? The Grand Wazoo, this is VG Plus, $15, and Kansas Monolith. Kansas is $10. Monolith, no condition notes on that one. Here's a couple more Japanese CDs. The Best of Morrissey, $29.99. The Best of Morrissey, I've got 2 of those. That's $29.99. And then 2 more, Nightwish, Century Child. Nightwish is $29.99. These are beautiful sealed Japanese CDs. And then Talking Heads, we sold 2 or 3. We had 5 of these tonight. 4 of these. We've sold 2. There's 2 left. Talking Heads, sealed, $29.99. And then Cinderella, there's 3 Cinderellas, and that is $29.99. Long Cold Winter. Nice Cinderellas there, $29.99, okay? Black Sabbath does have a bid. El Snappatan has Kiss for 21. Thunderclap Newman, Jimmy McCullough. Oh, I didn't know Jimmy McCullough was in that. Jimmy McCullough played in Wings with Paul McCartney. I didn't realize that. Right? I think that's him. $12.50. King Crimson. Whoa. King Crimson is now $25. So now we're in the first half of the crate was check condition. Now I think this is where I condense the higher grade stuff. Yeah, that is beautiful for $25. Unbelievable. Zappa, Grand Wazoo, VG Plus on Zappa. Nice jacket. VG Plus, $15. Okay. Odetta sings ballads and blues in shrink. Odetta, $10. And Chuck Jackson, Mr. Everything. Chuck Jackson, just $15. Mr. Everything on wand, nice. Also, The Doors in shrink, beautiful copy, greatest hits, $17.50. Nonsense. Okay, Kiss is sold to El Snappatan for 21. Black Sabbath sold to Mark Weiss for 35. And Holbrook does get Zappa for 15. Okay, those are all sold. And now I have something else over here. And that something else is going to be this. Beatles and another Psychedelic Furs. The last one did really well. Here's another chance. But first, the Beatles. Revolver. It's a purple Capitol label from 78. Great mastering on this. It's nice. EX Plus and shrink. A $25 start on the Beatles. Psychedelic Furs debut. Partial shrink wrap. It's about 80% shrink wrapped. With the hop sticker. Vinyls VG Plus. Just a $15 start. Wow. Gene Loves Jezebel, The House of Dolls. $12.50. We had another Gene Loves Jezebel and new arrivals tonight. It sold faster than Lickety Split. $12.50 on that one. Neil Young After the Gold Rush. $17.50. Odetta Sings. That's the second Odetta. This one was $39.99. So now it's $20. Now it's $20. Rush is a reissue. Early 80s Mercury press. $17.50. Caress of Steel. Karen's in on the Beatles at $30. And this is Jimmy Haskell, California 99. It's a 1971 promo copy, $17.50. Beatles 25, Beatles 30. Sonny Terry and Brownie McGee is $10, and that's called Walk On. The other Japanese CDs tonight was Beach Boys 2020. That is $29.99. Cinderella Heartbreak Station. Those Japanese CDs for Cinderella was $29.99. And then Supertramp, Breakfast in America. Supertramp is $29.99. So right now, that's all the Japanese CDs we have. And of course, we've sold about that many tonight. Plus this little stack over here I still got to take to the back. And I've got a few more new CDs. They're all Taylor Swift. And I'm pretty sure somebody asked me about a 45 or something I had over here that Laura ordered. And I still have it, but I've yet to show it. But I've got to here in just a second. Okay, but first, finishing up the half-off crate, the Cars, $17.50. Their self-titled debut, no condition notes. Another Zappa, Tinseltown Rebellion. This one's $20. Super clean copy, no condition notes, nice jacket. Half-off crate, no more, no less. There's still a few what I would call nonsense records still left in here. Harlequin, Love Crimes. Harlequin is $7.50. Michael Jackson Thriller, First jacket design, OG, $17.50. Dire Straits Brothers in Arms. Does have a little bit of a ding up here on the top left corner. Beautiful vinyl though, $17.50. Shakedown picking up Rush. Caress of Steel, that's so too. Shakedown. The Doors is $17.50. And Survivor was a German press for $15. Okay, I'm trying to get through the CDs so we can get to essentially the 45s because I'm going to need the space and the table space. So let me go ahead and pull these Megadeths out of here for Gerald Whitworth. I was going to put the leftovers in the morning flip video, so I bet some of these are going to sell tomorrow. These back here. So Megadeth is sold for $25 and $25 to Gerald Whitworth. Thank you on that. Mark Weiss is getting the MJ here. Out on Revolver and out on Furs. Mark Weiss on DS for Dire Straits. Jason Fortenrat on the Doors and Mark Weiss second. The Doors' greatest hits is still in here, by the way. Shrink, original price sticker. That one's still available for $17.50. So quick update. Revolver's at $35. Karen, you've been outbid, just FYI. And Psychedelic Furs, the last bid on this was $20. And that's with Chris Knapp. And we're about to sell that. The last three in here was Bob Dylan Real Live. Dylan's $15. Bob Seger Stranger in Town was $10. And Chuck Berry New Jukebox Hits, an 83 French copy. Chuck Berry, $13.50. Okay, let's get these CDs off the table then. I'm going to put these somewhere very carefully. Very, very carefully. These are so nice and minty, don't want anything to happen to them. And then we do have a Japanese Taylor Swift. We sold 3 tonight. There's 1 left. 1989, a deluxe edition. CD and DVD. Taylor's $38.99. And then the other CDs over here are the new album, all the different cover variants. So Taylor Swift, Life of a Showgirl. These are $19.99. We got Taylor talking on the phone. We got Taylor in a white dress looking kind of Christmassy. Taylor wrapped in, looks like rope on a boat. And there's 3 of those left. And then Taylor playing the little miniature piano there. So those are all $19.99. Okay? That's the newest Taylor album, Life of a Showgirl, all the CD cover variants. The Beatles is a 1978 purple Capitol label. All right, and then this half-off crate's definitely worthy of one more quick read-through. And Jackie Reynolds wants Harlequin. You got it. Okay? All right, so Japanese CDs. There's all the Taylor Swift CDs on these. And, yeah. Bundle deal. Are you talking about on the vintage half-off crate here? Let me read through it one more time. I think it's worthy of one more read-through before I price it for a bundle. Okay? Definitely. First thing I have is Ozark Mountain Daredevils. It's alive. VG plus 10. Preston Rose wants Sonny and Terry. Because some people are probably thinking, and now that they've seen everything, now they're about to make their final decisions. $10, that's so depressed. And Ozark was $10. We had the Best of Iron Butterfly, VG $5. Fleetwood Mac Tusk was EX $16.50. Rosin and Collins Bands was VG $6.50. Pat Benatar Get Nervous, VG plus $5. And ABBA's Greatest Hits, VG $7.50. Psychedelic Furs is sold to Chris Knapp for $20, and Revolver is sold to Karen Robbins for $45. All right, that means we're going to put up another auction before I finish reading this through the second time. And that next auction right now is going to be David Bowie and David Bowie and let's try another Kiss record. Let's try a Don Henley record. Let's try another Kiss record. Okay? So, Kiss, Rock and Roll Over. It's OG, a strong VG, so that means it's nearly VG plus. It does have the inner sleeve, no stickers, and the cover has quite a bit of wear. Wear and tear, very prominent on the cover. So VG minus, no rips or tears, or I should say, no rotting. The spine's kind of worn, So definitely a lower grade copy, but just a $15 start. And then David Bowie, Let's Dance. And this album's unique. Stevie Ray Vaughan plays lead guitar. Only a $10 start on Bowie. Okay, we had Pat Benatar, So Did Dave Ferguson. Chris Knapp picking up Tusk. And we also have Black Oak, Arkansas, High on the Hog, VG Plus $7.50. Rainbow, Straight Between the Eyes, EX $14. Kansas Monolith, Kansas is $10. Thunderclap Newman, Hollywood Dream, VG Plus $12.50. Also, King Crimson, just $25 for In the Wake of Poseidon. Beautiful disc and jacket, $25. We have Odetta Sings, that's sold to Eric Squindo. He just claimed that. Chuck Jackson, Mr. Everything, $15. Okay? I'm officially going over here to grab this first box of 45s. It's took me this long to clean up, organize, and make room for them. I still got to show these last few Taylor Sweeties, so I can officially say I've shown them all and then get them ready for a flip video tomorrow. And here's the last few Taylors. Okay. This is actually a 45, I think. The Tortured Poets Department Anthology. I'm trying to really figure out what this is. But Taylor is $54.99. I bet if Laura was still here, she could tell us. And then we have her self-titled debut CD, Japanese, $29. Evermore is $29.99. I think that's what that one's called. And then I have Speak Now for $29. Okay? So $29, $29, and $29 on those. The other one, Odetta Sings. Okay, not Sings Ballads. You want Odetta Sings. Okay, this one here. Okay, there's that. Rock and Roll Over 15, David Bowie 10, 15, 16. Rick Maggers on Thunder, Clap Newman. And then Gene Loves Jezebel, $12.50. Neil Young After the Gold Rush is $17.50. Jimmy Haskell, California 99, $17.50. The Cars is $17.50. Led Zeppelin is $44.99. I wish somebody would have told me the glare was that bad on Fastway. I think it's not I think it's that sticker. That hop sticker is really reflective. Yeah, that's a bad one to keep over there, actually. Let me kick it in that way. That doesn't look good, though. Yeah, that silver sticker for Trick or Treat's like just a big glare. Over here we have Frank Zappa for $20. Survivor for $15. The Doors' Greatest Hit, $17.50. Bob Dylan, $15. Bob Seger, $10. And Chuck Berry, $13.50. There is way too many good records in there for a cheap bundle. There is way too many good ones in there. I mean, I might can price them out, but that is a pretty fully loaded crate right now. David Bowie is sold to Leslie Holt for $20. And then Kiss is sold to Larry Gonzalez for $15. And Jim B's got a split. Good night. Yeah, right. Sure. This dude, he must do stand-up comedy. Okay, let's go over here and find our first auction in the 45s, if there is going to be an auction. If not, we're about to start laying down singles. I'm going to flip through these. A lot of buy it now so far. Great titles, but nothing that's worthy of us running for an auction. Great stuff here. I'm halfway through about the third. I'm halfway through a third. Does that make sense? Oh, yeah. Yeah, I think this is going to be just a great, let's throw them down for $6.99. And if I find something, we'll run it for an auction. But I think most of these are very eligible for $6.99. Yep. All right, let's grab another crate of vintage for best offer. For sure. Yeah, great looking 45s coming up. So, first thing is this. David Bowie 20, Led Zeppelin. All of our new LPs are non-negotiable. So Zeppelin is $44.99. No discount on that one. Chuck Berry tracks is I'm Talking About You, Diploma for $2, 13 question method, away from you, don't lie to me, the way it was before, Little Star, Route 66, Sweet 16, run around, stop and listen, and rip it up. He wrote all those except two. 1350 on that, and King for 20. Victor, one of our most coveted half-off rules is half off, no more, no less. So that's $25. I'm not going to take 20, and I wouldn't take 30 either. Even if you try to pay me more, I'm going to say sorry. I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second, finish this bottle of water. Here we go. All right, so I think we're going to do one more crate of vintage. Let me make sure this is the one I want to go through. We'll probably take offers on this one. And I've been using the leftover half-offs, these great crates. These are beautifully, amazingly beautiful great crates for epic 9 a.m. flip video material. So, what we're going to do is go through one of those crates, and we're going to start doing 45s. And whenever we've wrapped up that crate, we'll probably do some, we'll do exclusively 45s and other miscellaneous stuff around here. So let me grab that crate. Anybody else on these? I don't think I'm going to bundle these, whoever asks. I mean, there's just too many. I mean, let's see here. Yeah, including King Crimson, $200. That's my bundle price, $200. Okay, that's like most of these right in here at $10 a piece, which is more equal to or less than the half off price, and then doing these last few at $5 a piece, and then King Crimson at 25. So those are all like $10 a piece, and then all these at 5, and then of course keeping that one at 25, which I think is well worth it. So $200 for all of them. That's a total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Yeah, I think that equals up like 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100, 30, 140, 150, 160, 170, 180, 205. I came up with 205 that time. $10 a piece, 5 on the last several, and then 25 on King Crimson. $200. I think it's actually 205, but 200 on that. Okay, so that's kind of how it breaks down. 10, 5, because I mean, I know I can get $10 for most of those. Worst case scenario, definitely. They're too nice, too good of titles. Any blind boxes. So yeah, I'm actually about to count one, and I'm going to go ahead and do that live right now, and maybe try to sell some, because I know Thomas Baumhart's interested. Do you sell the Rolling Stones? I got one left, Leslie. The Japanese 3-disc, there's one left. Neil, I'd love to make it all. I'd love to sell those to you. I think that's pretty fair. The back wall is Jesus and Mary Chain is gold vinyl, $29.99. Grinch is $36. Trick or Treat, $39. And then Leonard Skinner. Led Zeppelin is $44.99. Okay. All right, let's put over that other crate. All right, before anybody decides they get too sleepy. Be some people going, oh, Chad, oh, Chad, I'm getting sleepy. La, 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 la. And I'm like, nope, not time for that. All right, here's our first handful of singles. These are all $6.99. We got Susie Quattro and Chris Norman stumbling in. Dion and Friends, that's what Friends are for. Elton John, Gladys Knight, Stevie Wonder. Rick Springfield, I've Done Everything for You. Question Mark and the Mysterians, 96 Tears. That's a good one. Jeffrey Osborne, She's on the Left. From Stallone, Kenny Loggins, Meet Me Halfway. And Philip Bailey, that is Easy Lover with Phil Collins. Those are all $6.99. Trick or Treat is $39.99. That was my restock from today. We have sold a bunch of them. All right, let's go through this crate. Buy it now, best offer. All right. Tonight, there's only been 2 no bids. Hallbrook gets question mark in the Mysterians for $6.99. I got some more auctions to run too. A few more supplemental ones. But there's only been 2 no bids. And the first one was really early. And this is a pretty rare Beatles promo. It's Lady Madonna and the Inner Light. It's a green label capital promo. It's pretty low grade though. We graded it VG. Paul says it plays well, but it has a repeating click on side B. $35 on that. Lady Madonna promo, and the flip is Inner Light. And then there was only 1 auction no bid. And this is Cat Stevens, T for the Tillerman. Analog Productions, 200 gram, $55. That's not a cheap audiophile record at all. $55 on that. Friends is sold to Paul Brothers for $6.99, and Mark Vise on Susie Quattro. And that was the very first one. All right, we're off to a good start on singles. And make offer on the Beatles. And then, so what I was going to do is I'm going to kind of guesstimate what I'm going to sell a box of 45s for. So let me show one that's not sleeved to get you an idea of what I'm talking about. I'm going to count and see how many records are in one of these boxes, because I bet Paul Brothers will buy a box. And let's see here. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Make sure I didn't skip any. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50. That's 50. 51, 52, 53, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 5, 96, 97, 98, 100, 101, 102, 103, 104, 8, 109, 110, 11, 112, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 38, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 54. Yeah. All right, that's 154. I figured most of these boxes hold about 150. So on average, I can sell you a random box of mystery records. There's about 150 singles. And I think that's about what I sold them for the last time. I had a couple people on YouTube, I think Paula and Jetstream, which I hadn't seen in a long time. I don't know what's happened to Jetstream. I sold Paula 2 boxes and I sold Jetstream a box. And my price is $375. And that's a pretty close estimate, 150 in a box. And that's $2.50 a piece. That includes shipping. They'll probably ship it in the box. They'll probably put some materials in there, pack them in there good, and $375. Now, the original price would have been $6.99. Some should be more, some should be less. And they've only been gone through once. And I was going to go through them a second time and pick out the best of I can't believe these didn't sell and show them somewhere else. So $375. And right now I have 15 boxes to sell. I've got 15 boxes to sell. I've got 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 15 boxes. 15 boxes to sell, okay? and they should have plus or minus 150 records. William Drugovich says he will take a box, okay? So I'll get you down for a box, right, William? Anybody else, okay? Anybody else. And I was planning on posting this tomorrow in the group, schedule a post, and let everybody know that I've got these available. There's one guy I know for sure that'll probably take one, and anybody else? No claim. Okay, no claim. Okay, Paul says he's going to let me know. All right, so there's that. And let's get started with Buy It Now Best Offer. UFO, no heavy petting, $29.99. Green Chrysalis label, UFO, $29.99. We have Introducing the Beatles. And folks, this is a unofficial pressing of this album. $19.99 for the Beatles. And the Beatles Yesterday and Today. That's in shrink wrap on Apple. Yesterday and Today, $34.99. So the good thing about these is almost all of them are going to be in a picture sleeve, or John's matched them with a company sleeve, okay? And then Debbie, I know you've put 96 Tears 3 times, but somebody beat you to it, okay? Somebody already got question mark in the Mysterians. Everything in this crate's Buy It Now Best Offer, and I've got more $6.99ers here. We got Eddie Max, Somewhere in America. We got Bootsy's Rubber Band, Rubber Ducky. Jay Wilson, Baby Workout. Herb Albert, Our Day Will Come. The OJs, Your Body's Here With Me, But Your Mind's on the Other Side of Town. And Billy Ocean, Caribbean Queen. The OJs, Backstabbers. And Billy Crystal, I Hate It When That Happens. Okay. Next thing is Alice Cooper, From the Inside, $29.99. Nice copy. It does have a saw mark, $29.99 on that one. Queen, Live Killers, $44.99. Double LP gatefold, Queen Live Killers. Rubber Ducky is sold to Vladimir for $6.99. The Beatles is Lady Madonna, The Inner Light, 68 promo, VG condition, repeating click on side B. It's a $35 Buy It Now or Best Offer. I've been trying to sell that for 6 months. No claims and no offers. Looks like I got to take it home. Eric Clapton, Just One Night. A gatefold 2 LP. It does have a clip corner. $34.99. Eric Clapton. Heart, a classic. Dreamboat Annie, $29.99. Original inner sleeve. Fantastic album. $29.99. Billy Crystal, sold to Joe Sontag for $6.99. Okay? There's that. There's that. Next thing is Journey Frontiers. Journey is $19.99. And Dionne Warwick, Go With Love. Dionne Warwick is in shrink, $14.99. Our next auction is going to come over here from the supplemental crate. And the supplemental crate is going to produce the following record. And that is the following. David Bowie and U2. So David Bowie is Scary Monsters. Scary Monsters is a 1980 USOG Indianapolis press with the original inner sleeve. VG++, a $20 start. And U2 Boy is an 81 USOG Winchester press, also with the original inner sleeve. It has the shrink, and this is a $20 start. Elvis Golden Records, that is an 84 pressing sealed, $29.99. Fleetwood Mac Live, $34.99. Does have a pretty wicked saw mark up there on the top left. And Shine On Brightly, Procol Harum. Procol Harum is $24.99. Shine On Brightly. Kansas, it's the Point of No Return, $19.99. And Linda Ronstadt, Simple Dreams, $9.99. Here comes the next $6.99 Buy It Nows. First thing is Michael McDonald from the movie Running Scared, Sweet Freedom. Lou Graham, Midnight Blue, great song there. Richard Marx, Endless Summer Nights. Billy Joe Royal, Tell It Like It Is. Gloria Estefan, Can't Stay Away From You. Gloria Estefan, 1, 2, 3. Patti LaBelle, New Attitude. 5 Star, Let Me Be the One. Peter Cetera, One Good Woman. Those are all $6.99 on that. Okay. Next is Montrose Jump On It. Montrose is $14.99. Mark V saw Michael McDonald. That sold to him for $6.99. We had CCR Chronicle. That's the Epic 2LP compilation. $29.99 for Chronicle. Very, very nice. And then we had Peter Cetera. We had 5-star, Patti LaBelle, Gloria Estefan, Billy Joe Royal, Richard Marks, and Lou Graham is sold to Debbie Winstead. Okay. No bid on U2, looking for a $20 start. No bid on Bowie, looking for a $20 start. Those are going once, going twice. Pat Benatar, Live from Earth. $14.99 on Pat Benatar. Marion Faithfull, Dangerous Acquaintances. Marion Faithfull's $14.99. And Milwaukee Wild Men, To the Bone. Red Vinyl, a Psychobilly album, 2003 Holland, $29.99. Vladicek on 123. And 123 was Gloria Estefan. That's sold to Vladicek. Thank you. And we have Led Zeppelin, a specialty press. Somebody did write Led Zeppelin on the cover. I guess that's not too bad. Better than a name. This is a 70s specialty press. I should say a mid-70s. $44.99. David Bowie is an OG copy of Scary Monsters. A 1980 US OG, Scary Monsters. And Samuel Kopich has, in fact, bid $20. All right. 1 second, please, over here. Okay. Next is the Alan Parsons Project, Tales of Mystery and Imagination. Edgar Allan Poe, 1999, and Neil Young, his self-titled album, originally out in 69. This is a 75 Pittman press, but very nice. Neil Young, $34.99. Okay. Over here, let's put up a new stack of 45 buy it nows. These are all $6.99. And we have David Bowie at 21. Samuel, you've been outbid. Lisa Stansfield, All Around the World. The Shangri-Las, Twist and Shout. The Manhattan Transfer, Chauncey D. or More. The Manhattan Transfer, Trickle Trickle. The Hollies, All I Need Is the Air That I Breathe. Melissa Manchester, Theme from Ice Castles. Kenny Rogers, Ruby, Don't Take Your Love to Town. And Sweet Music Man. One more, Dr. Hook, When You're in Love with a Beautiful Woman. Those are all $6.99. One more, because we just saw one a moment ago, Billy Crystal. You Look Marvelous, Billy Crystal. Okay? There's that. David Bowie, 21. David Bowie, 24. Debbie Winstead wants Lisa Stansfield. David Bowie, 25. Stacy Metternich on the Hollies. All That I Need Is the Air That I Breathe. All I need is for Paul to buy some good records tomorrow. Hopefully Paul is going to buy some good records tomorrow. Paul is on a buying trip. And all we need is the air that I breathe. Billy Crystal, Dr. Hook, Kenny Rogers, Melissa Manchester, Manhattan Transfer, and the Shangri-Las, okay? Next is Frank Zappa, Waka Jawaka. Frank Zappa is $39.99. And Crack the Sky, that was in Shrink, $19.99. And Elvis Gold Records, Volume 4, $29.99. He said these collections are going to be incredible. They are in Texas somewhere right now buying records. They left this morning. I didn't get to see Paul, but I saw Tyler. The flip on Dr. Hook was Knowing She's There. And then Joe Sontag on Billy Crystal. All right. And Stacy wants Dr. Hook If You Don't. U2 did not get a bid, shockingly. So their debut album, Boy, can be picked up for a $20 buy it now. That's shocking. Okay. Over here, we got Prince, Around the World Today, an 85 gold stamp promo OG, $34.99. BOC is $26.99. Rush, Grace Under Pressure, $34.99. And Queen, The Game, $34.99. These are all super nice, clean records. Cheap Thrills, Big Brother and the Holding Company, Janis Joplin, $39.99. That's a sealed copy. So now David Bowie's at 27. Leslie, you've been outbid. Stacy, you do get Dr. Hook. Here comes some more singles. These are all $6.99. First come, first serve. This is a great song by King Floyd, Groove Me. That's on Austin Powers. It's groovy, baby. England Dan and John Ford Coley, I'd really love to see you tonight. Wow. Paul has always told me that's one of his favorite songs of all time. Yvonne Elliman, If I Can't Have You. We got Dickie Goodman, Jerry Ford, A Special Report. The Osmonds, One Bad Apple, that would be Seth. Willie Nelson, Heroes Always Have Been Cowboys. And Murray Head, One Night in Bangkok, as featured in a Rush song. Dun 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 dun. I'm coming to motor on. Crab chips. About time for me to crack open a Monster. And eat some crab chips. All right. David Bowie, 28. And I'm hungry all of a sudden. Nobody on that song I was talking about? ED. What was ED? England Dan. There you go, Chris Bryant. I'd really love to see you tonight. Groove Me. Y'all need to go check that out by King Floyd. Oh, my gosh. All right, we got the Wow. To Everything. Turn, turn, turn. I wiped my hands on my shirt, so hopefully my crab chips isn't leaving any residue on the records. $29.99 on the Birds. And then The Police, Ghost in the Machine, $24.99. Great stuff. One Night. You want One Night in Bangkok. That's so to Chad Snyder. All right, David Bowie's still getting bids, and let's grab another handful of singles. Nice. Winchester Cathedral, the original by the New Vaudeville Band. New York City, I'm Doing Fine Now. Big hit there. Dorothy Moore, Misty Blue. Let Me Be There, Living in John. America, I Need You. Walking on the Riverside, that's the better song. And then Beach Boys, Kokomo, and Tutti Frutti. So Kokomo is a tough one. It's not on any original Beach Boy album. It was made really for that Cocktail soundtrack. And as y'all know, it became one of their biggest hits. So, of course, it's the Beach Boys. They've got about 100 hits. But Kokomo was a big one there in the 80s. $6.99 for that. Debbie Winston on PF. And PF was... What was PF, Debbie? She wanted... That might be something here. Hold on a second. So Beach Boys goes to Vladarchek. Stacy was second. America, Living June, Misty. Debbie, what was PF? I might have missed that one. Okay. We got Steve Miller Band, Living in the 20th Century, 1999. John Lennon's 24. Bob Seger, 9 Tonight, 24. UFO Mechanics, 29. And Frank Zappa, Chunga's Revenge, a German Press for $49. The titles that's in this crate, I know they're super nice and they're straight price, but I mean, if you're looking for something, this crate is like loaded with great titles. Just waiting for the right offer to come in. I mean, don't hesitate. All right, we got an earlier Chuck Berry here. School Day, somebody said 1957. That would be about right. Christy Burr, The Lady in Red. Coin Gang Victory. Oh, Julian Lennon there, Valot. Here's somebody we don't get as often on a 45 picture sleeve. Mike and the Mechanics, The Living Years. The Carpenters, I Need to Be in Love. And one more, Gun Hill Road, Back When My Hair Was Short. All right. And Pink Floyd. There's no Pink Floyd 45. You must have misheard. No Pink Floyd. There's a King Floyd, and it's sold to Eric Van Leuven. That was not Pink Floyd. That was King Floyd. King Floyd is a black soul artist who has an amazing voice, and he's very groovy. Groove Me, Baby. That's a good one. I think it's on the ending, one of those ending scenes on Austin Powers, which that's like my childhood, watching Austin Powers movies, and I always enjoyed the music. And that is, you know, that song, later on I realized what it was. Stacey Metternich on CB. And she wants, CB was for Chuck Berry. And Chad Snyder wants Living Years. And we have Gun Hill Road, Carpenters, Julie Lynn and Coy and the Gang, and Krista Burr. Okay, there's that. Are we done on David Bowie? Now, the other bidder, Samuel Kopich, never did say out. Samuel, you are outbid on this, okay? I heard Pink Floyd also do, just FYI. Well, y'all need to go get some Q-tips and make sure there's not something stuck up in your ears. Wang Chung, points on the curve. Wang Chung is $24.99. The very best of Cher, $16.99. Aerosmith's Greatest Hits, $29.99. And Bad Company, Desolation Angels, $19. Y'all are wanting to hear Pink Floyd is the problem. You're hoping a Pink Floyd single will pop up. So sometimes your ears can deceive reality. Tina Marie, Jammin'. Ambrosia, The Biggest Part of Me. Wow. America, Right Before Your Eyes promo. Ronnie McDowell, Suspicion. A great one here. Rock Your Baby by George McRae. Wow. The Hustle, Van McCoy. You've got to be kidding me. Hank Ballard and the Midnighters, Fangin' Poppin' Time. And Corey Hart, Never Surrender. And what was the Carpenter single? I'm about to pull it out right now. The Carpenter single. I Need to Be in Love and Sandy. Okay. David Bowie's at 33. Mark Weiss gets Aerosmith's Greatest Hits. Wolverine on JM or GM, that was George McRae. Wolverine on VM, Van McCoy. Debbie Winston on the America promo. Mark Weiss next on George McRae. David Bowie is sold to Leslie Holt for $33. Thank you. Bad Company, Desolation Angels, Herbie Hancock, VSOP, Bob Dylan, Empire Burlesque, King Crimson Lizard, $39.99, Johnny Shines, Too Wet to Plow, The Cars Panorama, and Peppermint Trolley Company. All right, here we go. Next handful of 45s. George Benson, Turn Your Love Around. Harold Melvin, The Blue Notes, a 33 1/3 promo, The Love I Lost, double-sided. Sorry seems to be the hardest word, and that's by Elton John. Dale Shannon, Handyman on Amy and the Amy Sleeve. Brenda Russell, Piano in the Dark. Madam Butterfly by Malcolm McLaren. And one more, Boz Scaggs, The Feel of Silk Degrees. So this is actually a promo sampler. You get Lowdown, and on the flip, you get What Can I Say and We're All Alone. So you get Lowdown, the feel of his big album, Silk Degrees by Boz Scaggs. Wolverine on HM and DS. HM was Howard Melvin. He also got DS, which was Dale Shannon. Debbie Winston got Elton John. Stacy got Boz Scaggs. And Brenda Russell is sold to Mark Weiss. Debbie next on Boz Scaggs. Debbie Winston, that is. That left George Benson, Malcolm McLaren. He passed on the Carpenters earlier. And then to finish up this last crate of vinyl, Joe Walsh, The Confessor, Wind, Sky, and Diamonds, Gabor Szabo, The Birds Pre-Flight, Led Zeppelin Coda, Pink Floyd Final Cut, King Crimson Earthbound, The Birds, Ballad of Easy Rider, Minnie Riperton, and The Best of Mother's Invention. That is an insane crate of vinyl. That's just an insane crate. All right, so looks like everybody's in the 45 mood, though, for sure. We are sold out of Twisted Christmas. I'll have to put you on a waiting list. Loretta Lynn, Bargain Basement Dress. Johnny Nash, I Can See Clearly Now, The Rain Is Gone. The Other Guy, Little River Band. Art Garfunkel, All I Know promo. Andrew Gold, Thank You for Being a Friend. Nice. The Temptations, Silent Night, a Christmas promo. And T'Pol, Heart and Soul, $6.99. Yeah, if you're needing price, those last few I just read the title, so don't hesitate to ask the price. Joe Walsh is $19.99, buy it now or best offer. And Minnie Riperton should be $49. Yeah, $49.99, 74 Santa Maria. These are all really nice in here. All these singles are $6.99. First thing is Wolverine on AJ, Andrew Gold, or Art Garfunkel. Andrew Gold or Art Garfunkel, Wolverine. Wolverine also got the Temptations. Stacy was next. Chris Bryan on to Paul. Little River Band, Johnny Nash, and Loretta Lynn. I can see clearly now the rain is gone. It's still available. Eric Van Leuven got Loretta Lynn. Wolverine got Andrew Gold. Obstacles in my way. These are $6.99. Stevie Wonder, Part-Time Lover. Stevie Wonder, Get It. Wilson Pickett, I'm a Midnight Mover. Quarter Flash, Talk to Me. Hey Joe, Wilson Pickett on a promo top label. I guess that's not really a promo label. Red and white. 96 Tears. There's another copy, a reissue label for 96 Tears. And another Susie Quattro, Stumbling In. Larry Gonzalez said I might have missed a question from him. He said, Larry Gonzalez. Boy, when was that, Larry? What pressing is the Big Brother? Oh, that is an early 80s pressing. An early 80s pressing. So it is sealed. It's got a barcode on the back, and it's nice price. So that's an early 80s press. $39.99. Both Queens, $65. Sold to Travis Woods, $65. Okay? And then Wolverine put Wilson Pickett and Wilson Pickett. That means he gets this Wilson Pickett. He gets that Wilson Pickett. And Susie wants Part-Time Lover. That's Stevie Wonder sold to Susie. Thank you, Travis. Both Queens sold to Travis for $65. Nice pickup. Susie Quattro, Question Mark and the Mysterians, Quarter Flash, and Stevie Wonder. Now, Debbie Winstead was dying to get a Question Mark and the Mysterians earlier, so hopefully she's still watching. If not, we probably just need to go ahead and tag her for that because she was dying to get that one earlier. All right. We've got about 10% left of the first box, and then we're going to go into another one. ABBA SOS. Ooh, this is a cool one. Ace on the original label. How long has this been going on? Boz Scaggs, It's Over promo. Theme from Tootsie, Stephen Bishop. Michael Bolton, Sitting on the Dock of Bay. Sweet Sensation with Romeo JD, Sincerely Yours. And Bonnie Tyler from Footloose, Holding Out for a Hero. $6.99, okay? The Susie Quattro was Stumbling In. That was Stumbling In. It's a double-sided promo from RSO. All right, Wolverine got Ace. How long has this been going on? Chad Snyder gets Joe Walsh for $15. Chris Bryan on SOS ABBA. Chris Bryan on SB for Stephen Bishop. Susie next on Ace, and then Mark Weiss. And that left Bonnie Tyler, Sweet Sensation, Michael Bolton. Is this... The name of the group is Sweet Sensation, right? Yeah, Sweet Sensation, Sincerely Yours. And Boz Scaggs is a double-sided promo. Chad's about ready for that Monster Energy drink. Oh, boy. Monster. It's almost Monster and Crab Chip time. And it's time for the midnight hour craziness at Coletco. I'll take sushi. Sushi. I love sushi. He's talking about Susie. Susie Breedlove, are you for sale? Wolverine would like to purchase you. This is Bonnie Tyler, sold to Pam Murray, and Wolverine gets Susie Breedlove. I mean, Susie Quattro. Next thing is $6.99. This is Ray Charles, Get on the Right Track, Baby. Another Bonnie Tyler, It's a Heartache. Climax, I'd Still Say Yes. Jimmy Ruffin, Hold On to My Love. Rufus with Shaka Khan, Please Pardon Me, You Remind Me of a Friend. Barbara Lewis, Hello Stranger. Oh Smokey, Love Don't Give No Reason. Ray Charles, Game Number 9 promo, double-sided. All right, next is Debbie Winston on Bob. Bob? Do you mean Boz? Did you see the question mark in the Mysterians, Debbie? There's another 96 Tears. Boz Scaggs, and so did Debbie. She's still trying to say Bob. She's trying to say Boz. Both Ray Charles is sold to Wolverine, and Debbie wants Climat. She means Climax. Debbie's having some bad voice-to-text problems. She's having some really bad voice-to-text problems, but I know what she's wanting. Bob was Boz, and Climate was Climax. Bonnie Tyler, It's a Heartache, Smokey Robinson, Barbara Lewis, Rufus, and Jimmy Ruffin is still available. Crab chips, I don't know. Well, these came from Craig, a customer who's making our t-shirts, and he lives in Maryland, you know, where Old Bay is originated from, the seasoning stuff. So we got Chris Christopherson and Rita Coolidge, Not Everyone Knows. Janet Jackson, You Need Me. I'm in the mood for a melody. I'm in the mood. Robert Plant. Bette Midler. Oh, man. Seinfeld. Holy moly. The Wind Beneath My Wings. You've got to be kidding me. Good gracious. That's from Beaches. Holy crap. That's a great one. Whoa. Kenny Rogers in the first edition. Something's Burning. Love is a Battlefield, Pat Benatar. Dr. Hook Love Line. Dr. Hook Doing It. Golly. Bette Midler from Beaches. Whoa. Dr. Hook, Pat Benatar, Kenny Rogers, Bette Midler, so to Wolverine, Robert Plant, so to Leslie Holt, Janet Jackson, and Chris Christopherson and Rita Coolidge. I'll Take the Heart. Are you talking about Dreamboat Annie? Boom. So to Ron Mustaine. We're still selling a few albums here and there. Kramer loves some Bette Midler. You Are the Wind. I should have kept that for my Seinfeld collection. I have slowly started building a Seinfeld vinyl collection. Everything ever witnessed or mentioned in Seinfeld. I've got quite the collection. I sell stuff sometimes and I shouldn't mention the Seinfeld references and it gets gone. And I'm like, dang, I should have kept that. But I've got a little crate going at my house of Seinfeld stuff. Whether it be Trini Lopez or whether it be Bette Midler, whatever it was referenced. Gordon Lightfoot, Edmund Fitzgerald. Dr. Hook, Sexy Eyes. Roy Orbison on London Monument. That's a UK label. Mean Woman Blues. Run, Rudolph, Run on the Blue Chest label. Nice. Everly Brothers, When Will I Be Loved, and Bebopalua. Memory Lane double-sided hit. Everly Brothers, This Little Girl of Mine, and Should We Tell Them, double-sided hit. This is ×2, Cecilia. New Edition, If It Isn't Love. Zaza, Maybe Tomorrow. And Bonnie Tyler, Total Eclipse on the Heart. Yeah, Mel Torme records. I've got Mel Torme. I think I've got one that literally says like Velvet Fog on the cover. It's like Mel Torme, The Velvet Fog. And I'm like, oh my gosh, I've got to keep this. This is like the greatest record I've ever seen. First thing is Eric Van Leuven on Chuck Berry. Wolverine was second. Chris Bryan on New Edition. And anybody else on these? That was Bonnie Tyler, Zaza, ×2, Everly Brothers, Roy Orbison, and Dr. Hook. Yeah, and movie stuff. So some of those movies aren't real. They're made up, but there's some people that make fantasy posters. So there's a company, and I should have bought them. It's like an artist, and he did like a movie poster for Rochelle, and like Death Blow, and Channel, all those like fake movies on there, but people make fantasy posters, and I'm like, man, and every time I miss some of them. There's like, you can buy some at any time, but some are pretty well made. They're like really cool, limited edition. Zaza, so to Chad Snyder. All right, and we got Angie, WKAZ. That's a radio station copy, promo of Angie. The Safaris, Wipeout promo. Celebration, Cool in the Gang, nice. Dwayne Eddy Detour, Do They Know It's Christmas? Natalie Cole Jumpstart, and the Pointer Sisters, Slow Hand, and the Pointer Sisters, Where Did Time Go? Sack Lunch, yep. Well, on that episode, Sack Lunch was a fake movie. But the movie they're talking about is real, or the movie that Peterman likes and all of her friends. That movie was called, with Ray Fiennes. What is that one called? gosh, what is that one called? I never can remember the name of that movie. Wolverine on the Safaris. Chris Bryant was next. Samuel Kopich was third. Debbie Winston on Cool in the Gang. Tyson Morgan getting the Rolling Stones Angie, double-sided promo. And John Gallen on Do They Know It's Christmas? The English Patient. That's it. The English Patient. Pointer Sisters, Natalie Cole, and Dwayne Eddy. All right. And then this stack left the following. Just 3, and I'm going to grab the next box. Freddie Cannon, Way Down Yonder in New Orleans. Grand Funk Railroad, Rock and Roll Soul, and Fly to the Phoenix. And Some Kind of Wonderful. Nice. It's Some Kind of Wonderful. Yes, she is. English Patient. I hadn't seen it. I wouldn't know if I really liked it or if I thought it really sucked. Peterman, you haven't seen it? That's it. Put everything down. We're going right now. And Chad's going up here to grab a monster because I need some late night energy. My shift is about halfway done tonight. Some of y'all may be thinking about bed. Chad's thinking about how to wake up and get more energized. So let me grab a Monster energy drink out of here. There's my mom's oatmeal cookies. I don't need to forget about those. I should have a piece of bread up here from Publix. Yes, I do. She's some kind of wonderful. Okay, time for a new box as I'd grab a bite of food. Kramer, $14.99. Slow movie. So I see 3 reviews in the comments, and it seems like The English Patient is a horrible movie. Sorry, I'm trying to chew down on some bread from Panera that's like a rock, but it's very good. And I don't want to, y'all don't want to probably hear me chewing. So sorry, I've got that down. I'm going to finish it in just a second. I've took a couple drinks of Monster. BOC also sold out of here to Ryan Mustaine. Thank you, Ryan Mustaine. All right, then Freddie Cannon was sold to Wolverine, and then nobody on Grand Funk. 4-pack Seinfeld. So I went under an endeavor. I'll tell y'all this while I'm grabbing the next box. I was like, okay, I'm going to start collecting signed Funkos from Seinfeld characters. Because I was wanting to get their autographs, but I didn't know what to get it on. I thought Funkos would be cool. Photos are pretty cool, but Funkos for Seinfeld characters, I thought that'd be pretty cool to have. So I got Newman. Wayne Knight, he does a lot of signings. He goes to a lot of cons and, you know, does signings. And Jason Alexander does a lot of signings. Well, the next 3 to get are expensive. Julia Louis-Dreyfus is expensive. Jerry's pretty expensive. And then Michael Richards cost a fortune. Like, a signed Michael Richards Kramer Funko is a couple grand. And they trade for that. Okay? That's not like asking prices. They'll sell for that. So his autograph on a Funko is like stupid expensive. So I was like, oh, I probably wouldn't have started the set if I knew I was going to have to dump that kind of money on one. So I'm either going to wait for a really good deal. Or just have to bite the bullet one day. But I still don't have Elaine. I still don't have Jerry. But I've got Wayne Knight, Newman, Jason Alexander, George, and then the Soup Nazi. He basically makes a living signing stuff. So you can get his pretty cheap, like less than $50 shipped. So I just hadn't bought one yet. I probably need to go ahead and get one. This is $49.99. Minnie Riperton's a 74. This is a 1974 press, Perfect Angel. $49.99 for Minnie Riperton. And yes, we are done with vinyl. I'm actually about to take this off so I can flip over the crate. We're about to go through 45s and miscellaneous, mostly 45s though. Yes, it's that time of the night. We are officially in 45 mode. I've got a new box. I'm going to go ahead and lay some down right now. So if anybody ever sees a great deal on a signed Kramer Funko, I'm a buyer, but I don't know if I'm ready for that kind of money yet on it. Lulu, I Could Never Miss You. Charlene, I've Never Been to Me. Motown DJ copy, 1976. Jerry Butler, He Will Break Your Heart. George Burns, How to Live to Be 100. George Burns comedy. Peter Gunn, Deodato. Deodato's the artist, of course. Pointer Sisters Fire. Pointer Sisters American Music. Crosby, Stills, and Nash, Raise a Voice. And Charlene and Stevie Wonder, Used to Be. Those are all $6.99. So we're going to be going through a lot of 45s, and I can show a few miscellaneous. I'm trying to finish this rest of this table over here, but it's kind of compact, but we'll try our best. And no bundle. No, not on that one. I'm going to use that one and the last crate for 9 a.m. Now, Neil, what doesn't sell out of the 9 a.m. videos, whatever doesn't sell, and I go back through them again after the leftovers, those will be for bundles, but probably not those. Okay. And I need a crate. Let me flip over this crate. I need a table. All right, here we go. I'm about to just really focus on 45s now. I finally watched Fantastic Voyage. Fantastic Voyage was mentioned by Jerry on an episode. And he... I forgot what I was saying. Okay, Stevie Wonder, Send One Your Love. Stevie Wonder, I Just Called to Say I Love You. Stevie Wonder, Love, Light, and Flight. Breathe, Don't Tell Me Lies. I'm not familiar with that. Kim Carnes, Betty Davis Eyes. Paul Young, Every Time You Go Away. Lisa and Colt Jam, I Wonder If I Take You Home. Earth, Wind, and Fire, Let's Groove. Pointer Sisters, Slow Hand. Linda Ronstadt, Tumbling Dice. Those are all $6.99. Boy, these got mixed in here. These do not need to be $6.99. I won't mark them up much more than that, but I would feel bad if I sold those for $6.99. I'll show them to you in 1 second. It's nothing crazy, but you'll see in just a moment. Linda Ronstadt, Pointer Sisters, Earth, Wind, Fire, Lisa, Paul Young, Kim Carnes, Breathe, Stevie, and Stevie Wonder. No $6.99. That was the end of LPs. It's midnight. I'm going to be here about another hour and a half selling 45s and whatever else I can come up with. Maybe a handful of CDs. Paul's got a few over here that didn't sell the other night I need to show. Paul Simon, Slip Sliding Away. A promo, Three Dog Night. That's one of their best songs. Let Me Serenade You. America, The Border. Speaking of Seinfeld, the greatest American hero, Joey Scarborough, Believe It or Not. John Lennon, Woman. John Anderson, Black Sheep. Climax, Video Kid. And Kenny Loggins, Don't Fight It, with Steve Perry and The More We Try in the picture sleeve. These are all $6.99. That was Kenny Loggins, Climax, John Anderson, Country John Anderson, Woman, John Lennon, Joey Scarborough, Believe It or Not, America, Three Dog Night, and Paul Simon. Slip Sliding Away. Slip Sliding Away. You know, the more you think about it, more. Ebony Ives, Bob Welch, great song. Carly Simon Jesse, Air Supply, Making Love Out of Nothing at All. Eagles, double-sided hit, It's a Heartache Tonight, and The Long Run. Earth, Wind & Fire, Spread Your Love, double-sided promo. Earth, Wind & Fire, Magnetic, double-sided promo. Earth, Wind & Fire, Can't Hide Your Love, double-sided promo. And Philip Bailey, we've already sold one of these tonight. Here's another one. Easy Lover, the duet with Phil Collins. And I'm going to pause right there. Woman. Debbie Winston wants the Three Dog Night promo. That was right here. Dun, 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 dun. Let me serenade you. And Debbie Winston wants Eagles. It's a Heartache Tonight. All right. And that left Philip Bailey, the 3 Earth, Wind & Fire promos, Air Supply, Carly Simon, and Bob Welch. Ebony Eyes. Okay. I've never seen this before. This has got to be foreign. Yeah. Atlanta Rhythm Section, Alien. And that is a foreign promo. We have Philip Bailey, Walking on the Chinese Wall. Philip Bailey, Woman. Is that the John Lennon song? That's a different Philip Bailey. That's a different. 10cc Rubber Bullets. If Not For You, Olivia Newton-John. Richard Marx, Endless Summer Nights. Fats Domino, I Want to Walk You Home, and It's You I Love. Okay. All right. And all right, I'll do these for, I think these were $14.99 when they were new. I'll do them for $9. They're sealed black vinyl. The Beatles, Now and Then. They're brand new and sealed. The Beatles, Now and Then. $9.99 on those, okay? I mean, come on. It's the Beatles, and they're brand new. Now and Then. That's what I set aside. Debbie Winston on Atlantic Rhythm Section. $6.99. Sold. Okay. Jeff Brent gets a Beatles Now and Then. And now there's one more if anybody else wants it. That's $9.99. Probably my only upcharge of the night out of 10,045s. Fats Domino, Richard Marx, Olivia Newton-John, 10cc, Philip Bailey, and Philip Bailey. It's Now and Then. I Need You. Paul's been playing that live. Michael Manning saw that, didn't you, Michael? Let the Good Times Roll. Johnny and Edgar Winter. Chicago, Brand New Love Affair. Carole King, Crying in the Rain. Shannon, Henry Gross. George on My Mind, Willie's version. Alabama, Lay Down on Love. Southern Pacific, Midnight Highway. Leif Garrett, I Was Made for Dancing. And Olivia Newton-John, Let Me Be There. Denise wants the, or excuse me, Karen wants the other Beatles. What did they put as the B-side? Love Me Do. So yeah, like the first Beatles single and the last Beatles single. Until they find more stuff and make more AI music. It's Now and Then. Free as a bird. Olivia Newton-John, Leif Garrett, Southern Pacific, Alabama, Willie Nelson, Henry Gross, Carole King, Chicago, Johnny Edgar Winter, so did Christopher Yoakum. That was Let the Good Times Roll. Okay. Here we go, here we go, here we go. $6.99. You never know what's in the next handful. Like the Spinners. One of a Kind, Love Affair. Marshall Tucker, Mr. President. Double-sided. Promo. Bee Gees, Love You Tonight. Or excuse me, Love You Inside Out promo. Double-sided. Air Supply, Just As I Am. Irene Cara, Breakdance. Captain and Tennille, Love Will Keep Us Together. Bobby Sherman, Waiting at the Bus Stop. And a great one here. He Ain't Heavy. He's My Brother. Now, I don't know about y'all. I hear that and I see that. I think about Vietnam. He Ain't Heavy. He's My Brother. Spinners, Sold to Wolverine. Holly, Sold to Wolverine. And that left the following. Bobby Sherman, Captain and Tennille, Sold to Chris Bryant. Bobby Sherman, Irene Cara, Air Supply, Bee Gees, and Marshall Tucker. He Ain't Heavy. He's My Brother. Here we go. Love will keep us together. Love did not keep Captain and Tennille together. That's what I understand too. Juice Newton, The Sweetest Thing. Paul Carrick, I Need You. Four Tops and Aretha, If ever a love there was. Boy, that don't sound like that's good grammar. I'm not one to be talking, though. Miko, Pop Goes to Movies. The Jets, You Got It All. Ronnie Millsap, It's Christmas. Kim Carnes, I Pretend. And, George Jones, Don't Leave Without Talking. Boy, I almost said, Don't Leave Without Talking to Your Sister. How about Don't Leave Without Taking Your Silver? Golly. Don't leave without talking to your sister, George. No. I said, don't leave without taking your silver. Oh. Okay. George Jones. The flip on that one is I Turn to You. Kim Carnes, So to Pam Murray. Ronnie Millsap, The Jets. Miko, Four Tops, Aretha. Paul Carrick, and Juice Newton. He ain't heavy. He's my brother. I don't know. It seems like every time I've heard that song, there's like Vietnam footage in the back, like somebody carrying a wounded soldier on his back, or like they're in the jungle or something. The Fifth Dimension, Never My Love, promo. Fifth Dimension, Love Line, Angles, and Rhymes, promo. Barry Manilow, Could It Be Magic? Johnny Nash, I Can See Clearly Now. Now, I think that's the OG label. I think that's you'll see 100 reissues. I think that's the real deal there. The Beach Boys, Come Go With Me and Don't Go Near the Water. Los Lobos, La Bamba. Bob Seger, Shakedown. And Kim Carnes, Invisible Hand. One more, two more. Jets, Rocket to You, and Jets, I Do You. Okay, Johnny Nash, So to Wolverine. I Can See Clearly Now. And Debbie Winston on Fifth Dimension. I'm assuming you want both, but if not, let me know. And Johnny Nash is already sold. That leaves the Jets, Kim Carnes, Bob Seger, Los Lobos, Beach Boys, and Barry Manilow. Okay. I need to write down what was in that box. There was about 150 records, right? And I said 375. Okay. Nice. The Spinners, I'm Coming Home, double-sided promo. Salt and Pepper, Tramp. Charlie Daniels, The Devil Went Down to Georgia. The Beach Boys, Come Go With Me. Jerry Reed, Texas Bound and Flying. Foghat, Wild Cherry. Firefall, Falling in Love. Firefall, Business is Business. All right, we've got about a third left of this box, and then I'm going to pull... John's got over here stacked up on my rack, 2, 4, 5 more that we haven't shown in this session here since we've been doing this. We got Firefall, Foghat, Jerry Reed, Beach Boys, Charlie Daniels, Salt and Pepper, Soda Vladarchek, and then there's the Spinners, I'm Coming Home. Debbie Winston on Foghat, Wild Cherry. Okay. So did Debbie Winston. The Moody Blues and Your Wildest Dream. Almost said Andy Williams, but that's Anson Williams, Deeply. The Gorgy Girl by The Seekers. Manhattan Transfer, The Night That Monk Returned to Heaven. 10cc, The Things We Do for Love. Mo and Joe's, Mo Bandy, Joe Stampley, Just Good Old Boys. Oak Ridge Boys doing Bobby Sue. And Bee Gees, Too Much Heaven. Elton John, Sad Song, Say So Much, and Alan Parsons Project, Games People Play. Games People Play, Alan Parsons Project. Solid one there. So Alan Parsons, Elton John, Bee Gees, Oak Ridge Boys, Mo and Joe, 10cc, Manhattan, Seeker, Soda Wolverine, Anson Williams, and the Moody Blues. That's an 80s song. Yeah, Your Wildest Dreams, and that's a double-sided promo. 86 on the Moody Blues there. Baby, What a Big Surprise. Chicago. Flip is Taking It On to Uptown. George Jones, You Still Got a Piece in My Heart. Picture sleeve. Alibis. Sergio Mendez. Nice. Bread. Baby, I'ma Want You. Boom, 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 boom. Baby, I'm a... Carla Bonoff, Please Be the One. Carla Bonoff personally. The Drifters, Up on the Roof and Please Stay. The Drifters, I Count the Tears and Saturday Night at the Movies. And Paul Simon, Promo, 1973, American Tune. Boom, 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 boom. Bread. Baby, I'ma Want You. Sold to Wolverine, Debbie Winstead was next. Truckin's the B-side. Baby, I'ma Need You. I'm a God and light. Seems like the ones I sing people buy. Maybe I should sing more. Mary Wells, You Beat Me to the Punch, and Two Lovers. That's a collectibles reissue label. Gary Glitter, I Didn't Know I Loved You, promo. The Shangri-La's Shout, Shangri-La's. Tight Fitting Jeans by Conway Twitty. Bobby Sherman, Cried Like a Baby. The Shells, Baby Oh Baby. Bee Gees' Tragedy. Bonnie Tyler, It's a Heartache. Herman's Hermits, A Must to Avoid. Boom, 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 boom. All right. And we got Wolverine on SH. Okay, we got to find that one. So we had Herman's Hermits, Bonnie Tyler, Bee Gees, The Shells, right? For Wolverine. Bobby Sherman, Conway, or no, that's probably for Shangri-La's. Shirelles, Shangri-La's, Gary Glitter, Mary Wells. Shangri-La's is on Red Bird. I'm not for sure the history of that release there. Shout, if that's what you were talking about. It's Red Bird RB10-019. I'll leave it out. I'm not for sure on the Shangri-La's labels. I don't know them as well. Okay, so Wolverine Just Wants Shangri-La's. You got it. The Dale's Time Makes You Change. The Shantae's Pipeline. Rick Dees, Get Naked. Eat My Shorts. Al Green, Guilty and Hot Wire. Tanya Tucker, Strong Enough to Bend. Perfect, Jermaine Jackson. Closest Thing to Perfect, from the Perfect movie, music by Jermaine Jackson. Another Elton John, Sad Song Say So Much. Boy, how many of those did he sell? He made a few mil off that in one day. Juice Newton, Queen of Hearts. Jack Wagner, All I Need. And Peter Wolf, Lights Out. That had to sell a bunch of copies. Elton John. That in, what else did, was it the Candle in the Wind song after Diana died? Oh my gosh, how many copies of that did he sell? Holy moly. So no Shirelles. Okay. I got you down just for Shangri-La's. Peter Wolf, Jack Wagner, Juice Newton, Elton John, Sad Song Say So Much, Perfect, Tanya Tucker, Al Green, Rick Dees, Shantae's, and Dale's. All right. Two more handfuls out of here probably. I bet I can split it up into two. Yeah. Then it's a new box. Jimmy Davis, Going Home for Christmas. Brian Ferry, Don't Stop the Dance. Tony Bennett, Rags to Riches. Fanfare 82 with George Jones, Merle Haggard. Larry Gatlin and the Burrito Brothers. And Ricky Skaggs. And Bobby Bear. Wow. A lot of people on that one. The Drifters, Kissing on the Back Row of the Movies. A promo on bail. The Drifters. Willie Nelson, Forgiving You Was Easy. Emmylou Harris, Mr. Sandman. And Jerry Reed, She Got the Gold Mine, I Got the Shaft. Sounds like something bad happened there. She walked off of a gold mine and he ended up with nothing. Oh, Chad is taking a quick stretch. All right, I'm back on my feet. And Drifters is sold to Wolverine. Okay. And last handful from this box. And that is Earth, Wind, and Fire, Sing a Song. Robin Gibb, Boys Do Fall in Love. Boy Meets Girl, Waiting for a Star to Fall. Love Theme from One on One, Seals and Croft. Eddie Money, Peace in Our Time. Air Supply, Two Less Lonely People in the World, and Exile, Kiss You All Over. Okay, we're ready for a new box. Gonna mute my mic for 1 second. All right. Here we go. New box. While I was chewing bread, I grabbed a new box. I'm taking a drink of beverage. Monster Rehab, tea and lemonade flavor. I'm putting on some chapstick because we got a lot more titles to read. I love this. Exile, Soda Debbie Winston. All right, here we go. I like what I'm seeing. Capital in the Capital sleeve. Nelson Riddle, Route 66 theme from the CBS TV show Route 66. The Platters on Mercury in a Mercury sleeve wear. The original Louie Louie by the Kingsmen. Earl Bostic, EP from King. Joe Tex, Ain't Gonna Bump No Woman with No Big Fat Woman. Do what now? Ain't Gonna Bump No More with No Big Fat Woman. Oh boy. Al Green, Let's Stay Together. That's a classic. Good gracious. Corey Hart, Everything in My Heart. And we got Natchez, Rare Red. Red Nichols and his 5 pennies. Whoa. All right. Awesome. Off to some interesting ones in here. First is Wolverine on Platters. Vladarchek on Louie Louie. Louie Louie. All right. And then Wolverine on Al Green. So that left Natchez, Rare Red. That's Natchez Records, though. Red Nichols and 5 pennies. Washboard Blues, that's no bargain. My Gal Sal, and I can't give you... Wow, these are 1926, 1928. Now, that's obviously not when this record was made. They wasn't making 45s in the 20s. But, yeah, this is like... yeah, 26, 20, that kind of era music. Corey Hart, Everything in My Heart. Joe Tex, Earl Bostic, and Nelson Riddle. Okay. Start a third stack there so I know what box these came out of. Tell It Like It Is, Aaron Neville. Juice Newton, Tell Her No, Stranger at My Door. Rabbit and Juice, Eddie Rabbit and Juice Newton. Derek, Cinnamon on Bang. The Drifters on Broadway in the Atlantic sleeve. Shock the Monkey. Nice. Peter Gabriel. This is bizarre. Kamal, The Elephant Song, A Daisy a Day on Phillips. That's interesting. I've definitely never shown these before. And then the Four Seasons. I've Got You Under My Skin and Hugging My Pillow, the Four Seasons. All right, let me pause there because I see some claims. And I need to pull something from the last stack. So, Red Nickel, Soda Vladarchek. All right, thank you. And let me straighten up my stack here before they get messy. And next was DR for the Drifters, Wolverine. Susie got Shock the Monkey. Wolverine on Four Seasons and Vladarchek on Kamal. Okay, that left Derek, Cinnamon, Rabbit and Juice, Juice Newton, and Aaron Neville. Tell It Like It Is. I like that song. Very slow, but very soulful. Very slow, but very soulful. Well, let me get this box straightened. There we go. All right, George Strait, I Fall to Pieces, and You're the Cloud I'm On When I'm High. Elton John, Victim of Love and Strangers. Elton John, Saturday Night's All Right for Fighting. That's obviously the A-side. Lulu, If I Were You. Mark Denning, Teen Angel. Derek, Delaney and Bonnie and Friends. Billie Holiday, Tain't Nobody's Business If I Do. And Holly's Long Cool Woman in a Black Dress and Long Dark Road. Wow, that song is better than Long Cool Woman in a Black Dress if you never heard Long Dark Road. That one's good. And then Bobby Darin, Mac the Knife, and Beyond the Sea. Wow, Beyond the Sea. I'm gonna throw Austin Powers references at you all night long. Beyond the Sea. Dr. Evil's like singing and dancing to that in one of those movies. Somewhere beyond the sea. Chuck Haley wants Route 66. There's that. Chuck, now, Chuck, I'm glad I caught you live. So, Chuck, the other day, you sent a message to Square email, which I usually don't look at unless Ed says, hey, somebody messaged the store through Square email and you need to look at it. Well, the other night, you sent that message, and I had an email typed out, and it went to drafts and never did send to you. Because the other day, I thought about you. I was like, he never did reply to me on what I sent, and I looked, and nothing ever went through, and I'm not used to how that worked, or I don't understand how that worked or how that happened, excuse me. But I had this email sent to you, and it never did go through. I think maybe I closed my laptop before it sent, and then it just saved it as a draft. So I was going to tell you that I noticed that today, and I'm going to resend it to you tonight, and I'm glad I caught you so you can look for that tonight after the sale, okay? But literally, I had a reply type to you, and it just didn't ever go through. I think I hit send, and it's like one of the last things I was doing. I closed my laptop, and it didn't go out of Outbox, and it went into drafts. I don't know. I never use email. I'll tell Ed, please just tell them to message if they need. I'll talk to them through you because I am terrible at email. And so Ed will leave me a list, reply to these people. And then I'll get on there and email them back. But I've just never liked email. I can't keep up with them. My inbox, and then it's like, I'm just terrible at it. I'm glad I don't actually have a real job. If I had a real job where I had to keep up with emails, they'd be like, dude, you got to change your habits. Victim. Okay, so sorry, I got really distracted there. Next comment is victim of love. That's for Susie. Susie also got the Hollies. And then Vladarchek on Somewhere Beyond the Sea. Debbie next on Hollies. Vladarchek did get Bobby Darin. And Wolverine gets Derek Cinnamon. And that was from a previous stack. Anybody else hate emails? I can't stand emails. Now, from our great customers, like y'all, and people that support our business, obviously they're top priority. And luckily, I got a great guy with Ed, customer service. Otherwise, we'd be in trouble, because if people relied on me to reply to them. So I was like, Ed, listen, you're customer service manager. The most important thing we can do is take care of our customers. We got to reply to them quickly. We got to reply to everything they send, even if it's a thank you. And we got to make sure every need is met. Now, there's no way I can do that by myself. So you're in charge of it, and I want to make it your top priority. And he's done a great job. And he will continue to do a great job. Yes, you did get Beyond the Sea. So if we ever forget about you, it's not intentional. Some days are busy, and we do get swamped sometimes with hundreds of messages. And there's really one guy handling it all, and that's Ed. And he leverages some stuff to me, and I try to reply when I can. But, man, okay, back to 45s. Some 80s classics here. The Safety Dance, Men Without Hats. Genesis, Tonight, in the picture sleeve. Brenda Lee, I Want to Be Wanted. Kim Carnes, I'd Lie to You for Your Love. McCartney, No More Lonely Nights, with David Gilmour on guitar. Don Williams, Back on the Street Again, and Too Much Love. I'll Be the Roundabout. Wow, yes. I Want You to Want Me. Cheap Trick. Brenda Lee, I'm Sorry. And Williams Brothers, How Long. There's some good ones there. There should be claims that's rolling in. I'm going to eat this last piece of bread over here. This last piece of bread, I'm going to chew it down from Publix. Okay, I feel better. Williams Brothers, how long? That's sold to Susie. Cheap Trick sold to Vladarchek. Yes, Don Williams, Paul McCartney sold to Susie. Kim Carnes, Brenda Lee, Genesis sold to Vladarchek. You can dance if you want to. You can leave it all behind. That's Safety Dance, Brenda Lee, Kim Carnes, Don Williams. Yes, the flip should be long distance runaround. Yep. Yes, roundabout and long distance runaround and Brenda Lee. Ding, ding. That's a shortened version of roundabout, by the way. That's only 3 minutes. The actual version's about 7 or 8 minutes. That's the radio cut. That's the radio cut. And that's a shortened version of long distance runaround, I'm pretty sure. Roger, Papa's got a brand new bag. Paul Revere, BF DRF Blues, and Just Like Me. Cracker Box Palace. That's a pretty good song by George Harrison. Learning How to Love You. Hey, Carrie Ann, what's your name now? That's the Hollies. J.D. Crowe in the New South. My window faces south. That's some bluegrass for you. Sheb Woolley, I Can't Believe You're Mine. In the MGM Sleeve. Merle Haggard, Twinkle Twinkle Lucky Star. George Harrison again, I Got My Mind Set on You. Steve Perry, It's Only Love. Doobie Brothers, Real Love. Quarter Flash, Take Me to the Heart. Sheena Easton, Do It for Love. And another, we already sold one of those tonight, another Michael McDonald, Sweet Freedom. It looks like I'm covering up his eye. Now I'm covering up his both eyes. Sweet Freedom by Michael McDonald. Okay? So Michael McDonald, Sheena Easton, Quarter Flash, Doobie Brothers, Steve Perry, George Harrison, Merle Haggard, Sheb Woolley, J.D. Crowe, the Hollies, sold to John Gollin, and then Susie, let me know if you want both George Harrisons or one, Roger and Paul Revere's. And then Susie also wants Doobie Brothers. Okay? I am going to go ahead right now and take this stack of sold records around the corner. This one's gotten pretty big. Hey, Carrie Ann, what's your name now? Can anybody play? All right, so Susie gets both George Harrisons. All right, a bunch of 80s in here, but some 60s mixed in too. Billy Crystal, we've already sold one of those tonight. There's another. You Look Marvelous. Shenandoah, some 90s country there that's pretty tough to get. I'll Go Down Loving You. Doug Supernaw, You Never Even Call Me By My Name. Dr. Hook, When You're in Love with a Beautiful Woman. Highway 101, Cry, Cry, Cry. Cool and the Gang, Stone Love. The Association, Cherish. Quarter Flash, Take Me to the Heart. Rick Springfield, Don't Talk to Strangers. Pat Metheny Group, Last Train Home. Kenny G. Songbird. Manfred Mann's Earth Band, Mardi Gras Day, Promo. And David Seville, Witch Doctor. All right, let's read through these again. David Seville, Witch Doctor. Manfred Mann, Mardi Gras Day. Kenny G. Songbird. Pat Metheny, Last Train Home. Rick Springfield, Don't Talk to Strangers. Quarter Flash, Take Me to the Heart. Cherish Association. Cool and the Gang is sold to Vladarchek. Susie was second. Highway 101, Dr. Hook, Doug Supernaw, Shenandoah, and Billy Crystal. I missed 45s. Well, no, you missed a lot, but if you hang around for about another half hour or even longer, you're going to be seeing more. Lorelei, that's a great one by Sticks. Lorelei. Patti LaBelle, If You Don't Know Me By Now, Part 1. James Taylor, That's Why I'm Here. The Doors, and that is Who Scared You and Wishful Sinful. Dwayne Eddy, Joshin. Neil Diamond, I Dreamed a Dream in the picture sleeve. And then over here, we have The Wild Sounds of New Music. Mungo Santa Maria, Sam Batia, and Sam and Dave doing Under the Boardwalk, double-sided promo. Sam and Dave, nice, a promo. I'm a soul man. Ra-dun-dun, dun-dun-dun. Okay, what is Witch Doctor Hook? When you're in love with a beautiful woman and knowing she's there, Susie. Okay. We got Sam and Dave, Mungo Santa Maria, The Sounds of New Music, Neil Diamond, Dwayne Eddy, The Doors, James Taylor, Patti LaBelle, So to Wolverine, Lorelei, So to John Golland, and Wolverine on Sam and Dave. Okay. Ra-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun. I'm a soul man. Hot-blooded. Check It and See. Foreigner. Bay City Rollers, The Way I Feel Tonight. Nielsen, Without You. R.B. Greaves, Take a Letter, Maria. Double Vision, another one by Foreigner. Andrew Gold, Lonely Boy. Ray Parker Jr., Who You Gonna Call? Ghostbusters. ELO, Turn to Stone. When You Are Gone, I Turn to Stone. Those are all $6. Excuse me. Coughed up a lung there. Sherry Darnell got The Doors. We still got ELO, Ray Parker Jr., Andrew Gold, Foreigner, R.B. Greaves, Nielsen, Bay City Rollers, and Foreigner. Okay. Next. Danielle, My Brother. Elton John, The Flip is Skyline Pigeon. That's a good one too. The Gentrys, Keep on Dancing and Make Up Your Mind. Ronnie Dyson, Why Can't I Touch You? Joe Jackson, Be My Number 2. ABBA, She Was the Dancing Queen. Dan Siegel, Feeling Happy. John Travolta, Let Her In. Blues Magoos, We Ain't Got Nothing Yet. And the first edition, a classic, Just Dropped In to See What Condition My Condition Was In. One of Kenny's first big hits. Not even really country, more like a rock pop song. Kenny didn't really do country at the beginning. I guess you could say that. Could you say that? All right. So we had first edition, Blues Magoo sold to John Golland, Travolta sold to Vladimir, Dan Siegel sold to Stacy. We still got ABBA, Dancing Queen, Kenny Roger, Tim Voldness, Does Want Condition, Joe Jackson, Ronnie Dyson, The Gentrys, and Elton John, Danielle, My Brother. And the last handful out of this box before we grab another one is the following. Martha Davis, Don't Tell Me the Time. Chad and Jeremy, Before and After. Dwayne Eddy, Boss Guitar. Dwayne Eddy, Son of a Rebel Rouser. And Radar Love by Golden Earring. Big one there, Radar Love. All right, I'm going to go right into another one. Let me toss that box, empty box down there. Let me go over here to this rack and let's do it. Oh my gosh, this one's full. Oh, 45s are heavy, but not as heavy as a box of albums. Oh my gosh. This is more like picking up a brick or something. Okay. I've got some sticky notes. So some of these have been read through once, and some of them have never been read through. So let's go through the ones I don't think have ever been read through before. So y'all are seeing brand new ones, never seen. Okay. And that's right. I sold you that, right, Vladimir? I'm pretty sure I sold you that. Susie Breedlove on Radar Love and John Golland on Rebel Rouser. Okay. We got Keith Hartley, Waiting Around, a promo from Durham. All I Have to Do Is Dream, Bobby Gentry and Glenn Campbell. The Carpenters, We've Only Just Begun, picture sleeve. Pat Benatar, All Fired Up, nice. Urban Cowboy, that's Bonnie Raitt and Gillies Cowboy Band. And Rick Springfield, Love Somebody, and Tanya Tucker, That Man Turned My Mama On. Whoa. Patty Austin, Baby Come to Me, and Supertramp, Goodbye Stranger. It's been nice. Goodbye stranger, it's been nice. Won't you? All right, so first thing we have is Wolverine on Supertramp, Patty Austin, So to Wolverine, Stacy Metternich on the Carpenters, Chuck Haley next on the Carpenters. We have Tanya Tucker, Rick Springfield, Urban Cowboy still available. I'm going to put that over here in my, I can't believe they didn't sell pile. Pat Benatar, Bobby Gentry, and Keith Hartley. All right, this is a weird one here on Decca. The Goons, look at that. The Goons on a flip back Decca sleeve. The Goons. Catchers. Shining and Beauty number 3. Dave Dudley, Coffee, Coffee, Coffee. Willie Nelson, If You've Got the Money, I've Got the Time, baby. Gina Lynn and Velotte. Pete Townsend, Face to Face. Nice. Colin Occupants, Klaatu. And then Dreamweaver. Nice. Gary Wright, Dreamweaver. What a voice. One of my favorites. Okay, Goons sold to Vladimir, Coffee, Coffee, Coffee. That is sold to Vladimir, and that left Dreamweaver, Colin Occupants. That's a very proggy, almost psychedelia song from Klaatu. They were a very interesting group. When they first came out, everybody thought they were the Beatles in disguise because they were on Capitol, and it came out in the 70s. Pete Townsend, Gina Lynn, and Willie Nelson and Catchers. Urban Cowboy sold to Sherry Darnell and Susie on Dreamweaver. How much are these? These are $6.99. Sorry, I didn't say that. These are $6.99. Next handful, Morning Glory. This is from Gordon Lightfoot, Morning Glory, 1986. Stone Fury, Life's Too Lonely. Here's a cool one. Xavier Cugat. Here's Cugat. Cool illustration on this one. Very cool. That's from Fred Good. We're in Fred Goodwin stuff. Fred Goodwin, of course. Of course, Fred would have something cool. Phil Silvers and Swingin' Brass. That's pretty cool. That's another EP. Journey, Ask the Lonely. My Baby, The Temptations on Gordy Motown. And Madonna, Papa Don't Preach. And ABBA, The Winner Takes All. Wow, some good singles there. And guess what? This box is loaded. I'm kind of peeking ahead. There's some great looking stuff coming up. Yeah, these have definitely, I've never read through any of these before. And I think that's 2/3 of this whole box. So, yeah, let's keep them rolling. Let's not waste any time. So, ABBA, Madonna for $6.99. The Temptations. Where's Vladimir at on that one? I mean, well, just about anybody, but I meant Wolverine. Journey, Phil Silvers. Cugat, sold to, that's what I was looking for, sold to Vladimir. ABBA was on the bottom. That's sold to Vladimir. And Chuck Haley on Silvers. There we go. So we still got Stone Fury. That's like an 80s hard rock group. Lightfoot, Journey, and The Temptations. Don't Look Back as the flip. 1965. Motown sleeve and unbelievably nice. Unbelievably nice. Let's see. Where does Kramer need to go? Let's put Kramer back there. Okay. We got the old Ballad of Jed Clampett by Lester Flatt and Earl Scruggs. Hot Time, Summer in the City, Love and Spoonful. The Judds, Let Me Tell You About Your Love. Patches, Dickie Lee. George Jones, She's My Rock promo. Peter Sellers, Songs for Swingin' Sellers. That's another flip back parlophone. Jerry Clower, some funny stuff here. Want to Buy a Possum? Marty Robbins, Jimmy Martinez, and Ghost Train. And then we got Elton John, Who Wears These Shoes? Oh, Elton there. Was that before or after his hair transplant? We got Jed Clampett, sold to Tim Voldness. Eric Van Leuven on PS. And Eric PS was for Peter Sellers. Tim Voldness on Jerry for Jerry Clower. Susie on Patches for by Dickie Lee. All right, so that left Elton John, Marty Robbins, George Jones, The Judds, and Hot Time, Summer in the City. Back of My Neck, that was The Lovin' Spoonful. Interesting. General Kane hairdos for promotional use only. General Kane hairdos. Janie Freaky, She's Single Again. Cher, Dark Lady by Cher. John Travolta, there was a backup for that earlier, right? There's another chance. Let Her In, John Travolta. Kenny Loggins, I'm Free. Elton John and Neon. There's another Jermaine Jackson, Perfect. And Rod Stewart, All Right Now, promo. And one more. And I know there was somebody that was left short earlier on this. All I Need Is the Air That I Breathe, The Hollies. Or was that it? He Ain't Heavy, Me's My Brother. Either way, both great songs by The Hollies. That's another great one. All I Need Is the Air That I Breathe. Susie on Cher. That is So Does Susie. Let me stack all this stuff up. We got Hollies, Rod Stewart, Jermaine Jackson, Elton John, Kenny Loggins, Travolta, Janie Freaky, and General Kane hairdos. Looks like some kind of, I don't know what that is. Okay. Here we go. Susie on the Hollies. Give me 1 second because we're about to show The Carpenters Sing, picture sleeve. Paula Cole, I Don't Want to Wait. Look at that. Dion and the Belmonts, Every Little Thing I Do, picture sleeve. I don't know if I've seen that one too many times. Nice. The Crystals, Little Boy on Phillies. Phil Collins, Don't Lose My Number. Phil Collins, Studio. Phil Collins, White Nights. Phil Collins, I Missed Again. Wow, Phil Collins. Let's do one more. Paul Simon, Me and Julio, Down by the Schoolyard. That's a good one. Me and Julio, Down by the Schoolyard. Papa Pajama, roll on a mall, runs on the station. I don't know what he's saying, but he says it really fast, and he sounds really cool when he's singing. Hollies is So Does Susie Breedlove. Stacy Metternich on Carpenters. Okay. Stacy Metternich on Carpenters. Stacy, you're first on Phil Collins, so you got pick of the litter. You can have I Missed Again, White Nights, or actually that's separate lives from White Nights. Studio or Don't Lose My Number. You got pick, Stacy. And Vladarchek's next on Don't Lose My Number. Eric Van Leuven got The Crystals. Vladarchek on Me and Julio, Down by the Schoolyard. Chuck Haley got Dion. That just left poor Paula Cole, I Don't Want to Wait. Poor Paula Cole. That's the only thing left out of there. And while Stacy's making her pick, all the Phil Collins are going to be sold. Okay? They're all going to be sold one way or another. Oxo, Whirly Girl. The Bargain Store, Dolly. Willie Nelson, Angel Flying Too Close to the Ground. Don't see that one too often. BG, Someone Belonging to Someone. The Spinners, I'll Be Around. Four Seasons, Who Loves You. Jim Reeves and Patsy Cline, Have You Ever Been Lonely? And It Bites, Whole New World. Okay, so Phil Collins, Stacy wants Don't Lose My Number. That's also what Vladarchek wanted. And then these three are sold to Susie Breedlove. So Studio, I Missed Again, and Separate Lives. Dolly is sold to Eric Van Leuven. And that stack left It Bites, Jim Reeves, Patsy Cline, Four Seasons, The Spinners, Bee Gees, Willie, and Whirly Girl by Oxo or Oxo. I'm going to say Oxo. And Susie on The Spinners. That should be right here. Okay. Mama Pajama Roll. I need to pull up the lyrics to Me and Julio. Something about going to a brand new station. Sawyer Brown, Step That Step. Sawyer Brown, Outgoing Catton. Glory Days, Bruce the Boss. Bruce the Boss, Tunnel of Love. Hot Rod Lincoln, Commander Cody's Lost Planet Airman. Bill Nelson's Red Noise. Come On Everybody, Vicious Burger. Sex Pistols. Uh-oh. We might have had a late night slip in here. Uh-oh. Oh, boy. I didn't realize what that was. That's the Sex Pistols. Nice. I'm going to let it slide. Pete Shelley, No One Like You. Will to Power, Antisocial, and Wham, Edge of Heaven. Wow, just let a Slex pistol slip through. Holy crap. This is why you got to be on your toes. Holy moly. Okay, so let's go back to the top. First is Tim Voldness on Hot. And that was for Hot Rod Lincoln. Vladicek first to the Sex Pistols. This was sold to Vladicek. Yeah, I don't know if I've ever seen that particular one. That's why I didn't recognize it. All right, and then Brian Call second, then Chris Frazier, and then Robert, then John Gollin, then Chuck Haley. Of course, that woke up some people. And then Pete Shelley sold to Eric Van Leuven. So that left Wham, The Edge of Heaven, Will to Power, Antisocial, Bill Nelson's Red Noise, Bruce Springsteen, Ton of Love, Bruce Springsteen, Glory Days, Sawyer Brown, Sawyer Brown. Sawyer Brown, Sawyer Brown. Okay. Wow, this could get interesting. What else is in here? All right, we got Peter Wolf, 99 Worlds. Tina Turner, Why Must We Wait Until Tonight? Whitney, Greatest Love of All. Wayne Chung, Let's Go. Rick Astley, She Wants to Dance With Me. Question Mark and the Mysterians, I Need Somebody, and 18. Sheila E., Glamorous Life. John Fogerty, The Old Man Down the Road. And Ray Charles, The Pages of My Mind. Sean Druin on Stone Fury. I think that's right here. There it is. All right, that's sold to Sean Druin. Brian Call and Question Mark, that's this one. That's sold to Brian Call. And then we had Ray Charles, John Fogerty, Sheila E., Rick Astley, Wayne Chung, Whitney Houston, Tina Turner, and Peter Wolf. Okay, that's getting a little topsy-turvy there. I'm about to start a new stack. That was the last one in that stack. All right, here we go. Chicago, Take Me Back to Chicago. Mitch Ryder, Jeannie Take a Ride. That's a big one on the original label. Irene Cara, Why Me? Billy Joe Royal, I've Got to Be Somebody. Paul Revere and the Raiders, Good Thing, in the picture sleeve. We Are the World, that was kind of popular. Mason Dixon, A Mountain Ago. And Ricky Skaggs, You Make Me Feel Like a Man. One more, Mary Chapin Carpenter, Slow Country Dance. Mama Pajama rolled out of bed as she ran to the police station. When Papa found out, he began to shout, and he started the investigation. It's against the law. Mary Chapin Carpenter, Ricky Skaggs, Mason Dixon, We Are the World, Paul Revere's, Billy Joe Royal, Irene Cara, Mitch Ryder, and Chicago. Take Me Back to Chicago. Paul Revere is sold to Chuck Haley. Whoops. Almost put those new stack. All right. Here we go. Jerry Jeff Walker, But for the Time. Nice. The Jacksons on red vinyl. The Jacksons, Things I Do for You. Jeff Beck, You Know What I Mean, a promo. Boy, I've never seen too many Jeff Beck singles. Maybe I've just been oblivious. The Partridge Family, picture sleeve. Nice. Hot Blooded, Check It and See. Row, Row, Rosie. That's a great one from Van Morrison. Holy moly. And then Ed Cookie Burns, Cookie's Love Song. And Bee Gees, You Should Be Dancing. Wow, some good stuff there. The mama looked down and spit on the ground every time my name gets mentioned. The papa said, oh, if I get that boy, I'm going to stick him in the house of detention. Well, I'm on my way. I don't know where I'm going. I'm having some fun over here reading through some Paul Simon, 1972, Me and Julio Down by the Schoolyard. Chris Frazier on Jack. That was for the Jacksons. That's sold to Chris Frazier. Right? He was first. Yep. Eric Van Leuven on Van Morrison. Row, Row, Rosie. That's a good one. And then Chuck Haley on the Partridge Family. And then Vladicek on Cookie. And Chuck Haley on Looked. Cookie, you were second. We still got Bee Gees, You Should Be Dancing. Hot Blooded Foreigner. Jeff Beck, You Know What I Mean. And Jerry Jeff Walker, But for the Time. All right. I think I saw another Stone Fury in here, but then I've lost it. Oh, great song by the Byrds. Wasn't Born to Follow. That's a good one. Expose. Tell Me Why. Expose. What You Don't Know. Wanda Jackson. Let's Have a Party. I think that's one of her earlier rockin' songs. Another Elton John. Sorry seems to be the hardest word. Jimmy Jones. I Just Go For You. Fleetwood Mac. Hold Me. Baby Come Back. You Can Leave It All Behind. A one-hit wonder from Player. John Travolta. Let Her In. And Julian Lennon, Stick Around. How much are these, Chad? They're only $6.99. All right. Julian Lennon, John Travolta, Player, Baby Come Back, Fleetwood Mac, Jimmy Jones, Elton John, Wanda. So to Eric, Brian called next, then John Gollin, Expose, and the Byrds. I Wasn't Born to Follow. The Doobies, It Keeps You Running. The Doobies, Little Darling, I Need You. Sorry, I thought something fell over behind me. Heat Wave, Always and Forever. My Baby Does the Hanky Panky, Tommy James. David Cassidy, Rock Me Baby. Paul Revere, Him or Me, What's It Gonna Be? Billy Joel, 1993, Lullaby, and 2,000 Years. One more. Train Kept a Rollin', Doobie Brothers. Or excuse me, Keep This Train a Rollin', different song. One more because it's a Doobies. Echoes of Love. All right. That left Doobies, Billy Joel, Paul Revere, David Cassidy, Tommy James, and Heat Wave. And Susie wants My Baby Does the Hanky Panky. Okay. And she wants Doobie Brothers. It Keeps You Rolling. She wants Keep This Train Rolling. Na 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 na, hey hey, Kiss Him Goodbye. Steen, Thompson Twins Lies, Joe Dulce, Shadap Your Face, Charlie Dorr, Pilot of the Airwaves, Doobie Brothers, Minute by Minute, The Kinks, You Really Got Me. Nice. Sugarloaf, Green Eyed Lady, Lovely Lady, Canned Heat, Let's Work Together, and Tom Jones, She's a Lady. Tom Jones, Canned Heat, Sugarloaf, The Kinks, Soda Brine, Vladarchek Second, The Doobies, Charlie Dorr, Joe Dulce, Thompson Twins, and Steen. That's the Na Na Hey Hey Goodbye song. And then John Gollin on Canned Heat, which should be... Whoops, let me just restack these. I try to remember where I put everything, but sometimes they get a little slippery on me. So that's so to John Gollin. Susie Breedlove gets Tom Jones. Okay. Done and done. Baby, What a Big Surprise. Tom Jones. Nice. The Dream Academy. Everybody's got to learn somewhere. Double-sided promo. Journey, Line of Fire. Styx, Never Say Never. Roman Holiday, Stand By. Linda Ronstadt, That'll Be the Day. Working at the Car Wash, yeah, Rolls Royce from the soundtrack. Pat Benatar, We Live for Love. And Klaatu, Another Calling Occupants. Klaatu, Calling Occupants. Sub Rosa Subway. Where's my energy drink at? Mama Pajama, roll. Klaatu, Pat Benatar, Rolls Royce, Linda Ronstadt, Roman Holiday, Styx, Journey, Dream Academy in Chicago. Okay, probably 2 or 3 more handfuls in this box. And then we got to make a decision. Bobby McFerrin, Good Lovin'. Blind Faith, I'm wasted and I can't find my way home. Now, that's obviously a reissue of a barcode. Great song on the flip, too, Presence of the Lord, but that's Steve Winwood, Eric Clapton. James Brown, Living in America. Sweet Caroline, bump, bump, bump. Here's Stone, no, excuse me, I thought that was Stone Fury. That says Blue City. Blue City by Pops and Timmer, yeah. 10cc, Take These Chains. Paul Revere, The Great Airplane Strike. Danny Boy, Conway Twitty. And Every Mother's Son, commonly abbreviated EMS, Come On Down to My Boat. And that's the one I get mixed up anytime we have that band, Every Mother's Nightmare. We have that metal band from the 80s, or, yeah, around the 80s. Every Mother's Nightmare, and I'll say Every Mother's Son. And they're like, what? I'm like, sorry, that's probably something y'all don't even know. The metalheads. That's Every Mother's Son. Conway Twitty, Paul Revere, 10cc, Blue City, Neil Diamond, so to Vladimir, James Brown, Blind Faith, so to John Gollin, and Bobby McFerrin, Good Lovin'. All right, and then here we go. The theme from Sting 2, The Entertainer and Heliotrope Bouquet. I think I said that right. The Outsiders, Girl in Love, Rick Astley, Together Forever. Aretha Franklin, Rock It a Lot. Aretha Franklin, Jimmy Lee, Andy Warhol Sleeve. That's Andy Warhol artwork, by the way. Eurythmics, Don't Ask Me Why. Emerson, Lake and Powell, not Palmer, Powell. And then Corey Hart, Boy in the Box. And let's pause there. I've got about 4 more, but I've already laid down several. And we have Chuck Haley on Every Mother's Son, EMS. And that was right here. Soto Chuck Haley. And then next was Corey Hart, ELP, Eurythmics, Aretha, Rick Astley, so to Vladimir, and The Outsider, so to John Gollin. And then next is The Most Beautiful Girl, Charlie Rich, Firefall Cinderella, Neil Sedaka, Bad Blood, and Leo Sayer, You Make Me Feel Like Dancing. You make me feel like dancing. Dun, dun, dun. All right. So 93 people watching, 6 hours and 44 minutes. All right. Let me grab a few more out of here then. So this is a whole collection of picture sleeves we bought. And typically I auction picture sleeves, so I may sort through these and pick some out to auction because of the time. And most of these, though, I'm going to go ahead and let y'all have for $6.99, okay? I've only seen one in here I would set aside. So I'm going to do a few more handfuls of these because I think if y'all stayed these late, this is like literally a 45 picture sleeve collection that I'm going to slip through $6.99. And there's some other ones. Maybe we can knock a few handfuls of these out, and I really need to. So the last 3 nights, Sunday night I didn't get it done. I didn't get it done last night. We have some amazing autographs that we got letters back from JSA, Motorhead, Black Sabbath, King Griffey Jr., sports stuff, big music autographs, Kiss. And I wanted to photograph them and advertise them for Thursday night. The problem with that is I haven't done that yet. So I've missed 2 days I could be running my ad. So I got to spend a lot of extra time on top of what I also do to make some really nice photographs tonight of these autographs. So instead of going about 2 a.m. tonight, if I could start 45 minutes or a half hour early, I'll be in great shape. So, and it will pay off for those watching Thursday night. You'll be able to buy some really cool stuff. So all right, let me show these. We got Rick Springfield, Don't Talk to Strangers. Bruce Springsteen, Dancing in the Dark. David Lee Roth, Just a Gigolo. Hiroshima, and that one's called Go. Genesis, Invisible Touch. Fleetwood Mac, Little Lies. And Dire Straits, Walk of Life. Big hit, big hit, big hit, big hit. And I guess Rick Springfield's is a big hit too. These are all $6.99. One of the ones I was going to pull out right there was David Lee Roth, but I've let it go, and Chris Frazier grabbed it. Tim Graham was second. Chris Frazier first on Fleetwood Mac, and Tim Voldness on Dire Straits. All right, that left Genesis, Hiroshima, Bruce Springsteen, and Rick Springfield. John Golla next on Dire Straits. I got Hall & Oates, Everything Your Heart Desires. Roy Orbison, California Blue. Roy Orbison, She's a Mystery to Me. Dan Seals, I'll Be There. Bobby Brown, Every Little Step. Roth, Just Like a Paradise. David Lee Roth. Billy Joe Royal, Out of Sight and On My Mind. And John Waite, Missing You. That's a big one. John Waite, Missing You. All right, so Roth, Dire. Tim Voldness next on Dire. John Griffin next on Dire. Tim Graham first on Roth. Okay, and that left John Waite, Billy Joe Royal, Bobby Brown, Dan Seals, Roy Orbison, and Hall & Oates. T. Graham Brown, Hell and High Water. Steve Wariner, You Can Dream of Me. Cher, If I Could Turn Back Time. Robert Palmer, She Wakes My Day. She Makes My Day. And Randy Travis, It's Just a Matter of Time. Excuse me. All right. I wear my sunglasses at night. Tim Graham on T. Graham. Tim Graham on T. Graham. And Robert Vlodarchek on Cher. All right, that left Randy, Robert, and Steve. Susie on DT. DT. What was DT? That, you mean T. Graham? That might have already sold, Susie. House of Shock, Middle of Nowhere. Hillary, We Work. Hooters, Satellite. The House Martins, Happy Hour. Debbie Harry, French Kiss. Isle of Man, Am I Forgiven? Insiders, Ghost on the Beach. Julio Iglesias. Hooters, Johnny B. She Meant RT for Randy Travis. Got it. So does Susie Breedlove. So we got Hooters, Julio, Insiders, Isle of Man, Debbie Harry, Housemakers, Hooters, Hillary, and House of Shock. And man, we sold a Hooters album tonight out of the bin. $14.99, that self-titled album, I think. There was 4 people back up on it, and 2 people kept asking all night, can you please find me that Hooters album again? And then here you are. The singles are just sitting over here unclaimed. The Julio was AEAO, IEO. I didn't read it because I didn't know how to say it. AEAO. And then Hooters. Susie, I'm going to put you down for both unless you say otherwise. Johnny B and Satellite. She wants both Hooters. Okay. We got Mickey Howard. That's Heart. That's a cool one. Very 80s. Look at that. The graphic design on that one. Heart, nothing at all. There's the A side, or there's the front side. Deodato 2, Rhapsody in Blue. Captain and Tennille, Shop Around. Ava Cherry, Good Intentions. Oh my gosh. Okay. Let's see who's paying attention. Back to backs here. Oh yeah, back to backs here. Whoa. I'll do 5. Let's tag these first. Heart is sold to Chris Frazier. John Griffin was next. So that leaves Ava Cherry, Captain and Tennille, Shop Around from Song of Joy, Rhapsody in Blue, Deodato, and Nikki Howard. Van Halen, Panama. The Police, Every Breath You Take. Bob Seger, Trying to Live My Life Without You. Styx, Mr. Roboto. ZZ Top, Legs, and Rolling Stone, Start Me Up. Wow. That's some good ones there. Van Halen, Police, Seeger, Styx, ZZ Top, and Rolling Stones. There'll be a lot of claims for those come in. Captain and Tennille sold to Chuck Haley. Chuck Haley got Captain and Tennille. And over here we had Chris Frazier on Van Halen. Tim Graham. There was no David Lee Roth. He had David Lee Roth preloaded. Well, I guess that is Van Halen, but you were still second. John Griffin put check. I think he was trying to check his lag. Then Tim Graham put Van Halen. Then X-Wing put Van Halen. Then Eric Van Leuven put Van Halen. Then Brian Call put Van Halen. And then Tim Graham got the Stones. Then John Galling got ZZ Top. And then X-Wing put SS. I'm not for sure what SS was for. Pam Murray got Styx. John Griffin next on Van Halen. Susie next on Van Halen. And that left the Police and Bob Seger. I am leaving money. This is late night viewer perks. Most of those singles I would start at $7 and $10, and those should be about twice that much, honestly. But that's okay. This is why y'all stay up till 1 a.m. I got to make sure y'all come back. I got to make sure y'all come back. And you never know what's in the next handful, because honestly, I don't know. I'm looking ahead right now, but you just never know. I don't know. Y'all don't know. I don't know. Okay. Christine McVie got a Hold on Me. Bruce Springsteen, Brilliant Disguise. Madonna, Cherish. There is some writing on the sleeve. Madonna, Crazy for You. Milli Vanilli, oh my gosh, Blame It on the Rain. Heart, Alone. And Denise Williams from Footloose, Let's Hear It for the Boy. And Susie wants those last two unclaimed sleeves. Bob Seger and the Police. So does Susie, and so does Susie. Okay. Brian Call on Christine McVie. Vladarchek on Milli Vanilli. X-Wing on Rain. Rain. Not for sure on that one either. I got Denise Williams, Heart, Madonna, and Bruce Springsteen. And then Crazy. Well, first Susie's on M for Madonna, I'm assuming. So Susie, you can have Madonna or Crazy. And then next is Pam, and then next is Chuck. We got Bruce, Hart, and Denise left. And I'm going to put away Julio, and I'm going to put these two Arethas over here. I don't know why I had those left propped up. Tim Graham gets Denise. That's so to Tim Graham. I think X-Wing's having some major autocorrect problems. Next handful. Did I go through those that quick? I feel like I just grabbed a handful from over here. Hold on a second. Did I leave more somewhere? Okay, yeah, there's more back. I was about to say, surely I didn't go through those that fast. John Griffin on Heart. No one claimed Heart earlier either, did they? Or did they? Nope. Okay, so Susie's passing on Madonna. That means Crazy is so to Pam Murray. Chuck Haley's next. And then that left Madonna, Cherish, if anybody wants that. Okay, we got Sawyer Brown, Step That Step. Just the two of us. Grover Washington Jr. with Bill Withers. Laura Branigan, How Am I Supposed to Live Without You? Gloria Loring and Carl Anderson, Friends and Lovers. Wow. Dwight Yoakam, I Sang Dixie. Razzie Bailey, I Keep Coming Back. The House Martians, Caravan of Love. Honeymoon Suite. And here we go. Bon Jovi, Lay Your Hands on Me. Mr. Bon John Jovi. I saw a video of his son and Millie Bobby Brown from Stranger Things, and she was carrying a baby. And I said, whoa, how did they have a kid that quick? Because I didn't see anything about her being pregnant. And I know they just wrapped up Stranger Things not too long ago, and then I found out she adopted. I was like, oh, I missed that whole story about her adopting a baby somehow. So first thing here is Tim Graham on Sawyer Brown. Vicki Allison on Dwight Yoakam. Brian Call on Bob. Bob was for Bon Jovi, probably. Susie next on Dwight. Susie next on Bon. Chuck next on Bon. That left Honeymoon Suite, The House Martians, Razzie Bailey, Gloria Loring, Laura Branning, and Grover Washington Jr. CDs soon? Did I promise you we'd go through CDs? I don't think I did. Did I say we were going to go through CDs? I don't think so. Colin James Hay, Can I Hold You? Roseanne Cash, I Don't Want to Spoil the Party. Brenda Russell, Piano in the Dark. Laura Branigan, another one, How Am I Supposed to Live Without You? Roseanne Cash, Runaway Train. The House Martians, Caravan of Love, and Paul McCartney, No More Lonely Nights. All right, then John Griffin on LB, Laura Branigan. And then there's another one right here. I'll give you this one from the last stack. And then Change to White Yoakum from Vicky to Susie. Okay. Brian Colin McCartney. David Gilmour on guitar. I always mention that. That sometimes sells it. I was like, wow, David Gilmour on guitar. House Martians, Roseanne Cash, Laura Branigan, Brenna Russell, Roseanne Cash, Colin James Hay. All right, moving right along. We got Michael Jackson, I Just Can't Stop Loving You. Philip Bailey with Phil Collins, Easy Lover. It's just another manic Monday, the Bangles. Boston, Can't You Say, Dirty White Boy, Foreigner. This one has some pretty bad damage to the sleeve over here. Okay, disc is okay, but there's Double Vision has, or Dirty White Boy has some pretty bad damage. Xanadu, let me make sure this is actually the Xanadu song. All Over the World and Drum Dreams, okay? And then Bob Seger, Fire Lake. First is MJ, sold to Vladimir. Bangles sold to Vladimir. X-Wing was second. Susie second on MJ. John Griffin next on Bangles. And Fire Lake sold to Chris Frazier. And that left Xanadu, Foreigner, Dirty White Boy with heavy damage. Boston and Philip Bailey with Phil Collins. Easy Lover. Excuse me. Okay. Let's grab all these. How much are these, Chad? $6.99. $6.99. Now, the reason I'm not doing CDs is because I don't have any. Jeff, if you're still watching, that's why I was making sure I didn't say. We do CDs when I have CDs ready to go. So, how many CDs are in this building? Thousands. I can't even explain to you how many. How many do I have ready to sell right now? None. They're either buried in the back or I can't get to them, or the ones up front we've already gone through. The White Yoakum, Little Ways. So this is from a jukebox place. I remember seeing some of these. That was where the jukebox, this was at a jukebox in a Denny's. Denny's, probably like the restaurant. They had a jukebox at some point, or that's the name of a bar called Denny's. And that was in a jukebox, okay? Sylvia, Drifter. Nina Cherry, Kisses. Natalie Cole, Jumpstart. Starship, Mannequin. Starship, Nothing's Gonna Stop Us Now from the movie Mannequin. Boy Meets Girl. Boy Meets Girl, Bring Down the Moon. And Julian Lennon, Stick Around. All right, these are all $6.99. Julian Lennon, Boy Meets Girl. So this is Starship doing Nothing's Gonna Stop Us Now from the movie Mannequin. Natalie Cole, Nina Cherry, Sylvia, and Dwight Yoakam sold to John Gollin. Okay. Of course, Julian Lennon is John Lennon's son. We got Corey Hart, Boy in the Box. Nice. George Michael, One More Try. Goodness. We sold his album Faith tonight for $90. Corey Hart, It Ain't Enough. Hurricane. Hurricane Wild and Groove God. Duran Duran, The Reflex in the poster sleeve. That's the front of it. Money for Nothing, Dire Straits. Wow. Hall & Oates, Out of Touch. And whoa, Pet Shop Boys, Left to My Own Devices. That should definitely sell. If that doesn't sell, and this doesn't sell, and that doesn't sell, I'll be shocked. You might have to slap me and call me Billy. Literally, I'll say, please come here and slap me and call me Billy. I don't know why, but that's what you'll have to do. George Michael is sold to Susie Breedlove. Duran Duran is sold to Tim Graham. Then Eric Van Leuven. And Money for Nothing is sold to Chris Frazier. We're down to one. Pet Shop Boys. Left to My Own Devices. The Sound of Atom Splitting. Hall & Oates, Out of Touch. Hurricane, Corey Hart, and Corey Hart. Okay. John Griffin, you were next on Dire Straits and next on Duran Duran. We got Boston, Amanda. A Groovy Kind of Love, Phil Collins. This one's cool. The Highwayman by the Highwaymen. And Elton John, Nikita. Elton John, Nikita. Oh, that was my knees squatting down to get another handful of 45s out of here. Sound like two firecrackers going off. Tim Voldness on the Highwayman. Tim Graham on Elton John. Prince, Prince, You Got the Look. John Cougar Mellencamp, Rumble Seat. The Boys of Summer, Don Henley. Hiroshima, Hawaiian Electric. Another Dwight Yoakam, I Sang Dixie. John Conley, Those School. And good gosh, Love Will Find a Way by Pablo Cruz. Jesus. Good gosh. Oh my goodness. I'm having to walk over here and pace the floors now. What did we just pull? Pablo Cruz, Love Will Find a Way. Oh my gosh. Holy moly. This just isn't supposed to happen, folks, okay? This is not supposed to happen. First thing is Susie, Phil Collins, A Groovy Kind of Love. You Were Second on Highwayman. Eric Van Leuven on Dwight Yoakam. Tim Graham on Don Henley. Chris Frazier on Pablo Cruz. And that left John Conley, Hiroshima, John Cougar, and wow, nobody on Prince. That's crazy. And then what was the B-side of Xanadu? That was actually not Xanadu at all. So that picture sleeve is always misleading, okay? That picture sleeve for Xanadu's up because it says Xanadu, so you think, oh, it's Xanadu, but they use this sleeve for different records. This is actually all over the world, ELO, and the flip is Drum Dreams by ELO. So that's actually an ELO single. It does have a clip corner, okay? So, Chuck, you're late on Groovy Kind of Love. Let me see if I can find Out of Touch. What was Out of Touch? I've got these out of order now. Out of Touch. Out of Touch was Hall & Oates. Okay, that's sold to Chuck Haley. All right. So, I think that was all those picture sleeves, but this stuff here, let me see what this is. Okay, I think that's mostly like, yeah, we might wait on those. That's like, well, I mean, I'll show a handful. I saw some pretty good stuff right in here, but I think this is country. But I saw a couple picture sleeves like the McCarters, Timeless and True Love, George Jones, He Stopped Loving Her Today, Ricky Skaggs, Lovin' Only Me, George Strait, If You Ain't Lovin', You Ain't Livin', Joe Diffie, Home, I mean, he has virtually nothing available on vinyl, Con Twitty, I'd Love to Lay You Down, George Strait, I Cross My Heart, Brooks and Dunn, Little Miss Honky Tonk, and Silver and Gold, they have virtually nothing available on vinyl. Hank Williams Jr., All My Rowdy Friends Are Coming Over Tonight, and back-to-back hits, Attitude Adjustment, George Strait, Lovesick Blues, and Is It Already Time, Reba McEntire, Falling Out of Love, and Dolly Parton with Ricky Van Shelton, Rockin' Years, and What a Heartache with Dolly on the flip as well. So Dolly, Reba, George Strait, Hank Jr., Brooks and Dunn, George Strait, Conway, Joe Diffie, George Strait, and then we had Ricky Skaggs, George Jones, and the McCarter twins. So Susie, let me know if you want all three. I know you're going to. All you got to do is say sold. Yes, Chad, wonderfully. I'll take, oh, wait a minute. I got some more picture sleeves here. Hold on. I knew I laid some more behind me. Wow. Berlin, Take My Breath Away. Wow, Eye of the Tiger. Wow, Honeymoon Suite. Wow, Kenny Rogers. And wow, Kenny Rogers. He made a mean bird, that guy. All right, and then Susie got all three George Straits. Tim Voldness on George Jones. And we got Chuck Haley next on George Jones. Survivor sold to X-Wing, John Golla next. And that left Kenny Rogers, Honeymoon Suite, and Berlin from Top Gun. Take My Breath Away. You know, that really awkward scene where they're about to hug each other. They had to make the movie awkward with that scene, didn't they? Make everything awkward. Berlin sold to Tim Graham. And dang, what a movie star. Tom Cruise. What a movie star. Danger Zone. He's like the definition of a movie star. He looks like one. He acts like one. He's in the action movies. Tanya Tucker, Soon and Sneaky Moon. Alan Jackson, I'll Try and Home. Randy Travis, On the Other Hand and Can't Stop Now. George Strait, Does Fort Worth Ever Cross Your Mind? Hank Williams Jr., A Country Boy Can Survive. The Statler Brothers, I'll Be the One. Janie Freaky, Easy to Please. Michael Johnson, Crying Shame. Mike Reed, Walk of Faith. Johnny Lee, The Yellow Rose. Earl Thomas Conley, Don't Make It Easy for Me. Michael Martin Murphey, Cowboy Logic. And Eddie Rabbit, I Must Have Been Doing Something Right. All right, so we had Eddie Rabbit, Michael Martin Murphy, Earl Thomas Conley, Johnny Lee, Mike Reed, Michael Johnson, Janie Freaky, Statler Brothers. Hank Williams Jr. sold to Chris Frazier, then Tim, then Vicky next. There's an unclaimed George Strait. Does Fort Worth and Love Comes from the Other Side of Town. Randy Travis, Alan Jackson, and Tanya. Okay, Tanya. Nobody in his right mind would have left her. Nobody in his right. Reba, I Don't Want to Be Alone. George Strait, I'm All Behind You Now. All My Exes Live in Texas. Hank Williams Jr., Good Friends, Good Whiskey, and Good Lovin', and It's a Family Tradition. Hank Williams Jr., Family Tradition. Kenny Rogers, Sweet Music Man and Lady. Alabama Mountain Music. The Tractors, Tulsa Shuffle. Patty Loveless, Overtime. Alabama, Lady Down on Love. And here's a big one. Dixieland Delight, Alabama. Ricky Skaggs, I Wouldn't Change You If I Could. And Heartbroke, and one more. George Jones, These Old Eyes Have Seen It All. And Wine-Colored Roses. That's obviously the A-side there. So Susie gets both George Straits. X-Wing on RT. And I'm assuming that was for the Randy Travis and the Other Hand pile, right? That's so the X-Wing. And then Vicky on Hank. So that left George Jones, Ricky Skaggs, Alabama doing Dixieland Delight. Patty Loveless, The Tractors, Alabama, Kenny Rogers, and Hank. It's a Family Tradition. That's so to Vicky Allison and Reba. Nobody in his right mind would have left her. Roseanne Cash, Second to None. Ronnie Millsap, Lost in the 50s Tonight. Paul Overstreet, Love Helps Those. Ronnie Millsap, Sap Your Fingers. Ronnie Millsap, One Night. Razzie Bailey, Swinging Other People's Songs. Razzie Bailey, Heads I Go, Hearts I Stay. Alabama, Close Enough to Perk It, and Fantasy. Bellamy Brothers, Dancing Cowboys. Mo Bandy, You Haven't Heard the Last of Me. Conway Twitty, A Good Love Died Tonight, and We Didn't Know Now You Don't. Wait a minute. We Did, But Now You Don't. Sawyer Brown, This Missing View, Heart of Mine. A Mighty Big Broom. T. Graham Brown, Sitting on the Dock of the Bay, The Last Resort. Foster and Lloyd, Is It Love? Jerry Reed, She Got the Gold Mine, I Got the Shaft. Steve Warner, The Weekend, and Bellamy Brothers, Do You Look as Good? Do You Love as Good as You Look? Okay. And then we have a claim for a Hank Jr. Rowdy Friends from earlier. All right. What have I done with that? Let's see here. You sure that didn't get grabbed? Tanya Allen. I must have put them over here. Yeah, wait a minute. All my Rowdy. Yeah, so did John Griffin. All right, and then, okay, yeah, that's all country. And then Tim Graham on T. Graham. That was the only one in there, right? Yeah. All right. Nobody in his right mind would have left her. All right, these aren't in sleeves. I'll show those last. Another T. Graham Brown. I wish that I could hurt that way again, and you're trying too hard. David Frizzell and Shelley West, another honky tonk night on Broadway. Conway Twitty, Fallen for Your Years. The Forster Sisters, I Choose You Again, and Lonely Alone. Being Alone, this is Larry, Steve, and Rudy, the Gatlin brothers. Restless Heart, Victim of the Game. Sweethearts of the Rodeo, One Time, One Night. Bailey and the Brothers, She Deserves You. Steve Warner, Heart Trouble. Diamond Rio, Night is Falling in My Heart. T. Graham Brown is sold to Tim Graham. And that left Diamond Rio, Steve Warner, Bailey and the Boys, Sweethearts of the Rodeo, Restless Night, Larry, Steve, and Rudy, the Forster Sisters, Conway Twitty, David Frizzell, and Shelley West. Vern Godson, That Just About Does It. Shenandoah Changes. Emmylou Harris, Icy Blue Heart. George on My Mind, Willie Nelson. John Anderson, Just for You. Highway 101, If I Had a Heart. Willie and Merle, Opportunity to Cry. And Willie and Merle, Poncho and Lefty. Waylon Jennings, That Dog Won't Hunt. And What You'll Do When I'm Gone. Travis Tritt, Leave My Girl Alone. And Trouble, Travis Tritt. Marty Stewart, The Wild One. Kenny Rogers, Morning Desire. And boy, here's one I don't see too often. Faith Hill from 2002, You're Still Here. And Shadows by Faith Hill. Faith Hill, Kenny Rogers, The Wild One, Highway 101, John Anderson, George on My Mind, Willie Nelson, Emmylou Harris, Shenandoah, and Vern Godson. Okay. Travis Tritt sold to Susie Breedlove. Willie Nelson sold to Tim Voldness. And that left those two. I'm setting those out because I know somebody I can sell those. And these were just loose in this box. They're not in sleeves. They're not in the best of condition. I mean, some of them are fine. But what I'm going to do is say there's 3, 6, 8 loose 45s here. 8 45s, $10. The Buckinghams, the Kingsmen, the Shylots, the Chiffons, Lynn Anderson, the Temptations, Jimmy Rogers, and the Eagles. Sold as is, just loose 45s, $10 on those. And that's where I'm going to stop. We went through this whole box over here. The only thing left is CDs that we've already gone through. And I don't want to start a new box. We'll save a new box for tomorrow. And Tim says he'll take this last 45 bundle here for $10. Okay? All right. Nice. We sold a ton tonight. Wow. We sold a ton of albums, and we just sold a ton of 45s. That's basically 3 big stacks, plus what we did earlier in the sale. CD, we sold a ton of Japanese CDs tonight, blankets, and then lots of albums. Thank y'all as always. Any last messages that need to be sent, send them now. I'm about to go eat my supper, which is a parfait and some chips and dip. And I got a parfait up here with blueberries and bananas and strawberries, you know, Publix makes them. They whip them up and put them out there in the coolers. They're made on site. And I'm about to go eat that. And I got some good, you know, that really good like ranch dip you buy and you dip like Lay's, like Ruffles, like wavy chips in. It's a great dip. It's like a ranch, but it has like little specks in it. Man, it's like perfect for parties. It's like a chip dip. I'm hooked on that lately. I bought some, and that's been like my supper almost. Gosh, that's some good stuff. That's like, it's delicious. I've been craving it all night. I hope y'all know what I'm talking about. It's kind of a thicker dip. It's like, it says ranch something. I mean, it's kind of ranch based, but it's delicious. I got my mom to get some more wavy chips. Oh, wait a minute. Here's some more country singles. We got Barbara Mandrell, John Conley, Juice Newton, Jim Stafford, George Jones, and Alan Jackson. Alan Jackson, Summertime Blues, Hole in the Wall. George Jones, Together Alone, Same Old Me. Jim Stafford, My Girl Bill, and Spiders and Snakes. Juice Newton, Hurt, and Eye of a Hurricane. John Conley, Don't Count the Rainy Days, In My Eyes. And Barbara Mandrell, I Feel the Hurt Coming On, and I Don't Want to Be Right. Oh, I almost forgot about those. And for the CD people, Jeff, so CDs are coming a cycle. Whenever we find more or whenever we buy more, you know, there'll be a time and place for those. There should be a new cycle coming through pretty soon. And I'm going to get on those ASAP whenever they come in. Tomorrow will be another night of 45s. Tomorrow will be another night of 45s. All right, anybody else? What's even more amazing is there's 62 people still watching on Twitch. Twitch, there's 10. YouTube, there's 34. And Facebook, there's 18. A Wednesday night, 2:36 a.m. in the morning. And there's 62 people still watching. So I know y'all, a big thank y'all. A big thank y'all. A big thank you. We've been streaming for 7 hours and 19 minutes. It is time to sign off, but we got one last second claim. Chuck Haley with the last purchase of the night. And now, Chuck, you just got to be on at 5:30 tomorrow to be the first purchase of tomorrow night. And Jim Stafford is sold to Chuck Haley. All righty. Thank y'all so much. And now I'm signing off. I appreciate everything. And big sales coming up for the rest of the week. Plus, Paul's coming back from Houston at the end of the week with new records.